Chapter 64 Barrage of Rain. Chapter 64 Barrage of rain. The overcoat was too big, and it slid down along his shoulders. Shin Zichuan scooped it up. That warmth enveloped him as his entire being soaked in Xiaoqia's scent. Shin Zichuan fished out the handkerchief again to wipe the cheeks that Xiaoqia had made wet with his rubs. On this noisy, rainy night, he could not help but sniff at that handkerchief again. It was all Xiaoqia's scent. Shin Zichuan lowered his eyes for a moment and nuzzled the handkerchief with the tip of his nose as the gloom at the corners of his eyes and tips of his eyebrows dissipated. The upper tier of that lunchbox was filled with steamed, twisted rolls, while the bottom contained hot medicinal decoction. Hot steam rose the instant the lid was lifted. It was not easy to make a hot meal on this night. Even Xiaoqia would have to run like mad to rush his way here before hurrying back. Gu Qingqing initially wanted to pour a cup of tea for Shin Zichuan. When he climbed his way up to see the latter drinking the medicine, he could not help but feel stunned before he said in delight, "So you have it all arranged. That's great. I was just thinking of sending someone to buy a bowl of medicine." Shin Zichuan downed the medicine and wiped the corners of his lips with his fingers. He asked, "To what end has this street been torn down?" "Just past Ohua Pavilion. It's hard to tear down areas where the collapse is severe." Gu Qingqing rolled up his sleeves and said, "There's something fishy about this matter." Another unexplainable account. Shin Zichuan sat up and composed himself for a moment before continuing. "Only His Majesty himself knows who the one who sent him out of the palace is. If he refuses to say, then this case is a dead end. As I see it, this collapse is not a coincidence. Donglong Street gets submerged every year. Yet Ohua Pavilion just had to collapse last night." Gu Qingqing watched the rainy night, then looked at Shin Zichuan. "Do you have any inkling?" Shin Zichuan had been thinking about this matter since this morning. The collapse had wiped out all traces in Ohua Pavilion, and this was by no means a coincidence. Shi Hongxian was a man who treasured his life. He had only just renovated Ohua Pavilion some time back, and those who knew about the hollowed-out bottom were few and far between. Shin Zichuan's widened eyes looked out into the rainy night. As if saying to himself, he said, "There's no need to fret. There's bound to be a follow-up move. We still don't know who the target is this time." The imperial physician retreated from the bedchamber and paid his obeisances to the Empress Dowager and the others. From where she was behind the hanging curtain separating them, the Empress Dowager leaned forward to inquire about Li Jianheng's condition. The imperial physician gave his report in detail. It was only when she heard that the bleeding had stopped that she felt relieved. "This matter is bizarre." The Empress Dowager straightened up in her seat and said, "To think not a single person knew when the Son of Heaven had left the palace and headed out. How can anyone rest reassured given the state of patrols within and outside the palace now?" None of the old ministers below uttered a word. All of them hung their heads in silence, like clay sculptures. The Empress Dowager said, "I'm a member of the imperial harem. I'm not supposed to interfere in governmental affairs. But this, once again, concerns His Majesty's safety. As his mother, I'm truly worriedly watching with my hair all gray and tears all ran dry. How can I take another scare like this? Excellencies, you ought to give me an explanation this time." On hearing this, Pan Xiangji's heart clenched. After a moment of silence, Kong Qiu said the patrols in the inner palace might not necessarily be able to stop His Majesty, even if they want to. In this subject's opinion, Shi Hongxian should be severely punished this time. If he had not used those temptresses from foreign lands to lure His Majesty, then why would His Majesty leave the palace? That's right. The Minister of Revenue, Wei Huaigu, was the elder D-brother too of Wei Huaixing, who had denounced Xiaoqia before. Wei Huaigu was the current head of the Wei clan. He usually did not have the habit of speaking out, but this time he said, "Shi Hongxian deserves to be punished, but his crime does not merit the punishment of death." This subject feels that it's the Ministry of Works the blame should fall on this time. They are the ones in charge of the repairs in Kudu. Your Excellency Pan, how could you let the public ditches get clogged to such an extent? Knowing that Wei Huaigu was about to shift the blame, Pan Xiangjie immediately fell to his knees and said to the Empress Dowager, I ask of your majesties to discern the truth and render fair judgment. Our Ministry of Works has already notified the Ministry of Revenue regarding the blockage of the public ditches during Emperor Xianda's reign, hoping that they can allocate some money for us to carry out repair works. But the Ministry of Revenue kept delaying the approval of funds. What can the Ministry of Works do? This is not a minor construction work. Wei Huaigu was in no hurry. He was even more of a tough nut to deal with than Wei Huixing. He merely said, Our Ministry of Revenue has to discuss it with the Grand Secretariat in order for the funds to be moved. At that time, approval has yet to go through Secretariat Elder Hua. So who would dare to allocate the funds indiscriminately? Kudu has to clean up the mess in the 6 prefectures of Zhongbua during those few years. The treasury is almost emptied out. Even if we have the intention to help, we do not have the means. Everyone has their difficulties, Pang Xiangjie said. So why are you only holding our Ministry of Works responsible? Left Censor-in-Chief, Qin Xuanyi, wants to impeach the Ministry of Works for negligence in irrigation works, saying that we failed to secure the embankment of the Kaling River. But did it collapse today? No. This shows that the Ministry of Works has never cut corners. We are dependable and diligent when it comes to our work. If we had the money, we would have long cleared out the public ditches. The Ministry of Revenue would not acknowledge this debt, and the Ministry of Works would not shoulder this blame. Both parties were elders of the 8 great clans. Neither of them was willing to take a step back, and so they both simply stood here and passed the buck around. Kong Qiu almost wanted to sneer. He was from a humble background, and an official that Hai Liangyi himself had lifted to this position. He could work together with the ministers from the noble clans, but he could not be of the same mind with them. Now that he was hearing them kicking the ball around, he felt vexed and fed up. It was true that the Ministry of Works had made a report before, but who was the one who reported it? It was a subordinate, a minor official, who had never set foot into the court. Did Pan Xiangjie take it seriously? If he did, he would have taken it up with the Ministry of Revenue himself. But he did not. Did the Ministry of Revenue know? They did. What was the relationship between Wei Huaigu and Hua Xiqian? Both clans could be considered in-laws. Although they did not seem to be on close terms in recent years, the ties still existed. Wei Huaigu was far more resourceful than Wei Huixing, and he was the one who could discuss political affairs with Hua Xiqian. But he had never really talked to Hua Xiqian about this matter. This was a matter they simply muddled their way through. If you drowned, then you deserved it. You could only blame your own bad luck. Sitting behind the curtain, the Empress Dowager saw through these people clearly. Hua Xiangyi stood behind her, listening with rapt attention. Hai Liangyi finally coughed a few times. Covering his mouth with a handkerchief, he said, There was indeed this one account in the Grand Secretariat's past reported accounts, but it was only once, and no one bothered to ask about it afterward. Now that the place has collapsed, everyone remembers it. But is this year the first time the water level rose? Let's not bring up what happened way back, but did the water level rise during spring last year and the year before last? Did the Ministry of Works report those rises? Pan Xiangjie turned his head away and said remorsefully, When the Grand Secretary puts it that way, it's indeed an oversight on our Ministry of Works' part. But it really can't be helped. What's of essence now is to dredge up the ditches without delay. The Ministry of Revenue has also allocated the money to the disaster victims. Wei Huaigu said, The situation is critical at present. The appropriation of blame can wait until the public ditches have been dredged. Is the 8 great training divisions the ones digging right now? The Minister of War, Chun Jinyan, replied succinctly, It's the Imperial Army. Viceroy Shao is still soaking in the water. The Empress Dowager was about to speak up when the palace maid inside hurriedly rushed out and fell to her knees on the ground. She said, "To report to your Majesty, His Majesty has suddenly developed a fever. His back is covered all over in rashes." The Empress Dowager suddenly rose to her feet and exclaimed in shock, "What?" Hai Liangyi bent over and started to cough violently. Hua Xiangyi held the Empress Dowager to support her and promptly made a decision. Summon the imperial physician and support the Secretariat elder, quick. Shi Hongxian had broken out into rashes too. The one who discovered it first was the military medic of the 8 great training divisions. He promptly lifted the hem of his robe and hurried out to report to Han Jin. Han Jin wiped his face, still feeling a little dumbfounded as he said, "Is it eczema? Just dispel the cold and it'll be fine?" "It's not eczema." The medic was so anxious that he stomped his foot. "How is that eczema? It's an epidemic disease." Now, it was not just Han Jin whose expression changed. The surrounding 8 great training division soldiers who were still in the water had all gone pale. Han Jin turned his head back and saw the imperial army still busying around a short distance away. He waded through the water to them and grasped hold of Qinyang to yell, "Where is the Viceroy? Call the Viceroy over quickly. It's a matter of urgency." Xiao Qie pushed away the broken plank and walked over, asking, "What is it?" Han Jin's hands trembled as he smeared the dirty water on his clothes and said, "We can't pull them down anymore or soak in this water either. Viceroy, an epidemic has broken out." There was a cold glint in Xiao Qie's eyes as he asked, "Who got it first?" "Shi Hongxian." Han Jin's breathing was hurried. "Is His Majesty Gu Jin?" Xiao Qie immediately commanded, "Rush to the palace and report this matter to Secretariat Elder Hai." Gu Jin climbed up the bank and sped off. In a few steps, he somersaulted to the rooftop and stepped across the ridge of the roof to leap his way to the palace gates. "Take me to see Shi Hongxian," Xiao Qie said in a steady voice. Now, Shi Hongxian was feverish and hot all over. Medicine had only just been applied to his crushed legs, and now his legs were already drenched in sweat. He lay on the bed, delirious and incoherent. The medic wiped his sweat and said, "For hours earlier, he still looked as if he had caught a little cold. I fed him medicine, and his fever subsided. But who knew that when I touched him earlier, his fever was back with even more of a vengeance? When I changed the medicine for his legs and pulled down his pants for a look, it was all covered in rashes." Xiao Qie looked at those rashes and questioned, "Are you sure it's an epidemic disease?" The medic said, "During the reign of Yongyi, an epidemic like this had broken out in the city of Danqing. It was reported to the Imperial Academy of Medicine. They have past records of it on file. Viceroy, once this rash spreads all over the body, the high fever will not subside. In another 4 hours, the infected will fall unconscious and keep vomiting. I'm afraid there are still sick people among the disaster victims. Without losing any time, Zhao Zue Temple must arrange for the decoction of the relevant herbs as a precaution." Afraid now, Han Jin hastily asked, "What caused this? There has to be a reason. Otherwise, how are we going to continue digging this ditch?" The medic said, "We're now at the point when winter transits into spring. It's damp and cold. The low-lying area gathers sewage and filth throughout the year. Their houses are closely clustered together. It's so cramped that there's not even a window. The lack of sunlight will make the people prone to illnesses. If that's the case, then how did he get infected?" Xiao Qie furrowed his eyebrows. Ohua Pavilion is far from the low-lying area, and there are people cleaning the connected alleys at the back, so there's no contact with contaminated objects. Is the reason just because he soaked in the swill water those few hours during the collapse? The medic hesitated. He wiped his sweat again and mustered out the courage to say, "I'll be honest with the Viceroy. I'm afraid he did not contract this illness during the collapse, but when he was fooling around in the brothel before the collapse. "Second young master, she is already burning up to such an extent. Then His Majesty, Viceroy!" Mang Rue lifted the curtain and entered with a solemn expression. Over 10 people have suddenly collapsed at Zhao Zui Temple. 2 men from the Ministry of Revenue, who are here on duty, have collapsed too. Xiao Qie was about to give his command when Qinyang, all drenched in rainwater, barged in and said, "Master, Lao Hu is also down with a fever." The sound of the rain outside suddenly grew urgent. Like battle drums sounding on all sides, they came pounding down for all they were worth, as if they wanted to shatter this pitch-black night. Xiao Qie abruptly lifted the curtain and stepped out. He said, "It'll be too late to wait for the approval. Head over to the various major medicinal stores on Xinwu Street to get the medicine. Help anyone who caught a cold, has a fever, is vomiting, or is physically weak to Zhao Zui Temple. Withdraw the rest of the men. Get the men on duty from the Ministry of Revenue to start decocting the herbal medicine." Ding Tao said, "Young master." Xiao Qie tugged Ding Tao over, breathing heavily in the rain as he whispered, "Tell Shen Lanzhao to leave immediately." Chapter 65, Epidemic. Chapter 65. Epidemic raindrops bounced all over, while splotches of mud spattered. People hurried in and out of Zhao Zui Temple. The awning to provide shelter from the rain had already been erected, and the strong, bitter aroma of the herbal decoction pervaded the air everywhere. Even the imperial bodyguards, keeping an eye on the stoves, were covering their noses and mouths with handkerchiefs. With a cloth wrapped around his head, Qi Hualien distributed the medicinal decoction together with Ji Gang. Seeing the feverish man who had fallen unconscious, vaguely mumbling some words, he scrutinized him for a moment. Ji Gang was clearing the bowls with nimble movements, but when he saw an unmoving Grand Mentor, he asked, "What's wrong?" "This is the Danqing epidemic disease." Qi Hualien pushed apart the patient's collars. "The rashes will spread over his body. We cannot get close to him. It's contagious." Ji Gang asked, "Can it be treated?" Qi Hualien's scalp itched. He scratched it a few times and said, "Yes, but it's troublesome. The public ditches must continue to be dug, but who knows if any of the infected have spat or pissed in the water. If the diggers were to get infected without realizing it and come into contact with the others, then wouldn't another bunch of them topple over ill? Such a sin." Ji Gang looked beneath the rain shelter awning. "What should be done, then?" "What should be done?" Qi Hualien suddenly pulled up the cloth to cover his face as he looked at Zhao Zui Temple's entrance, where some people had come. He whispered, "It all depends on fate. First of all, the public has to be reassured. There's no room for unrest. Then, assemble all the big and small medicinal stores in Kuru. The infected have to be quarantined and isolated. We can't stay for long, too." Ji Gang put the bowl down. "There'll be someone handling this matter. I'll ask Chuaner to leave." "Lanzhao can't leave," Qi Hualien said. "He's the one handling this matter. At such a juncture, can you count on Han Cheng to step forward and handle this? All of them can hardly wait to hide and dodge this bullet." "No." Ji Gang turned pale. "He's only just a 5th-grade judge now. He doesn't even have the qualifications of a 4th grade to attend court. So how can they let him do it? This is a major issue. There are plenty of higher-ranking people with more authority and power than him. Who are you reasoning with?" Qi Hualien put down the bowls. "There's nothing you can do if Han Qing keeps him here in the name of gaining experience. Once the disease starts spreading, which high-ranking official would be willing to come down here? Even Hai Liangyi won't be able to come. Besides, Lanzhao can't leave. This is the opportunity of a lifetime. If he succeeds, he can get promoted again." "A promo!" Ji Gang shoved him away abruptly and said, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Qi Hualien fell to the ground and climbed back to his feet. He said, "What are you still waiting for if you don't seize the opportunity to act now?" His temper flared too. This is the time when people trample over one another for personal gain. He has to do it no matter what. Do you understand? I don't care to understand. Ji Gang flushed with rage. I'm telling him to leave. I have to take him away. After saying that, Ji Gang moved to head inside. Xiao Tinya walked out towards him and blocked his path. Those in Zhao Zui Temple will be evacuated out. Only infected patients can remain inside. Shifu, don't go in again. Xiao Tinya said with a smile. Teachers' journals and notes have already been shifted to the old residence. Master told me to rent a small building on Shimu Street for both of you. It's close to the palace gates, so there's no way it can get flooded. Move aside, Ji Gang said. It's all the infected inside, so how can Chuaner stay for long? I have to talk to him. Xiao Tianya reined in his smile and said with a stern countenance, Shifu, why put me in a spot? Since Master has already given the instructions, then there's absolutely no reason to change it. It's all the infected here. Master will worry if you remain here. Please come with me on account of his filial piety. Hearing the sound of intense coughing all around, Ji Gang grew even more anxious. He grabbed Xiao Tinya's arms and pushed it back. Xiao Tinya had already anticipated that he would make a move, so he promptly took the blow. Half of his arm had gone numb, but his legs were faster as he moved to block Ji Gang with his entire body. Shifu, Xiao Tinya said in hushed tones, calm down. For Master to make such an arrangement, he would naturally already have a countermeasure in mind. I still have to return here later. Let us leave earlier, and Master can go back earlier too, all right? There are so many pairs of eyes watching. Do you think you can really take him away? Where can you go? Where can you go? Calmed Ji Gang down. He looked at the interior for a long time, then flicked his sleeves and trembled as he pointed at Qi Hualien. But in the end, he said not another word more. Xin Zichuan sat on the bench and closed his eyes to rest. His ears had been buzzing, and he was presently feeling dizzy. Yet his face betrayed none of his discomfort. It was only after a while when he heard someone calling him that he opened his eyes. There was not a single trace of weariness the instant he opened his eyes. The official from the Ministry of Revenue said, Your Excellency the Judge, the supply of herbs isn't sufficient. What are we going to do tomorrow? It's a matter of grave importance. There won't be a break in the supply of herbs. Xin Zichuan gathered the overcoat around him. The imperial physician from the Imperial Academy of Medicine ought to be here already. When the time comes, he will bring news of the prepared herbs over as well. Tell them to continue decocting the medicine. Don't scrimp on the herbs. That official uttered an acknowledgement in response. Seeing his panic-stricken expression, Shen Zichuan said, Which section of the Ministry of Revenue are you an official of? The official hurriedly said, This humble subordinate is not really an official per se, but merely a minor official in charge of the records of official documents. We are all working for the people. It's all the same whether you are a major or minor official. As Shen Zichuan spoke, he extended his hand and pinched the center of his eyebrows. He composed himself for a moment before he continued with a question. What's your name? This humble subordinate's name is Liang Suishan. You will take over the supervision of the herbs tomorrow morning. No matter how big or small, make a detailed record of them. Shen Zichuan said, My guess is that the Imperial Army has already gone to transfer the herbs. Time is tight. We most certainly can't wait for the palace's memo. So the herbs these few days must all be clearly recorded. He suddenly stopped and paused for a moment. Go and rest for now. Pay attention to your health these few days. Report it immediately if you feel any discomfort. Liang Suishan took his leave. The moment the curtain fell back down, Xin Zichuan felt his forehead, which was scalding hot. Gu Qingqing came in right after. Shocked at the sight, he stepped forward and whispered, Judge, Xin Zichuan asked with calm, when did Shi Hongxian get the rashes? for hours after the medicine was applied. Gu Qingqing said, the rashes started spreading up from his legs. For me, I got the rashes first before the fever. Shin Zichuan said with a clear head, the symptoms don't match, so it's probably not an epidemic disease. But as a precaution, I'll drink that medicine too. Gu Qingqing felt a little more relieved. He said, fortunately, you did not take leave this morning. The emperor had been infected with the epidemic disease. Which imperial physician would dare to say he got it while he was out fooling around? They could only find an excuse to fob everyone else off, saying that he got infected out of carelessness. But who could infect the emperor with the disease? If not his personal eunuchs, then it was the guards who often moved around the emperor. Shen Zichuan was, at present, officially tasked to act in the emperor's presence. Supposed he had taken leave this morning, and someone got a handle against him after the fact and made his eczema out to be rashes from the epidemic disease, then he would lose the right to remain before the emperor. Shen Zichuan still carried the burden of Shan Wei's crime on his back. Once he went down, it would really be hard for him to rise again. Even Shen Zichuan himself would find it hard to breathe at this moment. Compared to schemes and intrigues, this kind of unpredictable providence was hard to guard against. If he had not been so cautious, he would have already fallen into someone else's grasp right now. His life and death would then be at the mercy of just one utterance. Seeing Shen Zichuan close his eyes, Gu Qingqing withdrew. Shin Zichuan listened to the sound of the rain, but his thoughts had already drifted far away. Those murky old memories followed right on the heels of the sound of rain. He furrowed his brows amid his vexation and weariness. He did not like snowy days, nor did he like rainy days. The cold and wetness would remind him of the Chashire sinkhole, of Jimu, of all the days he had been on his knees at the mercy of another. In addition, the cold and wetness would make him uneasy and make him gloomy. It would make him into nothing more than a fleshy vessel that was all chilling forbearance and irritability within. Just like this, Shin Zichuan leaned against the wall and dozed off for a moment. But the more he dozed, the more drowsy he became, until he fell asleep for real in this corner. It was already late when Xiao Qie arrived at Zhao Zui Temple. He entered Zhao Zui Temple together with the imperial physician who had hurried over. Behind him, Ding Tao looked miserable because he did not manage to find Shin Zichuan and missed the time. Xiao Qie asked the imperial bodyguard who was decocting the medicine, "Where's the judge?" "I'm looking for him." The imperial bodyguard, with half of his face covered, handed him a bowl of medicine and said, "No matter who you are looking for, you have to drink the medicine first. Viceroy, you imperial army, still has to enter the water. Please be careful and take care." Xiao Qie choked down the medicine without a word. The imperial bodyguard rose and yelled under the rain shelter awning, "Qingji! Is Qingji there? Where's our judge? Please notify him and tell him that Viceroy Xiao is looking for him." Gu Qingqing was lying on the bench, sleeping. On hearing this, he swiftly sat up and draped his clothes around him before walking over. When he saw that it was Xiao Qie, he said, "The judge is resting inside. He hasn't slept all night. Please take a rest too, Viceroy." The 8 great training divisions said they're going to guard the city gates, so there will be only us digging up the rest of this unfinished ditch tomorrow. Physical work naturally has to be done by someone strong and sturdy. Xiao Qie said as he walked, "Watch the door. Don't let anyone in." Xiao Qie lifted the curtain and entered. There was no light lit inside. He swept a glance around, but did not find the man he was looking for. It was only when he took a few more steps that he saw Shen Zichuan, who was leaning against the wall. Xiao Qie was dirty, so he removed his outer garment and sat beside Shen Zichuan to pour out the water in his boots. It was cold inside the room. He put on his boots and went out again to borrow a fire from the stove, then re-entered to find a copper basin to start a fire. Shin Zichuan opened his eyes and said, "Are you done digging down Long Street?" "Yeah." Xiao Qie stoked the fire, Why aren't you sleeping on the bed? Just taking a short nap. Shin Zichuan said, If I lie down, I won't be able to get up. Xiao Qie shifted the basin before the bed and said, Come sleep on the bed. I'll call you up later. Shen Zichuan did not stand on ceremony. He lay down, and Xiao Qie embraced him from behind and pressed his face against his cheek. Shin Zichuan could still hear Xiao Qie whispering at first, but it grew progressively vague towards the back. It was only when Xiao Qie heard Shin Zichuan's breathing deepened a little that he reached out to undo his collars and take a closer look at those red rashes. Not the same as Shi Hongxian. Xiao Qie closed up Shin Zichuan's clothes again and hugged Shin Zichuan until he himself fell asleep. Xiao Qie slept for an unspecified amount of time until he felt a scalding heat in his arms. He was still dazed when he half opened his eyes, but once he got a clear look at the man in his embrace, his mind instantly cleared. Shen Zichuan seemed to be on fire. Sweat had already drenched his temples. Xiao Qie felt him. Shen Zichuan was burning up everywhere. Xiao Qie abruptly sat up and called out to him, Lanzhao, Lanzhao? Shin Zichuan was dripping with sweat. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his breathing was slightly urgent. Roused half awake by Xiao Qie, he said, Quarantine. You can get infected with this disease, even if you aren't near the water. Xiao Qie wrapped him up in the overcoat and shouted, Chunyang, summon the imperial physician. Chunyang, who was leaning against the wall outside taking a nap, jerked awake instantly. He rose and leaped off the steps, then made his way under the rain shelter awning and pulled the imperial physician into the interior. The imperial physician lifted the overcoat open, looked for a moment, then said in an urgent tone, Viceroy, the judge is infected with the epidemic disease. Seems to me that he caught a cold first. Xiao Qie grasped the imperial physician's arm. Staring at the imperial physician, he said in a frosty voice, The judge is what? Panicking, the imperial physician corrected himself. He's overworked and overstressed. That's why he fell ill. That's right. The judge fell ill here today. Xiao Qie tightened his grip. He wasn't ill prior to this. The imperial physician repeatedly said, Right. All the medicine in Kudu is here. I know your excellency has the miraculous hands of a healer in the medical field. Xiao Qie suddenly softened his tone. You can cure him, right? On seeing Xiao Qie's eyes, the imperial physician went weak in the knees. He held on to the edge of the bed for support and nodded in a panic as he said, I can. Chapter 66. Rain ceased. Chapter 66. Rain ceased. Access in and out of the imperial palace was strictly forbidden, so the Empress Dowager arranged for Hai Liangyi and the other heavyweight ministers to rest in the Grand Secretariat's council compound. Everyone inside and outside the palace was in a state of anxiety. The daily cleaning of Li Jianheng's bedchamber was carried out with extra caution, with those serving eunuchs and palace maids all appointed by the Empress Dowager herself. Every time they entered and exited, they had to wash up and change their clothes. They were not even allowed to go out without permission during their breaks. Mu Ru kept watch by Li Jianheng's side, not once relying on the servants. She personally tested the decoction and fed it to Li Jianheng herself. Even when she ate or slept, she never left Li Jianheng's bedchamber. Li Jianheng drifted in and out of consciousness, and subsequently the Imperial Academy of Medicine was on tenterhooks too. Even when they prescribed and decocted medicine, they were careful. Everyone was already walking on eggshells, ready to lose their lives at any time. An air of dread and gloom hung over them all around. Each of them looked utterly wretched and grieved, as if bereft of their parents. The Imperial Academy of Medicine's men outside the palace made all the arrangements for the medicinal ingredients in Kudu. Other than those already infected, all the disaster victims shifted out from the low-lying area had to take the medicine too. The Ministry of Revenue and imperial bodyguards assisted with the distribution of aid reliefs. They set up a porridge and medicine shack outside Zhao Zui Temple, where they gave out medicinal decoction and rice porridge every day according to schedule. Han Jin had already pulled out of Donglong Street on the night Shi Hongxian fell ill. On the pretext of patrolling the various city gates, the 8 great training divisions completely threw the matter of dredging up the public ditches to the Imperial Army. But half of the Imperial Army men had been on standby on Mount Feng awaiting orders, and now they could not get in at all. Xiao Jie did not have that many elite soldiers. Fortunately, there were still some people from the Ministry of Works who had yet to be withdrawn. Together with the dozens of imperial bodyguards, everyone pooled manpower and braved the rain to dig through the 4 main streets. By the 4th day, everyone was exhausted and weak. Chunyang, Gu Qingqing, Qiao Tianya, and Gu Jin gathered together when they returned and leaned against the wall for a nap. Ding Tao and Xiao were young. The various Gidge took care of them and took turns to stretch and straighten out their legs for them to use as pillows when they slept. Ding Tao could not lick ink out from his brush, so the note-taking in his little notebook came to a halt. It had only been a few days, and every one of them had taken on the look of a disheveled and unkempt beggar. Xiao Jie did not sleep much these days. He had to lead men to dig ditches before dawn, and there was no time for rest throughout the day. At night, when he returned to Zhao Zui Temple, he still had to watch over Shen Zichuan. Shen Zichuan was still able to remain awake and clear-headed a few days before, but later on his fever would not recede, and he had a severe case of vomiting. But without food in his stomach, he could only regurgitate bile. When he was fed medicine, he would puke it all out in the middle of the night. So, when Xiao Jie returned, he would hug Shen Zichuan. He would lean against the wall and let Shen Zichuan sprawl face to face on his chest or shoulder. Each time Shen Zichuan felt like vomiting, he would rub his back. In the dead of night, when all was quiet, Zhao Zui Temple was as lonely as a deserted island beyond the realm of the mundane world. The rain had ceased, and there was nary a sound from the birds as the thick, ink-like night shrouded everything in sight. Shen Zichuan's breathing was heavy. He suddenly started to cough, his chest heaving violently. Xiao Jie was jerked awake from his light sleep. He covered Shen Zichuan's back and tiredly jolted his legs to shake him gently. Lanzhao. Xiao Jie coaxed him. Where is Lanzhao? Shen Zichuan looked sickly and wan. The nauseating feeling of wanting to vomit was stuck in his throat. He half opened his eyes and replied in a hoarse voice, "Here, give it a shake, and the illness will dissipate." Xiao Jie said, "When you've recovered, this second young master will take you horseback riding." Shen Zichuan rested his head on Xiao Jie's shoulder and let out a hoarse in acknowledgement. This is actually a position of hugging a child. Xiao Jie ran his palm down Shen Zichuan's back soothingly and, in this moment of intimacy, whispered, "When I had a rash before, my mother held me like this. What are you going to call me now that I'm holding you like this today?" Shen Zichuan nuzzled his cheeks against Xiao Jie and buried his face. After a long while, he said in a muffled voice, "Call you Daddy." Xiao Jie's chest shook as he chuckled and asked, "Touched?" Shen Zichuan coughed. He did not answer. Xiao Jie said, "When I tamed horses in the past, I ate and slept with them. While Lang Tao Shuijin was still a foal, we were stranded in the heavy rain. We also snuggled up like this to keep warm then. It has probably already forgotten about this." Shen Zichuan listened in his drowsy state. Xiao Jie said, "Don't forget this. If you're touched, you have to remember this and repay me in the future." Shen Zichuan wanted to say something. He opened his mouth, but did not utter a sound. Xiao Jie reached a finger out to brush away Shen Zichuan's damp hair and lowered his eyes to look at Shen Zichuan's pale side profile. "Oh, Lanzhao." Xiao Jie murmured in hushed tones, and it was under these murmurs that Shen Zichuan fell asleep. He lay immersed on the verge of a certain kind of agony and delight, wallowing in torment. And from the bitter depth of his misery, he tasted sweetness. Xiao Qie was like the blazing sun. He was also like the wind from the grassland. He stood out from the masses. To Xin Zichuan, hiding that handkerchief on that day with the gloomy and damp rain and snow was like hiding a rousing and passionate dream. In this dream, there was the unrestrained galloping of horses over 1,000 li of grasslands, and the spreading of wings soaring through 10,000 li of clear sky. These eventually turned into an indescribable glimpse, one he would be hard-pressed to recount in detail. Xiao Qie was the one who was a kind of temptation. Every word of, "Oh, Lanzhao," he uttered was spoken with deep feeling. Those frivolous cynicism and firm steadfastness of his blended together contradictorily. He was frivolous as he whispered to Xin Zichuan, yet he was also incomparably dependable as he opened his arms to Xin Zichuan. Xin Zichuan was too powerless to resist. Those deep and frivolous kisses deceived him into dropping his guard, until he became a baddie on intimate terms with Xiao Qie, until he was muddle-headed enough to come to rely on Xiao Qie amidst this affliction. Xin Zichuan's vomiting subsided a little later. Xiao Qie fed him the medicinal decoction little by little. Every time Xin Zichuan showed signs of not waking up from his lethargic sleep, Xiao Qie would say that phrase, "Where is Lanzhao?" which seemed to have the inexplicable power to call Xin Zichuan back time and time again. Xiao Qie originally would still hug Xin Zichuan as he took a nap, but several people died successively one after another in the days after, and he no longer dared to sleep again at night as he listened to Xin Zichuan's gasps for breath whenever the occasion demanded. On the 9th day, 2 more people died under the rain shelter awning. They could not just leave the bodies lying around, nor bury them, so Xiao Qie left them to Gu Qingqing to dispose of. At the time Gu Qingqing led the men to sort out the corpses and carry them out, Qiao Tianya was squatting by the stove fanning the fire. As he watched the medicine, he went through some matters in his mind. The viceroy is waiting to feed the medicine. Xiao came over and asked, "Is it ready?" "The public ditches have already been dug through, so there's no hurry today. Tell the viceroy to wait." Qiao Tianya added 2 pieces of firewood and shifted aside the handkerchief covering his mouth and nose to say, "Keep an eye on the viceroy. He's with my master every day. If he gets infected, we won't have any surplus medicine for him." There was an epidemic at Luoxia Pass during the reign of Yongyi. His lordship led his men to handle it then, and he never got infected. Xiao Wu squatted down to wait. He said, "I heard the various Gidge from Libei say that the Xiao clan has the mandate of heaven. That physique is not one a common man would have. Tantai, who is strong and sturdy too. Didn't he still fall ill just like that?" Qiao Tianya said, "It doesn't hurt to be careful and pay more attention. Have you drunk this morning's medicine?" "Yeah, I did." Xiao Wu honestly answered, "How's Tantai Hu today?" Qiao Tianya moved his slightly numbed legs. "He hasn't vomited since yesterday." Xiao Wu said, "Qinji said that it's because he's strong, and we found out about the infection in time. He's being fed enough medicine too. Plus, the imperial physician is constantly at his side, looking after him. He'll be fine. We can't let our guards down before he's awake." There seemed to be something constantly on Qiao Tianya's mind as he tossed the fan to Xiao Wu. "Watch the fire for me. There's some serious business I need to discuss with them." With that, he rose to his feet and headed for the rain shelter. The curtain of the rain shelter was lifted partially as Qiao Tianya made his way inside. It was dim inside, but not damp. The beddings were also dry. An errand runner from the Imperial Academy of Medicine washed and changed them daily. He saw Xiao Qie in the midst of speaking to Tantai Hu, so he waited for a while. Xiao Qie turned his head aside and asked, "What's the matter?" Qiao Tianya lifted the hem of his robe and took a seat at the bench by the side. Xiao Qie caressed his thumb ring as he looked at Qiao Tianya with calm and composure. Xiao Tinya said, "The Imperial Academy of Medicine and Imperial bodyguards have records of this disease on file. Have you looked at it?" Xiao Qian nodded his head. "Do you know the cause of the outbreak in the city of Danqing?" "Xiao, Viceroy." Xiao Tinya almost called out Xiao the second again and promptly corrected himself. "Before my master fell ill, he checked through the Imperial bodyguard's records here and specifically told me to make a note of certain matters. I've been thinking about this disease these few days, but since Master is not yet awake, I can only discuss this with you." "What did Lanshouse say?" "He said that there's something unusual about the origin of this disease." Xiao Tianya propped his elbows on his knees and whistled at Ding Tao. "Recite the details of Danqing's epidemic to the Viceroy. You have a photographic memory. You still remember, right?" Ding Tao thought for a moment, then said there was an outbreak in the city of Danqing during the year of Yongi. It was summer. The Imperial Academy of Medicine dispatched a delegate to go with the Imperial bodyguards to check on it, and they discovered something strange about this epidemic disease. After some investigation, they learned that there was a burial mound behind the outbreak site. It was dirty and messy, with no one having cleaned it up before. The corpses thrown there before the start of spring had soaked at the rear until it reeked. There was even a cooked food stall in service at the front. The weather was hot at that time, and flies were buzzing all around. The shopkeeper was the first one who fell ill. At first, no one paid it any attention. Even he himself suspected it to be a cold. He grabbed some medicine and carried on with his business at the shop. Oh my! A whole bunch of people subsequently fell ill after those cooked foods were sold. And that was when the prefectural yamen of Danqing realized something wrong. A burial mound, huh? There are all kinds of people thrown there. Perhaps it just happened that one of them had some diseases or was bitten by some wild animals. Coincidentally, it had already been soaked rotten, thus becoming a feast for the flies to dine on. People are naturally susceptible to infection if they get too close. The imperial physician packed his case and said, "It wasn't easy for everyone at that time. Danqing was sealed off for half a year, and quite many people died. We are lucky this time to have discovered it earlier, and we have the experience now. That's why we managed to take precautions in time." "True that. But how did the outbreak happen in Kudu?" Qiao Tinya said, "The low-lying area of Donglong Street had indeed been submerged in sewage. It's only to be expected for someone to fall ill, but there are no homicide cases on Donglong Street. I'll be honest. Viceroy, please don't take offense, but being infected with venereal diseases is to be expected on Donglong Street. Why is it so strange this time that we would get an outbreak of the Danqing epidemic disease instead?" The imperial physician tactfully found an excuse to head out. "There's no definitive explanation for the outbreak of Danqing epidemic." Qinyang thought for a moment, then continued, "There's a collapse and heavy rain this time, and everyone is in the water, so perhaps there are too many epidemic diseases." Qiao Tinya said, "For example, the outbreak in Luasha Pass at that time was a rat plague, so no way Hezhou would have an outbreak of the same plague. The situations in the various lands are different, so we can't lump them together. This humble servant is a deeply suspicious man, and an honest person does not resort to insinuations. I think this disease did not start in Donglong Street, but..." Qiao Tinya lifted his thumb and pointed it at the roof. It fell silent under the awning. The bystanders had more or less turned pale. Qiao Tinya let out a chuckle and said, "Isn't it a coincidence? The celestial being met with misfortune upon descent to the mortal world. It's virtually impossible to guard against dodging a pit only to fall into a well. To these few days, the palace has not sent any word out to us. Viceroy, the public ditch has been unclogged, and the water level has gone down. But why does this matter seem to me like it's only the beginning? Everyone living in the heavenly palace is an immortal." Xiao Qiye said slowly, "These immortals value their lives. They won't dare to play it this way. A possibility, like the one you speak of, is only something a desperate person at the end of his rope, staking everything he has on this one throw would dare to do. I don't know about that. Xiao Tianya said, the Directorate of Ceremonial now lacks a major league eunuch who can take charge and control the 24 yamen. Many matters exist among the chaos where things are left unsupervised. If there's really someone who brings a certain something in, then he would be able to pass it through just by hoodwinking his way through. Our imperial army and imperial bodyguards are all soldiers from the outside. There's nothing we can do about what's happening on the inside. But I feel that we have to take precautions and be on guard when it comes to this matter. Why did Li Jianheng leave the palace? Was it only just to have fun? He had just been through an assassination attempt not too long ago. He was not a gutsy man, so how would he dare to sneak out on the sly? Not unless someone was putting him up to it. Shi Hongxian would discuss everything with Xin Zichuan nowadays. Meeting with mishap this time was something he himself had never expected. And now he was still lying on the bed with his life hanging in the balance. So, who was the one who instigated Li Jianheng and brought about the collapse of Ohua Pavilion at exactly the right moment? Xiao Qie contemplated it in silence. His intuition told him it was not the Empress Dowager, because Li Jianheng was already showing signs of showing filial respect to her. This, to her, was precisely the moment she could stage a comeback. She definitely would not bear to let Li Jianheng die now. Then who else is there? This time, the intent was not to intimidate Li Jianheng, but for Li Jianheng to die for real. But who would benefit if Li Jianheng died? The curtain was lifted once again. The imperial physician poked his head in and said joyfully, Viceroy, His Excellency, the judge is awake. Xiao Qie quickly rose to his feet and strode a few steps out under the awning and entered the house. Xin Zichuan, who had been in a lethargic sleep for days, had his eyes half opened. Xiao Qie crouched softly beside the bed and gazed at him. Xin Zichuan lifted his finger and weakly caressed Xiao Qie's brows and eyes. Xiao Qie grabbed his hand and pressed it against his cheek. Go ahead and touch. Xiao Qie leaned in closer to him and laughed in a husky voice. I'll let you touch. Chapter 67. Sharing a Pillow. Chapter 67. Sharing a pillow. Xin Zichuan was in a slight daze as Xiao Qie's stubble rubbed against his palm until it felt ticklish. He gazed at Xiao Qie and said, Prickly, does it not feel comfortable to the touch? Xiao Qie asked. Xin Zichuan replied, Comfortable. Both men were just a short distance apart, yet it seemed as if there was no gap between them. Xiao Qie was dirty and unkempt. He hardly had time to spare these few days to tidy up. Now he leaned close to Xin Zichuan, giving no regard to his slovenly state as he let Xin Zichuan touch him. Chunyang gripped the door curtain, reckoning that it was about time. He wanted to let the others enter, but then he did not hear Xiao Qie give his permission, so he remained stuck at the entrance with a group of guards, each of them staring at the sky and the ground with a blank expression. Feel good touching it. Xiao Qie could not help but laugh out. Almost. Xin Zichuan pursed his lips and whispered into Xiao Qie's ear. So prickly, it's hurting me. Where does it hurt? Xiao Qie tilted his head and pressed his forehead against his. Xin Zichuan gazed at him with eyes that seemed like mountain lakes moistened with fog. He put that bit of yearning for more in those eyes and revealed it all to Xiao Qie as he exchanged gazes with him. Even the corners of his eyes contained the barest hint of faintly discernible emotion. Xiao Qie suddenly covered Xin Zichuan's eyes. After a moment's pause, he said, This is not the right time to egg me on, is it? Xin Zichuan said, What are you thinking? I'm just looking at you. Not letting you look. Xiao Qie said, Do it when we get back. Outside, Chunyang let out a few coughs and raised his voice to say, Master. Xiao Qie shifted his palm away, stood up and said, Come in. Only then did Chunyang lift the curtain, and everyone entered in a single file. Xin Zichuan leaned against the pillow with an overcoat draped over him. As he drank the medicine, he listened to them recount the details of what had transpired in recent days. When Xiao Tianya was done speaking, he contemplated for a moment before he said, "That's right. There's something fishy about this matter from start to end. I also suspect that the collapse of Ohua Pavilion is not a coincidence, but a deliberate act that took advantage of the opportunity offered by the blockage of Donglong Street's public ditches. It has only been half a year since His Majesty's ascension to the throne. With so many things waiting to be done now, it's just the time for everyone to get their big break." Xiao Qie sat on the bench beside him. Who could bear to let him die? This was also what Shen Zichuan could not figure out. He finished his medicine and handed the bowl to Xiao Tianya, then said, "We can't very well investigate matters in the palace. We need to have a suitable person on the inside before we can do it." It was not a good thing for the position of the brush-holding director of the Directorate of Ceremonial to be vacant. Xiao Qie and Shen Zichuan both could not interfere in matters within the palace. That was the Empress Dowager's territory. The Empress Dowager had the final say over who would be appointed to the post in the future. But it was better than nothing. If they had a planted agent inside, then that would also be a lot better than being completely blind. When Shen Zichuan thought to this point, he suddenly asked, "You wanted to investigate Xiang Yin the last time. Did you find out anything?" Xiao Qie said, "I was so busy I forgot about that." Gu Jin stepped out and said, "I didn't find out any crucial information when I went to Shangyun Villa. Shangyun has only those few patrons. I checked them out one by one, and none of them had anything to do with the perjury matter the last time." Shen Zichuan somehow kept feeling as though there was something he had missed. There was an unseen hand pulling strings behind the scenes that gave rise to these incidents. There must have been some causal relationship between them. He lost himself in his thoughts again. He did not know if it was because he had just recovered from a bout of illness, but no matter how he thought, he could not figure out the link. His Majesty is still unconscious, and his disease has not completely subsided. We still have a few days to spare. There is no rush at this point in time. As Xiao Qie spoke, he moved his shoulders and arms. The public ditches are now unclogged, so everyone should rest well these few days. This matter will eventually be resolved. It's now more important to conserve our strength and energy for the next stage. The guards echoed in agreement and retreated out of the house. Once they were all gone, Xiao Qie sat at the edge of the bed and took off his boots. "You've gotten your fill of sleep, but this second young master is still barely hanging on." Xiao Qie lay down beside Shen Zichuan and said, "Come closer. Be my blanket and cover me." Shen Zichuan turned his head sideways and said, "Sleep with an overcoat draped over you." Xiao Qie closed his eyes and said, "You do it." Shen Zichuan tucked the pillow under Xiao Qie's neck. Xiao Qie made a blind grab for Shen Zichuan's hand and grasped his wrist in passing. Then he pulled Shen Zichuan towards him and embraced him. "Too thin." Xiao Qie touched him. "So much that your bones jab against me when I hug you. Once autumn arrives, the wild game from Li Bei will be here too. You'll need all the nourishment you can get then, and you'll be able to fatten up by the time it's winter." Xiao Qie's breathing was slightly heavy. Feeling sleepy, he turned his head and pressed the tip of his nose against Shen Zichuan's temple. Then he forced a smile and said, "Sleep with your second young master for a while." Xiao Qie was exhausted. He had not got any shut-eye these few days, as he had to stay awake in both the day and night like a lone wolf pacing around his base. No matter how physically strong he was, there would come a time he would exhaust his strength and energy. Shen Zichuan was on top of him. Xiao Qie found this weight just perfect, with the pressure on him making him feel warm and content. Xiao Qie initially wanted to sleep for a while so he could do a proper tally at night for the medicinal herb expenses incurred over the last few days. But who knew that he would sleep until the third quarter of the hour of Een 1 the next day? Still in a trance, when he woke up, he turned on his side and buried himself between Xin Zichuan's arms. Xiao Qie was momentarily dazed before his mind suddenly cleared. He propped himself up for a look. Turned out that his head had slipped off the pillow last night, and he had been lying on Xin Zichuan's arm for the latter half of the night. Shen Zichuan had turned to his side with his head resting on the pillow, while his other hand had pulled over the overcoat and covered him with it. This was a posture similar to a protective hug. Dawn had yet to come. It was dark inside the room. Xiao Qie fell back onto the pillow and hugged Xin Zichuan over to himself, face first. The overcoat just about covered both of them. He asked in a husky voice, "Did I make your arm numb?" Xin Zichuan, half awake, let out an affirmative hum. Xiao Qie rubbed Xin Zichuan's stiff arm and said, "Can't you just call me?" Warmed, Xin Zichuan said, "Xiao Qie said, Xin Zichuan opened his eyes to look at him and said, "You were calling out for Xin Lanzhao in your sleep." Xiao Qie smiled and kept his voice down as he said, "Just dreaming about what I think of in the daytime." Both of them were very close to one another. Xin Zichuan's gaze on him made Xiao Qie's body and heart both hot. His recently recharged energy from having slept enough skyrocketed. He wanted to tease Xin Zichuan, but at the same time he also wanted to let Xin Zichuan sleep. Some random bird was cooing outside, sending a ripple reverberating through the silent night. Xiao Qie said, "Was the reason you asked about Shang Yun earlier because you thought of something?" Xin Zichuan said, "Where is Mu Ru from? Was she the girl the former emperor bought?" "She was a birthday gift the manor down there gave to His Majesty." Xiao Qie wrapped his arms around Xin Zichuan. At first, she was kept in the manor. It took a lot of effort just to train her. I saw from her registered birthplace that she's a native of the city of Jincheng. You think it's her? Because of the assassination attempt, His Majesty came to detest eunuchs completely. There has never been any eunuch he's on close terms with after Shuanglu. The palace maids who usually wait upon him by his side are all carefully selected people. The only person who can egg him on and help him out of the palace is Mu Ru. Shen Zichuan lost himself in his thoughts again as he spoke. If it's her, there must be a reason. She does not have an imperial heir at present. She can only live if His Majesty is alive, so she should be more concerned about His Majesty's safety than anyone else. That's the thing. Xiao Qie said, "The one who can pull off such a scheme must have thought it through carefully. There has to be a reason. The late emperor's sudden death and the Hua clan's subsequent fall from power did not simply result in the removal of a few wuxia hats. It even affected the situational arrangements of Dazhou's various lands. In the past 6 months, Hai Liangyi has been locked in a stalemate in his face-off with the noble clans and barely managed to stabilize the situation. It would benefit no one if the current emperor were to meet with misfortune now. We have to wait for His Majesty to wake up before we can know more." Xin Zichuan said, "The Ministry of Works made such a slip-up this time. Pan Xiangjie will be hard-pressed to absolve himself of blame. He will definitely be censured and held back for investigation. Have you seen the governmental clerk from the Ministry of Works, Liang Suishan?" "Yup, I've seen him." Xiao Qie thought for a moment. "He is one diligent man. I got him to keep a detailed record of all the medicinal herbs coming and going these few days. Once we go out, the Ministry of Revenue and the Chief Surveillance Bureau will come to check the accounts. You just have to hand over this book to them." "Well done." Xiao Qie was not stingy with his praises. When the epidemic broke out, there was no time at all to wait for the memo from the palace. I got my men to get the herbs from the medicine shops. The Imperial Army has our own handwritten notes on record. But when all is said and done, it's not as convincing as the testimony of a man from the Ministry of Revenue. With this book, the Imperial Army and the Ministry of Revenue won't have to rip into each other. Xiao Qie hated to deal with the officials from the Ministry of Revenue. It was so much trouble just to reconcile accounts with them every year. With this major issue of the public ditches being clogged, those old foxes might even think of dragging the imperial army into the mire, so as to put the Grand Secretariat in a spot. After all, the law could not be enforced if everyone was an offender. The beginning of spring was also the most complicated time for political affairs, where piled-up mountains of official documents instantly gave the Grand Secretariat a massive headache. You have no wish to see the Ministry of Revenue, and they are also afraid to see you. Xin Zichuan laughed. The matter of Quanqing silk the last time implicated Wang Xian. I see that he has already been transferred to the Ministry of Rights. Was that your handiwork? I bear no personal grudge against him. The collections of debts in the past were simply official business. Because of me, he was implicated and slapped with an ill reputation for bribery. Shifting him over to the Ministry of Rights is merely a stopgap measure. Xiao Qie said, his hope of getting an outstanding this inspection is definitely dashed. Even if he's appointed a post outside the capital, he'll only be sent to somewhere remote and barren. Wang Xian was unlucky. He originally served as the secretary in the Ministry of Revenue and had a very hard time dealing with Xiao Qie. A few years ago, when the Imperial Army's equipment was worn out, Xiao Qie was the one who personally hemmed him in to reconcile accounts and hound for money every time they carried out manual labor. He had no personal relationship with Xiao Qie to speak of at all. Who would have expected an unexpected calamity to come flying out of the blue? Xiao Qie was denounced before the emperor, and by sheer coincidence, those Quanqing silks passed through his hands. There was no way he could explain himself. In the end, Xiao Qie and Li Jianheng fell back on their brotherly ties and acted out the roles of a harmonious ruler and his minister. But he was stripped of his secretary post for real, and almost became a prisoner. He could no longer be an official in Kudanao, and even if he were to be assigned a post outside the capital, there was nowhere decent to go. He even got an assessment of negligence of duty for the inspection. Half a lifetime of prudence and caution wasted. What a grave injustice. But something clicked in Xin Zichuan's mind, and he said, "Don't tell me you are thinking of making use of this opportunity and assign him to Zhongbua." Xiao Qie laughed and said, "To think you could even guess this." Xiao Qie gave Wang Xian a helping hand and had him moved to the Ministry of Rights. At the very least, the latter managed to secure his job and means of livelihood. In the past, Wang Xian disliked him, but now he had to be deeply grateful to him. Xiao Qie planned to transfer Wang Xian to Zhongbua when the latter was appointed to a post outside the capital. At present, Zhongbua was full of rogues and bandits. Everyone all wanted to stuff their own people in there. We can't get close to other places, but we must plant manpower in Xizhou. Xiao Qie relaxed and said, "That was a good suggestion you gave for the demolition subsidy. Xizhou's prefectural prefect, Zhou Gui, is now on good terms with us. He will naturally understand the implication if we put Wang Xian under his command. The 6 prefectures of Zhongbua will definitely put an emphasis on supervision this year. But no matter who the imperial court deploys over, Xizhou has to remain under my watch." Xizhou was close to the northeast provision's bridle path. By doing this, Xiao Qie was keeping an eye from where he was in Kudu on the main entrances to the granaries for the Libe armored cavalry. He and Xiao Jiming had hardly exchanged correspondences, but the two brothers understood each other perfectly. The Quanqing silk is a latent danger. If Fu Linia had not been too eager for fast returns and messed up by some freak coincidence, then this account would be a blade buried deep in the Imperial Army's account book. Xin Zichuan moved his head and said, "Was this account handled by Xue Xiuzhua?" "That's him, all right." Xiao Qie said, "Xue Xiuzhou, huh? What do you think of him?" "I didn't really pay him any notice at first, but I checked his evaluations for the past few years' inspections, and they were all outstanding. He joined the imperial court during the reign of Yongyi, those last 3 years of Emperor Guanqing. It was only when Emperor Xianda ascended to the throne that he assumed the post of Chief Supervising Secretary in the Ministry of Revenue. He held this position for 8 years until the sudden rebellion at Nanlin hunting grounds last year. He was then promoted and transferred to the Court of Judicial Review, where he became the Assistant Minister of the Court of Judicial Review. He then went on to handle 2 major cases that concern High Majesty's safety, the Hua and Pan's rebellion case and the Feast of 100 Officials' assassination case. He has a good reputation, has extensive contacts in the 8 great clans, and is on good terms with the officials from humble backgrounds, headed by Hailiangi. Shin Zichuan pondered over it for a moment before saying, "But I know nothing of his background before he entered the imperial court." "I know of it pretty well." Shao Chie said, "Ask me." Shin Zichuan raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Tell me. Why doesn't that sound like someone who has a favor to ask of?" Shao Chie gathered the overcoat around him and put his head to Shin Zichuan's. "I'll tell you only if you coax me until I'm happy." The way he said it was frivolous, partially to tease Shin Zichuan. He did not expect Shin Zichuan to look at him, part his lips to puff out a breath, and murmured under hot and soft breath at such close quarters. Soon, that tiny puff of damp heat landed on Shao Chie's cheeks and edged along his straight nose to the front of his lips. Both men touched, almost imperceptibly. Shao Chie suddenly rolled over and propped himself up above Shin Zichuan, leaving a space between them. He pinched Shin Zichuan's chin to correct its position and said, "All talk and no action. This second young master won't fall for it." Chapter 68. Love-making. Chapter 68. Love-making. Then what will you fall for? Shin Zichuan's narrowed his eyes from the pinch, making it hard to tell if he was in discomfort or pleasure. His expression was very alluring, as if fanning the flames. Light through the window was faint. Shao Chie observed Shin Zichuan at close proximity, then reached out and stroked the corner of Shin Zichuan's lips with his thumb. He said, "Get a feel of it yourself." "I'm afraid someone will say one thing but mean another." Shin Zichuan's lips parted and closed as he spoke. The tip of his tongue appeared indistinctly, casting moist warmth on Shao Chie's thumb. Yet Shao Chie could not touch a thing. "Who's acting contradictorily?" Shao Chie leaned over and pressed down on him. "Second young master is so honest." "Honest indeed." Shin Zichuan sighed. "You're so hard." "I just had my fill of sleep." Shao Chie was feeling him up, "And I've been abstaining for quite a number of days to let it all build up. So give me a sweet little treat." Shin Zichuan exchanged a gentle kiss with him and said, "I just recovered from a serious illness, so let's keep it first for another time. I really don't have the energy." "Who would bear to let you exert yourself in bed?" Shao Chie asked, "Would I bear to do that?" "You would." Shin Zichuan gazed at him and said softly, "Whatever you say now are just words to coax and trick me. Once we get on the bed, it all counts for nothing." Shao Chie chuckled. "Is that so? So what did I say when I cajoled you?" Shin Zichuan lifted a finger to block Shao Chie's lips, which was about to drop a kiss. "If you want to hear all about it, then first tell me about Shui Xiuzhua." Shao Chie tightened his arms around him and asked, "What do you want to hear?" His background before he served as an official is nothing impressive. Shui Xiuzhua is a son of common birth, born of a concubine in the Shui clan. Since his early years, he has never been a favored child. Look at his age. He's older than Shi Hongxian and Yao Wenyu by a few years. By all logic, he shouldn't be attending school at the same time as them. So how did he become their fellow student? It's all because he has been neglected at home back then, and the delay by his family caused him to get a late start in his education. This person looks refined and has a way in the way he conducts himself in society and deals with people. Compared to Shi Hongxian, he seemed more like a son of lawful birth from the noble clans. He was already 11 years of age when he enrolled in the academy. As if recalling this person, Xiao Jie thought it over carefully for a moment before he continued. He's talented and intelligent, and he's willing to study hard. So it didn't take him long to stand out from the bunch of noble clan's descendants. But the good times didn't last long. A few years later, Yao Wenyu also enrolled in the academy. Everyone now wants to associate with unpolished jade Yuanzhuo to show that they are genuine talents too. But at that time, their teacher was Teacher Changzong, who was well known for being harsh and exacting. Once Yao Wenyu joined them, the number of times the others got criticized and punished increased. This was because no one could outdo Yao Wenyu when it came to strategies and literary essays. The moment his writing surfaced, no one else's works could ever again catch Teacher Changzong's eyes. Shui Xiuzhua's limelight was thus stolen in those few years. After that, he never displayed his talents again. Later on, Yao Wenyu became Hai Liangyi's student. You know what Hai Liangyi is like, so you can get a glimpse of how talented Yao Wenyu must be for him to be able to become Hai Liangyi's student. But what the others didn't know is that the one who first sent a visitation card to Hai Liangyi was Shui Xiuzhua. He kowtowed thrice to Hai Liangyi, but in the end, Hai Liangyi didn't accept him as a student. If this had happened to someone else, then even if they didn't have a falling out with Hai Liangyi, they would still bear a grudge. But that's what's so impressive about Shui Xiuzhua. He was there on the day Yao Wenyu underwent the rites to become a formal pupil of Hai Liangyi. Not only was he there, but he was also even the one holding the crown. Hai Liangyi disliked him. Yet Shui Xiuzhua had never once uttered a word of grievance and resentment. Hai Liangyi's residence was bestowed upon him by Emperor Guangqing back then. The Secretariat Elder is usually particular about having his peace and staying clean. He doesn't receive local officials as guests in private, and he doesn't arrange for excessive errand runners to assign tasks. There was this one year when his pavilion collapsed. When Shui Xiuzhua heard about it, he didn't even take his meal, and instead went to replace the stones for Hai Liangyi personally. He holds Secretariat Elder Hai in high esteem. Remembering, Shen Zichuan said, "When I looked up his past inspections evaluations, I also saw his essays on contemporary politics from those few years when he had just entered public service. They were all discourses on increasing incomes and reducing expenditures and straightening out the local field books. 3 which were also issues that gave Hai Liangyi headaches when he first entered the Grand Secretariat. He is more like Hai Liangyi's student than Yao Wenyu. Hai Liangyi used to serve in the Ministry of Revenue for over 10 years, so he's very well aware of all the dirty tricks used in the local accounts. To get to the bottom of the accounts, then, Shui Xiuzhua was the one he assigned. As such, Shui Xiuzhua took on the post of the Ministry of Revenue's Chief Supervising Secretary with the specific purpose of inspecting and auditing the various accounts. Xiao Jie lay back down on the bed with Shen Zichuan in his embrace and continued, "I think that his current social connections were all established back at that time. He remained in the Chief Supervising Secretary post for 8 years, and his evaluations were all outstanding. He should have long been promoted, but he never received a promotion. Why? Because Hai Liangyi had the intent to hold him back." Looks like Secretariat Elder Hai was moved by his sincerity. To think he was willing to spend time to polish Shui Xiuzhua. With this camaraderie, even if both men aren't teacher and pupil in name, the relationship between them has already surpassed even that of one. Shen Zichuan slowly furrowed his brows. Serving as the Ministry of Revenue's Chief Supervising Secretary, he can go down to the localities. He has subordinates handling the accounts under his leadership, and he also holds the special privilege of directly submitting petitions to the emperor. It'd be a piece of cake for him to befriend anyone he wants to be friends with. That's right. The Provincial Administration Commissioner of Jueshi is Jiang Qingshan. This is not a man to be underestimated. The last time when Shui Xiuzhua blew the whistle on Hua Xiqian, Jiang Qingshan was the man he investigated the accounts with. Jiang Qingshan's achievements are remarkable. Back then, when Kudu fell behind on the aid relief funds to Jueshi, It was him who did all he could to bear the costs and carried on handling the matter without letting the 13 cities of Jueshi succumb to starvation. He is bold and decisive in what he does. He has the courage to act first and report later. A man with an iron fist. But he has a bad temper and doesn't really socialize much with the officials from the capital. When the parties of Hua and Pan were at the height of their powers, he never once paid Pan Rugi ice respect. For he's a dauntless man, and he has the capability to go with it. That's why even though Hua Sichin hated him, he was not able to get him demoted. A man like him, who doesn't even think much of Yao, when you could still be on close terms with Xue Xiuzhua and call Xue Xiuzhua his brother. So you can imagine how good Xue Xiuzhua's ability to make friends is. Xiao Qie suddenly paused. It's actually all due to Xue Xiuzhua's own competence that Secretariat Elder Hai would later come to promote him. Last time, you spoke about luring the noble clans into a trap. I think you've hit the nail on the head. There's no telling if Xue Xiuzhua can really make it into the Grand Secretariat. I noticed that this person is very contradictory. Xin Zichuan said. His essays on contemporary politics in the previous years were all about the commoner's welfare and livelihood. He went down to the localities, and the stuff he did was all practical and real. Yet he's inseparable from the noble clan's younger generations like Shi Hongxian and the likes. The matter of Quanqing silk is a critical point. I think he's a deep one. He's not acting at random, but planning far ahead. Didn't you say that there was a man at the helm hiding in Kudu? Xiao Qie's expression grew a little more serious. He's a good candidate. His official grade wasn't high 6 years ago when Zhongbua troops were defeated, and he was young to boot. So how can he manipulate those noble clans' old foxes? Just one-way clan is a pain to deal with. My guess is that if there's really such a person, he should be of the same age as Hai Liangyi. Otherwise, with this kind of credentials, it would be hard to convince the others. Nevertheless, there are too few clues. We'll still need to deal with them carefully in the future. Xiao Qie rubbed Xin Zichuan's wrist and said, The collapse of Ohua Pavilion is not without benefits. Shi Hongxian is frightened out of his wits this time. Even if he wants to look for you for a drink in the future, there is nowhere to go. Wine can be drunk anywhere. Even if his Ohua Pavilion has collapsed, there are still other establishments. It's Shangyun who is gone that will be really gone for good. Xin Zichuan looked askance at him. Second young master has really suffered a loss. Without Shangyun, I can always look for someone else. Xiao Qie looked at him. Beauties are aplenty. Isn't there one right here? With his fingertips, Xin Zichuan drew a few strokes on his palm and said, If you don't have 500 taels, I won't drink with you. I am filthy poor. Xiao Qie caught his teasing fingertips. I have no money, so I can only give you something else. What rare item is that to be able to move my heart? Xin Zichuan asked. Xiao Qie guided his hand to land on his waist. Second young master is a fine specimen of a man. So what do you think? I, Shen Lanzhao, am also a dashing man. Shen Zichuan said leisurely, I can just admire myself in the mirror. There's no need for another person. You still don't know how to have fun. Xiao Qie said, How can self-admiration be as delightful as being admired by me? Both of us have to be reflected in the mirror for it to be aesthetically rousing. With glistening eyes rippling with desires, Xin Zichuan asked, So what's considered aesthetically rousing? Seeing is believing. Xiao Qie checked Xin Zichuan's temperature. Try it with me one of these days, and you'll find out. His caresses made Xin Zichuan gasp softly for breath. Both men had not found relief for a long time, and they had just survived the epidemic. All the energy that had just been recovered pooled in their lower abdomens, weighing down on it. And now, all these hugging and fondling had ignited the first signs of desires. Shen Zichuan with a pure heart and few desires. Xiao Qie sighed with deep feelings under his breath. Why can't I tell which is it? That is Shin Zichuan. You are calling for Shen Lanzhao. Shin Zichuan asked, Who do you want? I want both of them. Xiao Qie scooped Shin Zichuan up, made him lean on one side, and pressed down against him from behind. Are you giving or not? With half of his face buried in the bedding, Shin Zichuan merely panted without saying a word. Xiao Qie bit him. His ears were sensitive, and the licking and biting caused his gasps to hitch. Scarlet tints materialized at the corners of his eyes. Chen Yang boiled some water. I'll let you wash up before dawn. Xiao Qie lowered his head and called out to him in a nasal tone, Lanzhao. The bed was makeshift for emergency use. It was small and narrow, and it was a strain on both men to squeeze onto it. Xiao Qie did not dare to thrust right in. Instead, he entered slowly and gingerly from the side. The imperial bodyguards, outside, all had keen hearing. Shen Zichuan did not make a sound and tugged at the overcoat amidst those alternating deep thrusts and shallow withdrawals, even as the sensation of melting apart engulfed him. They were breathing unevenly, both afraid the other would cry out loud, so they kissed neck against neck. The bed shook gently. Xiao Qie's repressed desire fired up, but he could not rock hard into Shin Lanzhao. All he could do was to grind against him. Between the kisses, Xiao Qie said in a hushed tone, Cry out for me again. Shin Lanzhao said to MHN. Xiao Qie laughed. He thrust it a little harder and said, What does Suin MHN Suin mean? Shen Zichuan could not take it anymore and did not dare to reply. Xiao Qie's finger pressed into his mouth, moving and stroking for a little while as he hugged him tightly from the back, thrusting in deep until Shen Zichuan almost moaned out loud. Without them realizing it, the day began to break outside as their bout of lovemaking left them drenched in sweat. Considering that Shen Zichuan had just woken up, and that it was not the place for this, Xiao Qie only did it once. Even after they hastily concluded things, Shen Zichuan remained flushed for a long while. He did not even want to lift a finger during the cleaning up. On the other end, Liang Cuishan looked at the sky and saw that it was almost dawn, so he sorted out the books from these few days and put them in order in preparation of making his report when he met Shin Zichuan. He took a detour to the place and saw Gu Qingqing drinking tea under the rain shelter awning, so he greeted him and asked, Is His Excellency the judge better today? This humble subordinate has tidied up the accounts and specifically come to report the details. Gu Qingqing did not speak. Qin Yang just happened to walk down and replied, His Excellency, the judge, has just recovered from a serious illness, and an epidemic has just passed. His Excellency is also concerned about infecting all of you, so he's not receiving guests today. If the nature of this account permits, I can send it in on behalf of Your Excellency later. Having been ordered by Shen Zichuan to record the accounts, Liang Cuishan did not dare to be sloppy. Naturally, he could not just hand the accounts over to Qin Yang. Thus, he merely said, I'm glad His Excellency is fine. Since it's not convenient today, this humble subordinate will request an audience again tomorrow. Qin Yang nodded, and Liang Cuishan took his leave. Before he left, he noticed that there was no one else around that house, so he knew that the area had been cleared of people, and there were personal guards standing watch. The imperial bodyguards were on duty, and Shen Zichuan was personally appointed by the emperor himself, so he reckoned that there was probably still work to be done. Not daring to take another look or ask another question, he hurried away. Not long after, the shadow before the door shook slightly. Xiao Qie lifted the curtain and stepped out. He had already changed into a clean robe. There was a pair of half-aged boots on his feet, and Shen Zichuan's ivory fan in his hand. He asked, Was he here to report the accounts? I told him to come tomorrow. Qin Yang said. Xiao Qie walked down the steps. Now that he felt refreshed, the hostility that had been in his expression a few days before had all dissipated. He asked, Has Lao Hu's fever subsided? Yes, he's feeling more spirited too, and he ate quite a bit this morning. He wanted to pay his respects to Master. I told him to come again tomorrow too. I'll go see him. Xiao Qie weighed the fan in his hands and said, "The water in the streets has receded, and the sky is now clear. We won't need to stay at Zhao Zui Temple for 2 days before there should be news from the palace. How about Shi Hongxian? He has woken up, but men from the 8 great training divisions are keeping a tight watch on him. They aren't letting anyone see him. There's no hurry." Xiao Qie said with a hint of a smile. His Majesty should have already woken up too. Shi Hongxian can't escape this. The Chief Surveillance Bureau is waiting to impeach him. The public ditches had been dredged up, and the epidemic did not manage to break out in full. The entire matter was beautifully handled. The people at the top did not have to suffer, and it was due to all the credit of those who rolled and crawled at the bottom. It was time to settle the score. He, Xiao Suin, had now slept his fill and ate to his content. He had all the spirit and energy to dawdle with them. Chunyang was by his side when Xiao Qie suddenly asked, "The earring I had you made the last time, are they done crafting it? When we return to the residence in a few days, I'll go collect it on the way." Chunyang said, "I told them to craft it as quickly as possible. It should be done by now. But what rationale is there for a master to go personally? I'll collect it on your behalf." "I have to collect this thing personally." Xiao Qie tossed the ivory fan in his hands to Chunyang and took the lead as he walked away. "Let's go. We'll go pay Tantai Hu a visit." Chapter 69. Evaluation of Merit. Chapter 69. Evaluation of Merit. Li Jianheng was unconscious for a few days, delirious with nightmares and mumbling incoherent words no one could understand. Mu Ru stayed by his bedside, personally feeding him medicine and wiping down his body. The Empress Dowager did not use her royal sedan today. Instead, she took advantage of the good weather to take a leisurely stroll with Third Missy Hua. She said, "Lady Mu is still staying by the Emperor's side, keeping watch over him?" Supporting the Empress Dowager, Matron Liuxiang said, "She hasn't left at all. With everything she has done, the Emperor's affections for her would increase from a 6 to a 10. The Empress Dowager said to Hua Shangyi, "This relationship would take on more weight now that they have shared weals and woes together." Lady Mu may seem delicate and petite. Hua Shangyi followed after the Empress Dowager and said, with the Empress Dowager's words in mind, "But she is also a gutsy one." "That's very accurate." The Empress Dowager said, "Yesterday the imperial physician mentioned that His Majesty is fine now and should wake soon. When His Majesty wakes, it'll be Lady Mu's time to shine. I saw how badly she was lambasted by the imperial censors before, but today even Hai Liangyi himself would have to sigh and commend her for the good woman she is. If she's someone timid, would she dare risk herself like this?" Hua Xiangyi smiled as she took over the blue and white porcelain bowl one from Liuxiang's hands and tossed fish baits into the newly converted lake. She said, "How can she be His Majesty's favorite if she doesn't have a little gut?" She already knew how and when to advance and retreat from her time with Pan Rugi. The Empress Dowager looked at the brocade carps in the lake, vying for the food, and said, "The outbreak of this epidemic is fishy. We could have dealt with Lady Mu and have her sent away for bewitching and leading the Emperor astray with her words. But she's smart. She knows that getting close to His Majesty is an amnesty from death. Too, with her taking care of him to this extent, the only one to be in for a rough time in the aftermath is Shi Hongxian. In the previous suppression of Xiao Qie, the noble clans lost Wei Huixing. Fu Linya has also been denounced and demoted. In the end, no one benefited from it, and now that the imperial army has carried out such an urgent task like the dredging up of public ditches, Xiao Qie will surely be rewarded. Shi Hongxian deserves to be punished." Hua Shangyi said, "He who gives no thought to difficulties in the future is sure to be beset by worries much closer at hand. And I think he has gotten too carried away by his own success because of his transfer to the Bureau of Evaluations in the Ministry of Revenue. It's no coincidence that this misfortune has befallen him. If he had been prudent enough, how could anyone get the chance to plot against him? Now that someone has given him to Shao II as a stepping stone to trample on, it's only fitting for him to be punished. Moreover, while I was making inquiries about the matters concerning Qidong, I heard that the hereditary prince of Libei had given Zhongbua's Cizhou 40,000 taels as aid relief during heavy snow 3 before the new year. It was also in part due to these 40,000 taels that Shao II was able to persuade the Ministry of Revenue. Because of this, Cizhou and Libei have now become friends in times of adversity. In the future, when the imperial court dispatches the provincial administration commissioner to administer the 6 prefectures of Zhongbua, they would have to show some consideration for Libei too. The one who benefits the most this time is Shao Qia. It's not far-fetched, even if one were to claim that he was the one who released the epidemic. With her fingertips, the Empress Dowager rubbed the baits into crumbs and sprinkled them into the lake. Lady Mu is in such good health. So why is it there's still no news of an imperial heir? If we can't get rid of her, then we can only have her in our grasp. Once she has a child, I won't have to worry about the future. In truth, the Li clan had quite a number of descendants. But during Emperor Guangqing's reign, the crown prince committed suicide by slitting his own throat, and the princes who ranked below him either died or were deposed, leaving only Emperor Xianda and Li Jianheng. Emperor Xianda reigned for 8 years, and because his health was poor, only imperial concubine Wei got pregnant with a baby. But on those few days of national mourning, someone drowned imperial concubine in a well without so much as a squeak. Subsequently, there was only Li Jianheng left. Even after Li Jianheng ascended to the throne, there was still no news of pregnancy from the imperial concubines in the palace. The Empress Dowager despised Mu Ru, who had come from an eunuch's compound. She had originally intended to pick a smart and astute girl from the remaining maidens of the Hua clan in Diqing and appointed her hand in marriage to Li Jianheng as an imperial consort. Li Jianheng was not a passionate man who was crazy about love, so once he had a new lover, he would surely give his old flame the cold shoulder. Who would have expected Mu Ru to be both clever and gutsy enough to sway the emperor through pillow talk and speak up numerous times for the Empress Dowager? If the Empress Dowager wanted to raise the future crown prince in her own palace, then she had to keep an eye on Mu Ru's belly now. Speaking of benefit, Lady Mu has also gained from this misfortune. Hua Xiangyi wiped her hands. She still has a younger brother. Does Aunt remember? He's called Fengquan. Matron Liuxiang quietly reminded the Empress Dowager from behind. I vaguely remember such a person. The Empress Dowager said, Didn't he acknowledge Pan Rugi as his grandfather? Pan Rugi has been executed. His Majesty secretly retained him for Lady Mu's sake, didn't he? Fengquan has once received a recommendation from Aunt for a promotion. I'm sure he still remembers Aunt's kindness. Hua Xiangyi supported the Empress Dowager by the arm. Aunt, this sister and brother pair now have no one to rely on. If you give them a little endorsement for a promotion, then to them, you'll be like the goddess of mercy, Guanyin. The Empress Dowager took a few steps and said that Fengquan is a eunuch. Call him back. There's so many vacancies in the 24 yamen. Liuxiang, arrange a good post for him. Consider it a fulfillment of the sibling's wish. Liuxiang uttered an acknowledgement. The Empress Dowager asked again, has Qidong replied? How can the wedding date be scheduled in the autumn? The autumn wind in the Tsang commandery of Qidong is strong. I can't bear to let you marry over during that period. Hua Xiangyi merely smiled. Matron Liuxiang said, the old commander has replied, saying that he'll leave it all up to your Majesty to make the decision, as long as it falls on an auspicious day and hour. The messenger even specially brought along a few chests of Hezhou's silk and satin for the third missy. The head ornaments were also crafted with care and attention. He clearly has put his heart into this. Shouldn't he put his heart into it? The Empress Dowager's smile diminished. He has received such a momentous imperial favor. Liu Xiang immediately lowered herself in obeisance and said, he should. In order not to make Third Missy feel slighted and aggrieved, the men Qidong chose for the bridal escort squad are all respectable generals, and the one leading the procession is none other than Commander-in-Chief Qi. The Empress Dowager's expression underwent a subtle change. In the end, she did not fly into a rage and merely said, I've specifically sent a letter to the Bianjuan Commandery to get the Earl of Bianxia, Lu Pingyan, to come and fetch the bride. But he kept coming up with all kinds of excuses to decline. Isn't it on account of the Prince of Li Bei that he didn't dare to accept? The people from the Lu clan are a bunch of blockheads. I'll have to see exactly what Li Bei can help them with in the future. As for Qi Juyin being the one to fetch the bride, as a girl and a daughter, her seniority is already a notch lower. The nerve of Qi Shiyu to think of it. The Empress Dowager's anger had yet to subside when a eunuch swiftly trotted over and kneeled to say, Greetings to your Majesty. Someone from the bedchamber had come earlier to say that His Majesty has woken up. Liu Xiang hurriedly said, Prepare to set out. Tan Tai Hu, with his clothes draped over him, was carving wood to sculpt a crudely made giant cricket for Ding Tao and Xiao. The moment Qin Yang lifted the curtain, all of them got off the couch and paid their proper respects in order. You have only just woken up, so it's fine to sit. Xiao, Qia motioned for them to rise and took his seat on the chair. How are you today? To report back to the Viceroy. Tan Tai, who wiped away the wood shavings on his hands. My fever is gone, and I have eaten too. I can return to duty today. There's no hurry. Xiao Qia's old robe dropped down deftly. He sat on the chair for a moment. You got ill so suddenly that day. Your health is usually pretty good, so what happened? What did the military medic say? The medic can't explain the cause of this illness either. Tan Tai Hu said, I've been wondering. Why me? I never caught a cold even when I trained bare-chested in the rain during all those times our Imperial Army trained on the military drill grounds. I've seen the name list of those who had fallen ill that the Viceroy had told Qin Yang to compile. Although there are also elderly and youngsters, it's still mostly the young and strong. This epidemic is bizarre. Qin Yang piped up when he heard to this point. His Excellency, the judge, may be right. It's not a natural disaster this time, but a man-made one. Xiao Jia leaned back to ponder it over and said, regardless of which it is, so much time has passed since then. The clues are most likely already disposed of. It's still not too bad since I'm the one who fell ill. Tan Tai, who was still filled with trepidation. If Viceroy were the one who fell sick instead, then the patrols in Kudu would be in chaos. Startled, Xiao Qia's hand, which had been stroking his thumb ring, stopped in place. He said nothing, and the others did not dare to interrupt his contemplation. This didn't cross my mind before you said it. After a long while, Xiao Qia let out a fearless smile. Never mind. It's a bad debt, no? Thankfully, we have a backup plan. It's not all that worrisome. Take a good rest today. Who is taking care of those few children in your home these days? Tan Tai, who did not expect Xiao Qia to remember the children. His eyes felt hot as he said, Before coming in, I entrusted them to Qin Yang. He kept them in the Imperial Army's office compound. With the brothers there to take care of them, they should not have to worry about food. It's all good. Most of the original households in the Imperial Army are locals from Kudu. You guys are non-locals from beyond Kudu who are recruited to fill up the posts here. All of you have no houses and no wives. So it isn't easy for you to raise a few children. This time, you fell ill while digging ditches in the face of a disaster. Consider it a meritorious service. Qin Yang will report it to the Ministry of War for you to get a promotion at the start of spring. In the future, in addition to your monthly salary, The Internal Division of the Imperial Army will also allocate you some child support funds from my personal account. Allocating the money from Xiao Qia's personal account meant that the money was designated and withdrawn from Xiao Qia's official salary. It could be said to be money that Xiao Qia gave him. Tantai, who had already kneeled down on one knee when he heard this, he said, "How would that do? I'm already very content that the Viceroy didn't boot me out and still kept me on duty. Credit where credit is due. You deserve it. I'm giving it to you, so just take it." Xiao Qia rose and said to Qin Yang, "Keep a record of the soldiers who have dug the ditches this time and distribute money to them. The epidemic is no joke. Everyone is risking their own lives here. So what is taking some money in the grand scheme of things? Let it be known that all promotions and assignments will be assessed according to one's merits and demerits in the future if this happens again. For people like Lao Hu Ai, Xiao Suin will take care of the whole family." That bit of displeasure Tantai, who had initially harbored, had utterly vanished. It would not do for him to bring up the issue about Shen Zichuan again because of the kindness he had received. Xiao Qia also took a look at those few from the Imperial Army who had fallen ill, and he did and said the same to them. Even the young ones like Ding Tao received a monetary reward. Shen Zichuan drank his medicine as he watched the bustling scene outside the window. Qian Tianya set up the fire basin and roasted a few potatoes. As he poked the fire, he said, "See how others have gotten a promotion and a windfall. Master, what about me? I'll keep it in mind for future reference." Shin Zichuan set aside the bowl. Qiao Tianya looked at the potatoes with undivided attention, even as he said, "Xiao II is doing it right when it comes to managing his subordinates. He has really put in a lot of thought and effort to be able to consolidate the Imperial Army and turn it into his very own impenetrable defense in the span of just a few years. It's not surprising for him to put in a little thinking and effort into matters that concern his safety and security." Shin Zichuan said, "The Imperial Army is his newly sharpened blade. Naturally, the more smoothly he can wield it, the better. Tantai, who is a high-ranking military officer, he recruited from the outside into the Imperial Army. If not properly managed, then this batch of people with Tantai, who as the head, will become the root of troubles. Timing and people's hearts are all essential and indispensable. He has just the perfect grasp on them all. He suppressed them and rewarded them, sorting them out until they are all submissive and obedient. Even the root of trouble has become a stabilizing force. 5 given Tantai, whose disposition, even if someone were to bribe him with 1,000 gold in the future, it'll be hard to shake his loyalty." Qiao Tianya peeled the potatoes and sighed. "Now that I've compared it this way, Master, you're really way too cold-blooded. The Imperial bodyguards differ from the Imperial Army. All those in the Imperial bodyguards are men from noble clans. Each of them is ambitious and arrogant. Being cold is just perfect. Without any life and death tribulations, there is no way true friendships can form. Everyone has a scale in their heart. Han Cheng has assumed the post of Commander-in-Chief for quite a few days, and there have been quite a number of rewards he has made out as a bribe to those below him. But how many of them really think well of him in private?" Shen Zichuan paused for a moment, then continued, "Now that you have eaten the potatoes, don't eat the meat later. You must have put on at least 7 or 8 genes 6 ever since you followed me." Qiao Tianya said, "Does Master want to listen to a tune? I can play and even sing. I can skip the money, but you can at least reward me with 2 pieces of meat, right?" Shin Zichuan said mercilessly, "Go out." At the same time Qiao Tianya went out, Xiao Qia returned. Qiao Tianya moved to the side to make way, and Xiao Qia strode through the door, hooked a chair over with his leg, and sat beside the bed. "Did you have a good sleep?" Shin Zichuan replied, "So. Xiao Qia said, "That residence of yours has been torn down too. Where are you going to live after you get out 2 days later?" Shin Zichuan sighed. "Live on the streets, I guess." Propping himself up, Xiao Qia whistled at him and said, I have a small courtyard behind the plum blossom residence. Do you want it? Too close together, and it'll be easy to arouse the suspicions of the others. Shin Zichuan gathered his clothes around him, offering a brief glimpse of the marks on his nape. Too far apart, and it'll be hard for us to even meet once every few days. Xiao Chia reached out his hand to smooth down Shin Zichuan's back collar. His eyes lingered on those teeth marks. He was the one who left those marks, kissing that portion all over as if he was holding his prey in his mouth. Shan Zichuan raised his eyes to look at him and said, "See you on the imperial court, hum?" Xiao Chia averted his gaze and said, "That sounds so distant. Then what's to be done?" Shin Zichuan looked at him. "Where's my fan?" Chunyang just happened to be holding a tray as he lifted the curtain. Without even thinking about it, Xiao Chia said, "Gone." Chunyang lost it. Shen Zichuan looked towards Chunyang, who, despite his shock, nodded calmly and said to Shen Zichuan in a heavy voice, "Your Excellency, this humble subordinate, it's just a fan. This second young master will compensate you on his behalf." Xiao Chia said leisurely, "That ivory fan is so crude. I'll gift you one. Even if it's crude, it's from Shi Hongxian." Shin Zichuan said, "How can I put on an act of a crude rascal if I go and meet him later without that fan? I'll give something even more crude." Xiao Chia said, "Inlaid with gold along with jade. This second young master has lots of money. The military drill ground on Mount Feng has to undergo renovations at the start of spring." Shin Zichuan spread his palms open. "Second Master Xiao, have you tightened your belt? You'll soon be so poor that you'll have to go vegetarian. Where on earth would you have the money to inlay gold and jade?" Chunyang put the tray down and backed out of the room. Xiao Chia said, "What? Is this going to be a check of my dollar-accurate dollar tash?" Shin Zichuan said, "Yo, there's even a dollar-accurate dollar tash." Xiao Chia said, "I've plenty of those." Shin Zichuan smiled and said, "Then that's really—" Chunyang, who had just exited, turned back and said outside the curtain, "Master, an imperial edict has arrived from the palace." Both men reined in their expression. Xiao Chia immediately rose and single-handedly brought Shin Zichuan up as well. Chapter 70. Temple Reopening. Chapter 70. Temple reopening. As it was with haste that Zhao Zui Temple received the imperial edict, Xiao Chia and Shin Zichuan were both not wearing their official robes. Everyone gathered in the courtyard and kneeled. The eunuch who had come to deliver the edict looked unfamiliar. Not daring to put on airs, he quickly started to read out the imperial edict when he saw the person it was intended for emerge. The eunuch finished reading the imperial edict and bowed slightly, saying to Xiao Chia, "Viceroy, please rise quickly." Xiao Chia received the imperial edict, and Chunyang immediately called for someone to brew and serve tea. "Zhao Zui Temple is pervaded with the stench of illness all over," Xiao Chia said, "so I won't invite Gong Gong inside for a seat today. The Viceroy has been hard at work attending to official duties and has gone without rest for days. It's the Viceroy who should be the one invited to take a seat first." The eunuch merrily took a few sips of the tea, then furrowed his brows and sighed. "How is this tea fit for distinguished men? Viceroy, now that His Majesty is awake, then, according to the Secretariat Elder, His Excellency the Judge, and you may take a rest. There are still people under the awning who are still down with the disease. I'm on official duty, no? I wouldn't dare to be careless." Xiao Chia put on a relaxed expression as he acquainted himself with eunuch over a few exchanges of pleasantries. Both of them stood in the courtyard, drinking tea as they chatted and laughed. Xiao Chia asked, "Did His Majesty regain consciousness today?" The eunuch, named Fumin, replied, "That's right. He just woke up this morning. All the Nyang in the palace are weeping tears of joy. Her Majesty personally instructed the Imperial Academy of Medicine to take good care of him. Everything mentioned in this imperial edict was merely formalities. They simply commended the imperial army, imperial bodyguards, and the Ministry of Revenue Secretary for their quick actions and timely defenses this time round. But details of their rewards were only briefly mentioned in passing. Fumin had only just assumed office, and he usually served in the Grand Secretariat compound. The Grand Secretariat officials held eunuchs in contempt, and Hai Liangyi, in particular, loathed eunuchs. So whenever Fumin was on duty before, he could not look at Hai Liangyi right in the face. He had to retreat to the side and kneel down to reply. Whatever Hai Liangyi asked him, he would answer the same. He did not dare to jest and clown around, much less grin or beam. Now he had not only received a cup of hot tea here, he also saw how Viceroy Shao was a man who was naturally carefree and not bothered about trifles. Thus he gradually relaxed as they conversed, intending to do Shao Qi a favor and use this chance to cotton up to the latter. This humble slave has been going around the Grand Secretariat these days to serve the Secretariat Elder Tea, and so this humble slave has more or less come to hear some rumors about the Viceroy. Fumin shifted 2 steps over and said in a hushed tone, without a change in expression, Shao Qi lifted his hand to motion for the others to back off. With his arm around Fumin's shoulders, he said, "Then you're the new favorite close to the Secretariat Elder. I myself have to watch the sky for the weather before I act and make wild guesses as to which impending storm is brewing. Perhaps Gong Gong can give me a pointer or two." Fumin hurriedly said, "I would not presume to be worthy of giving pointers. For the sake of the sovereign and people, the Viceroy carries out his official duties with conscience. The Secretariat Elder knows this too. The Grand Secretariat has also deliberated for a few days over the conferment of a ward this time. It's nothing bad. All the Viceroy has to do is to wait for it." Shao Qi merely smiled. "I wouldn't dare to hanker after the credits this time. The situation isn't something I alone can get back to normal. I'd feel uneasy if the reward is too much." "Oh my, Viceroy!" Fumin slapped his leg. "You're too humble. Is Shen Zichuan the one from the Imperial Bodyguards who is in charge of the mission?" "That's right," Shao Qi said. "He's a frosty one." Having heard that they were on bad terms, Fumin promptly laughed and said, "Who would have known that the Viceroy would get together with him this time? Since the matter has been handled, then he is bound to receive a reward too. But he serves in the Imperial Bodyguards, so how is he going to be rewarded? The Grand Secretariat can't overstep their authority. One, it all depends on His Majesty's intent. An exception was made for him when he was promoted to the position of Southern Judge before the new year. It's too fast for him to be conferred another reward again now." Shao Qi said, "The Grand Secretariat didn't object?" Fumin carefully set the teacup aside and said, "The Viceroy is sick and tired of him, so naturally you take note of him. But now the various excellencies in the Grand Secretariat are all busy with other matters. If he were to be promoted for real, no one would dare to contradict and rebuff His Majesty over such a small matter like this. His Majesty has met with misfortune one after another. Even Secretariat Elder Hai would acquiesce to him at this point in time. But let this humble servant tell the Viceroy something in strict confidence. This man, if promoted too quickly, will be a latent danger. The current officials of 5th grade and above in the Imperial Bodyguards are all lads that come from families with a long history and deep roots. That Shen Zichuan, who would think well of that family background of his. Head to the streets now and yell out Shen Wei's name at the top of your voice, and all you will get is countless spittle of saliva. His promotion to the top will only make these people humiliate him in public and in private. Someone who has many merits to his name and has received rewards for them will only cause the others to be jealous of him. The Imperial Bodyguards are, to begin with, a behemoth that is as ferocious as beasts of prey, like the wolves and tigers. If he wants to hold on to his prize, it will still have to depend on his capabilities." Shao Qi chatted a little more with Fumin before getting Chunyang to see him out. When Chunyang saw him out, he gave Fumin a hand and helped him up. It was only when Fumin got onto the horse and was midway through his journey that he felt a heaviness in his sleeve. He fished it out for a look and instantly beamed with delight. The viceroy is generous. Fumin stuffed the money back into his sleeve. A man worthy of being a friend. Shen Zichuan met Liang Cuishan and listened to him give a clear tally of the accounts. He asked him a few questions, and the latter could answer them all readily and methodically. It was really a shame for this person to be a minor, unranked 2 official. Shen Zichuan said, "These few days have been chaotic. There are countless small and big medicinal shops in Kudu, and the coming and going of the medicinal herbs is a complicated mess. You have certainly gone to great trouble to have recorded it all this clearly. This is what this humble subordinate does in his official capacity. This is my duty. It's what I should do." Liang Cuishan said with concern, "Your Excellency looks better today. The illness is eradicated once the medicine takes effect. I'm fine now." Shin Zichuan said, "Make copies of this account and leave one for the Ministry of Revenue. You have to report back to the higher-ups. Then give the Imperial Army a copy so that they know what to expect." Everyone was on tenterhooks with the epidemic spreading a few days ago, so they could set aside all old grudges and hatred. But now that the rain has stopped, it was time to decide on the awards on the basis of each man's merit. With 3 parties all involved in this matter, it was hard to guarantee that there would be no mutual denunciation and backstabbing among them. As a minor official at the lower ranks, Liang Cuishan had seen a lot. He initially thought that Shen Zichuan did not get along with the Imperial Army. So at present, Shen Zichuan should be strangling the Imperial Army until he went red in the face. But unexpectedly enough, Shen Zichuan did not step forward, nor did he speak up on the matter. Even with the job done, he did not hog all the credit for himself. Liang Cuishan hesitated for a moment before he decided to say, "It was Your Excellency who instructed this humble subordinate to record these accounts. For me to hand it over like this, I was in a muddle while I was ill. You did many of the stuff on your own." Shin Zichuan closed the book. "I can see that you're methodical when it comes to your work, and you've served in the Ministry of Revenue for so many years. So why are you still just a desk clerk?" Liang Cuishan seemed to have a hunch and said in a pained voice, "This humble subordinate has served in the Ministry of Revenue, starting from the 2nd year of Shinda. At that time, the one in authority up there is a member of the Hua clan. This humble subordinate is embarrassingly short on money, and I only know how to run errands. I don't have the money to grease the higher-up's palm. The higher-up let me attend to official duties in my original post, and my evaluations all these years have been in the lower middle range, with neither merits nor demerits." After a moment of silence, Shen Zichuan said, "His Majesty is now opening up opportunities to air one's views, and the 6 ministries are lacking in talents. There's no need for you to feel disheartened. The opportunity will present itself when it is due." Knowing from this that Shen Zichuan meant to recommend him for a promotion, Liang Cuishan hurriedly bowed to him and said, "Your Excellency's recognition and appreciation of this humble subordinate is a kindness this humble subordinate will never forget." Shin Zichuan got up and said nothing further as he lifted the curtain and stepped out. Liang Cuishan looked at the floor blankly, only realizing after a while that the tears were already streaming down his cheeks. What he did not tell Shin Zichuan was that he was from Jueshi, and his first few decades were spent on a prolonged period of studying. As such, he passed the imperial examinations a few years late. At first, he was supposed to assume duty at the Ministry of Personnel, but someone spent bribe money to take his place. He was then transferred to the Ministry of Works, where he received outstanding evaluations for the few years he worked there. As he was good in calculation, he was once again transferred to the Ministry of Revenue. He initially thought he could show and put his skills to good use at the Ministry of Revenue, but in the end he was oppressed from above by a distantly related descendant of the Hua clan, an utter disgrace who simply muddled his way through. He was the one who did the job, but it was this higher-up's name on the reports that were submitted to the top. He tried to seek help from his connections to get a transfer elsewhere, But those at the top did not agree, wanting to exploit him as a manual labor for free. He was suppressed and oppressed again and again until he eventually became a clerk in an official post, so minor that he could not even be considered a legit official. He initially thought that he had to give up his dreams of glory in this life, disillusioned as he was with worldly affairs. 3 who would have expected that misfortune could turn out to be a blessing in disguise? Every cloud indeed has a silver lining. It was only 2 days later that the order forbidding access in and out of the palace was lifted. The operations of the 6 ministries reverted back to normal, and Zhao Zui Temple withdrew the men. Those who had yet to recover were all left under the continued care of the Imperial Academy of Medicine. Shan Zichuan was all clean as he stood before the door, once again all decked out in his embroidered python robe 4 and phoenix tail belt 5 with his waist token hanging on his waist and sword by his side. Xiao Jie had also tidied himself up, dressed in a scarlet court robe with an embroidered lion rank badge, 6 looking tall and leggy. Both men put on a hypocritical show of bidding each other farewell. "I'm heading this way." Xiao Jie whistled to summon Overlang Tao Xuejin. He patted his horse on the back. "Is Your Excellency the judge entering the palace with me?" "Please go ahead first, Viceroy." Xun Zichuan said politely, "This humble subordinate has to go to the commander-in-chief to make a report." "It sucks to be a subordinate." Xiao Jie flipped atop his horse. "When are you coming up to play?" "I'm afraid of heights." Xun Zichuan looked up at him. "You'd do best to sit tight. It's too complicated and cumbersome to deal with the aftermath. Whether I can sit tight depends on whether you're willing to show mercy." Xiao Jie pointed and tapped at his own chest with the horsewhip. "Be gentle." Both of them parted before Zhao Zui Temple. Instead of going to look for Han Cheng immediately, Shan Zichuan drove the carriage to the place where he had Ji Gang and Qi Hualien settled down. This little building was surrounded by a courtyard, with a half-dead pear tree jutting out from the top of the wall. Shin Zichuan entered, passed through the courtyard, and headed up the stairs, only to see the main hall doors tightly shut. There were no signs of Ji Gang or Qi Hualien. Qiao Tianya sensed the oddness in the atmosphere. He could see from the messy footprints on the ground that there were people here. Grasping the hilt of his blade with his palm, he strode a step forward and said with a smile, "Is there no one here? If there isn't, this humble servant is going to draw his blade." A sudden gust of wind sent the withered branches of the pear tree swaying, and weeds in the courtyard assaulted the hem of his robe. Qiao Tianya surveyed the place with sharp eyes. He had already discovered that the place was teeming with people both inside and outside the courtyard. "What blade are you going to draw? We are all acquaintances here." A rather weak and feeble voice rang out from inside the house. "Lanzhao, why aren't you saying a word?" The ruthlessness in Shen Zichuan's eyes was dimly visible, yet he forced a laugh and said, "Second young master, have you recovered?" Shi Hongxian was all wrapped up in fox fur inside the house. He had lost quite some weight, and he did not look too good. Holding up the teacup, he stared askance at the door and said gloomily, "Would I dare to see you if I haven't recovered? My good brother, why didn't you tell me that you're hiding such a bigwig here?" Xun Zichuan laughed out loud and raised his head to motion for Qiao Tianya to retreat. He abruptly pushed the door open, startling up the dust inside the room. An entire room of guards turned to look at him, each of their blades already drawn with glints of snowy white light. Shi Hongxian sat in the very middle, grasping the teacup. Showing no signs of fear, Shan Zichuan strode in and said, "One is a fool and the other a loony. What kind of bigwig can they be? If you want them, then why don't you just tell me?" Shi Hongxian could not bring himself to laugh. He said, "If Qi Hualien is no bigwig, then Hailiangyi is no rarity either. Lanzhao, oh Lanzhao, you are truly a deep one to hide it all this while. To think the grand mentor of Yongyi taught and guided you personally. Haha, Is he banking on you to be the emperor? He's already crazy. Shin Zichuan pulled out his handkerchief to wipe the dust at his own pace. He cast a glance at Shi Hongxian. You're afraid of a madman? I am. Shi Hongxian suddenly flung the teacup down. A madman taught a mad dog, whose bites caught me off guard and turned me into a bloody pulp. The surrounding blades pressed in swiftly. Shin Zichuan smiled and said, That makes no sense. If you want to kill me, at least let me die knowing why. Did you, Shi Hongxian said in a malevolent voice, teamed up with Xiao II to screw me over? The atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. Shadows fell upon the sides of Shin Zichuan's face. After a moment of silence, he suddenly smiled and braced himself against the edge of the table. That's right. Shin Zichuan scrutinized Shi Hongxian with darkness in his eyes as he said both contemptuously and wickedly, Even if I dare to say so, do you dare to believe the same? Chapter 71. Trap. Chapter 71. Trap. The atmosphere was forbidding. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. With his hands on the chair handles for support, Shi Hongxian reacted quickly in this heart-stopping atmosphere and said, obscuring truths with falsehoods. You are throwing out misleading traps again. Shin Zichuan, do you really think I won't dare to kill you? The blade is already on my neck. Shin Zichuan turned his head to look askance at the blade. You can just give the command to take down my head. Shi Hongxian did not dare to let up even the slightest. In this confrontation, he was not willing to miss any of the subtleties in Shin Zichuan's expression. Although he was sitting tight in the chair, he was even more anxious than Shin Zichuan deep down. Yet, the more he warned himself not to be influenced by Shin Zichuan, the more he would be spurred on by the expression in Shin Zichuan's eyes and by his tone. For what it's worth, we are brothers. Shi Hongxian said with a superficial, insincere smile, Lan Cao, tell me the truth, and I'll leave your corpse in one piece. Much ado about nothing. Feel free to do it. Shin Zichuan egged him on. Come on. Shi Hongxian's fingers dug tightly into the chair handles as he exchanged stares with Shin Zichuan. But Shin Zichuan was too calm and composed. Thus Shi Hongxian said, Aren't you worried about Qi Hualien at all? Once you're dead, I'll skin that old dog and sell him out to the Empress Dowager to plead for leniency. Shin Zichuan said, If you handed Qi Hualien to the Empress Dowager 20 years earlier, she might really pardon you for your negligence this time. But Qi Hualien is now worthless. He's not worth alive, and he's worth nothing dead. You are a veteran merchant. Would you feel at ease to do such a losing deal? I think you're lost your mind and gone silly from the illness. Qi Hualien is merely feigning insanity. Shi Hongxian said, Do you think I can't tell? To survive, he tucks his tail between his legs and struggles on whilst at death's door. That's quite the convincing act he has put on. Shin Zichuan sneered. Are you trying to sound me out at this point in time? He's just a lunatic. If he is a lunatic, then who are you studying under? Shi Hongxian stretched his neck out. Zhao Zui Temple made you a new person. How did that last remaining survivor of the Shen clan who was so much like a lapdog 6 years ago become so gutsy and resourceful? Huh? Lan Cao, you tell me. Man proposes, heaven disposes. Shin Zichuan's expression was gloomy. Don't you know what it's like to be a lapdog at others' beck and call and have them kick you around? If I don't shed my skin, how can I break out of the hardships and make it out there? It's better to rely on oneself than on others. You and I are both fleeing for our lives from perilous circumstances, and yet we are now in internal strife. Shi Hongxian, you sure are doing a good job getting rid of someone as soon as he outlives his usefulness. Much like killing the donkey the moment it leaves the millstone. If you hadn't leaked the news, then how would Ohua Pavilion collapsed for no reason? We call ourselves brothers on the inside, but the moment you step out, you backstab me in the back. I can't be compared to you when it comes to being ruthless. But as fate would have it, I didn't die. Shi Hongxian said in a chilling voice, "You want to ingratiate yourselves with both parties, but there's no such thing as having your cake and eating it too, is there? What can Xiao give me that is worthy enough of raising your suspicions to such an extent?" Shen Zichuan said sarcastically, "He's not Xiao Jiming. He can't be the prince of Li Bei, nor can he command the Li Bei's armored cavalry. He's merely a trapped beast in this kudu. What's the difference between him and me? Whatever it is that he has, I have no lack of it either. He has a good life that you don't have." Shi Hongxian said, "He's the second son of the prince of Li Bei, a legitimate lawful son from the direct line of descendants, born of the same mother who birthed Xiao Jiming. Even if he can't inherit the title and position of the prince of Li Bei, he has tens of thousands of willing troops at his disposal. Aren't soldiers precisely what you're lacking?" With an indifferent expression, Shen Zichuan said, "I hold a post in the imperial bodyguards. Why would I need troops for? It's only in Kudu that I have a way to survive. Leave Kudu, and there is nowhere else I can put my abilities to use. I'm the 8th common son of Shenwei, while you are the 2nd lawful son of the Shi clan. Have you and I ever had an easy time before? This shows that there's no difference between the sons of lawful or common ranks. When it comes to people, even heaven cannot reach a final verdict until the very end. By speaking such treacherous words, you have already regarded the societal order of this world as nothing." Shi Hongxian raised his finger and pointed to his own toe. "But you got to admit that some people are born to be masters as the continual successions of the upper echelons of the noble clans keep it going. This is fate. If there is no difference between those of common birth and lawful birth, then how can the bloodline maintain its legitimacy? He who is surnamed Li is just simply a cut above you with the surname Shen." Shen Zichuan stared at Shi Hongxian and roared with laughter. Insanity stirred once again in those expressive eyes as he said, "That's right, that's right." When Xiao Tianya saw the upsurge of Shen Zichuan's murderous intent in this split second, he almost thought that Shen Zichuan was going to draw his blade. He did not expect Shen Zichuan to say next in a genial tone, "If that's the case, then what future can I have by following Xiao? If you believe the rumors and lay a trap to kill me today, then you will come to regret it someday in the future." Shi Hongxian faltered, besieged by doubts and unable to come to a decision, but his expression betrayed nothing. He merely lowered his eyes and said, even when faced with imminent death, "You're still putting on an act. You came here as soon as you left Zhao Zui Temple. Isn't that proof enough that this place is important to you?" "Of course." Shin Zichuan's emotions seemed to have sunk into a deep pool of waters, where there was not even a trace of a ripple to be seen. He said, "That is Qi Hualien you're talking about. Even though he has gone crazy, he is also the Qi Hualien who used to be the triple Yuan top scholar, one which the crown prince of the Eastern Palace personally invited to take on a leading official post. Now that he's in my hands, I'll never hand him over to anyone else unless he's dead." Shin Zichuan was right in his presumption that Shi Hongxian was setting up a trap to deceive him. Shi Hongxian had no idea at all if Qi Hualien was insane for real or just putting on an act. He merely wanted to preempt and catch Shin Zichuan off guard. Although Shi Hongxian did not have Shui Xiujua's capability, he had an ability one would find hard to surpass, and that was eloquence. The reason he was able to incite the Imperial College to rise in rebellion with just a single tea-house meeting was all because of his glib tongue. And this also happened to be his weak point. If he was really certain that Shen Zichuan and Xiao Jia were setting up a trap to screw him over, then he would not give Shin Zichuan the chance to open his mouth. He dragged his sickly body here because he could not be sure if Shen Zichuan was collaborating with Xiao Jia. That was why he had to bring out his own special skill and engaged in a battle of words to trick Shin Zichuan into telling the truth. "What do you want Qi Hualien for?" Shi Hongxian asked with dread and fear. Shin Zichuan suddenly hit upon an idea. Going along with it, he bent over and said to Shi Hongxian. Chi Hualian was the crown prince's teacher. There was the incident at the Eastern Palace back then, and I heard that there was an imperial grandson still in his infancy. Ji Lei did not reveal the imperial grandson's whereabouts to me before his death. I was afraid, Chi Hualian knew, so I had to keep a close watch on him. Shi Hongshuan's countenance changed in spite of himself. He said, "The Empress Dowager will never leave any survivors behind. It's common practice to stamp out trouble at its source. So what are you daydreaming about?" Shen Zichuan said, "If there is no imperial heir in hand who would dare to conspire to murder His Majesty, there will be nobody else with the surname Liandajo if he dies. You aren't the one who did it, and it isn't me either. Instead of falling out with me here, why not put down your blade and discuss a countermeasure with me?" "How would I know that it's not you?" Shi Hongxian did not move. "No one but you know the structure of Ohua Pavilion best. It's simply too convenient for you to tamper with it. In addition, I keep encountering calamities one after another, yet you keep getting promoted again and again. Your meritorious deeds sure have grown. I have only just gotten into His Majesty's good graces. It's just the time for me to build up my strength and climb my way up. So why would I kill him? What's more, you and I have been conspiring together for quite some time. So why would Shower believe me based on some empty promises?" Shin Zichuan gradually let out a smile at him. "Even if I kill you, it should be at a time when there's much more in it for me." The way he said it was half in jest, but it made the blood of those listening run cold. Shi Hongxian covered his lips and coughed, using this interval to evade Shin Zichuan's gaze. Although they had conspired together to kill off many people, Shi Hongxian still could not confront Shin Zichuan head-on. This was not a momentary fear, but fear accumulated over their course of acquaintanceship. He could not forget the way Ji Lei looked with his skin flayed. That was why he wanted to act quickly now that his suspicions were aroused. This man cannot live. Shi Hongxian thought, once the time was right, he had to kill him off no matter what. Such a man would certainly not let himself be used for Shi Hongshuan's own purposes. His talk about there being no differences between those of lawful and common birth had already revealed his lack of respect and reverence for the 8 great clans. Everyone was attempting the impossible that ran against the interests of their opponents, much like bargaining with a tiger for its hide. And what they were competing against was who would be faster in the days to come. Shi Hongxian secretly made up his mind. He smiled too and said, "I'm scaring you only because I myself was scared after being crushed in that pit. Lance Hao, you'll surely understand if you were the one lying in there. What are you people standing around there for? Put away your blades. Don't hurt His Excellency the Judge." The surrounding blades returned to their sheaths, one after another. But Shi Hongxian did not tell his men to withdraw from the room. Pulling at his fox fur, he said, "Everything happened too suddenly these few days. With our communications cut off, it's inevitable that we would come to be mutually suspicious of one another. It's all good now that we've cleared the air. Come, Lance Hao, take your seat and we'll talk." Shin Zichuan said, "Blades and swords have no eyes. Second young master, next time, give me a warning first so that I can prepare for it and won't be as in such haste as I am today. It's remarkable how you remain composed in the face of danger." Shi Hongxian lifted the teapot to infuse tea. "As you know, what we are doing can cost us our heads. I was really forced into a corner this time. Otherwise, how would I treat you in such a way? It's all because I was forced to. I got anxious seeing how Shao II is going to be as pleased as Punch riding the crest of success soon. Come, take a seat quickly. Still holding it against me? I, with the surname Shin, am unworthy of being in high position." Shin Zichuan sized up the room. "How would I dare to sit next to you?" Shi Hongxian laughed out loud and said, "Those are all bullshit. They are merely words spoken to disparage others. How can be you the same as the others? Take a seat." Only then did Xin Zichuan take his seat. Shi Hongxian held out the tea to him and said with an apologetic smile, "If you ask me, the surname Shen is really holding you back. Don't you think so? If you had been born in the Han clan or the Fei clan, there wouldn't be this much animosity between us, right? Lance Hao, please be appeased. Now tell me seriously, what are you keeping this Qi Hualien for?" Xin Zichuan touched his sleeve pocket before he remembered his ivory fan was lost. He said, "The old loony has been scared stiff by the crown prince's suicide where he slit his own throat. I ran into him all the time when I was in Zhao Zui Temple and heard some of his intermittent ravings, so I thought of keeping him just in case there's a future need. You should have asked me about the matter regarding the imperial grandson." Shi Hongxian brushed aside the tea foam. "Don't think about this matter anymore. It's impossible. Not even a chance of it happening." Xin Zichuan turned the teacup around gently. He did not drink it. Shi Hongxian drank the tea, grunted twice, and said, "That task was carried out together by Ji Lei and Xin Wei, both of whom were ruthless. Even the fair and beautiful crown princess was strangled to death by them. And you want to pin your hopes on them showing the imperial grandson mercy? What's more, they were the sworn enemies of the imperial grandson for killing his father. You think they had nothing better to do than to sow the seeds of future trouble for themselves? Was that what Xue Xiuzhua said too?" Shi Hongxian cast him a look and asked, "Why are you asking about Yanqing specifically? You're familiar with one another." Xin Zichuan's gaze did not falter. "You're on good terms with him. Wasn't your promotion to the Bureau of Evaluations this time precisely because you listened to his advice? Both of you are zhuge liang. I'll listen to whoever makes more sense." Shi Hongxian kicked the ball back and said, "They said scholars look down on one another. Why are you smart people also mutually belittling each other? That's really not it." Xin Zichuan said, "You were transferred into the Bureau of Evaluations before the inspections, and subsequently, this red-hot assignment fell upon you. That would make others green with envy. It's hard to say that this wasn't the reason you were set up. Xue Xiuzhua has been an official for quite some years, and he never thought of it. If he did, then why did he still persuade you to go?" Shi Hongxian was drinking tea when his movement paused. He said, "Who would have expected someone to really strike out at me? It's not Yanqing's fault. He has rendered a meritorious service by protecting the emperor at the Nanlin hunting grounds. Yet he knew to conceal his abilities and bide his time at that time and didn't go all out. Instead, he went to the Court of Judicial Review for more experience." Having said to this point, Shen Zichuan continued no further and merely smiled at Shi Hongxian. "I just find it strange." As if he had not heard it, Shi Hongxian smiled too. "Oh my, this interruption almost made me forget about it. Lance Hao, now that I've recovered and His Majesty has woken up, the Chief Surveillance Bureau will start to impeach me. Help me think of a way. I can't be transferred out of Kudu. The fault lies with His Majesty this time, but no one is blaming him. And the Ministry of Works and Ministry of Revenue are both shirking responsibilities and shifting the blame around. You happen to land right in the middle. Everyone will naturally target you." Xin Zichuan set aside the teacup. "This is a tough one to deal with. Pan Xiangjie and Wei Huaigu, 3, huh?" Shi Hongxian said, "At the end of it all, they just want money. Getting rebuked is really no big deal. They are only latching on to me because they wanted to take advantage of the situation to raise the price and make me fish out money to pay for the shortfall with my own money. How many people died this time? As long as His Majesty is fine, everything else can be bought. Without tens of thousands of taels this time, I'm afraid it'll be hard to settle." Xin Zichuan said with a smile, "I have money." Shi Hongxian set aside the teacup too and said, "But I'm not willing to give it to them. I'm at fault for accompanying His Majesty to the brothel. But the public ditches have nothing to do with me. I'm not going to oblige if they want to slap unreasonable demands on me and use me as a scapegoat. An official 1 grade higher can oppress an official 1 grade lower than him. Even if you are not in the wrong, it will still become your fault. Reasoning with them won't work, and it's pointless to leave the mess as it is. Shen Zichuan maintained his composure and said, still a pain to deal with. Shi Hongxian said, it's not hard. I'm telling you, the emperor's heart is with me. Even if they want to punish me severely, they still have to see what the emperor thinks. We mustn't lose our heads before Shao II has been dealt with. I am confident that His Majesty will definitely not be the same as he used to be after waking up this time. Chapter 72, Noble Rank Advancement. Chapter 72, Noble Rank Advancement. Shi Hongxian spoke with such certainty that Shen Zichuan just had to look askance at him. But Shi Hongxian was not willing to continue discussing further and merely said, you don't have a proper place to stay now, so it's not convenient to keep Qi Hualien around. Why not leave him with me? It isn't appropriate to leave a raving loony at your place either. Shen Zichuan said calmly, what do you want him for? In my opinion, Shi Hongxian held out his hand flat like a hand blade. The best option would be to finish him off. It's inadvisable to get yourself involved with all those old affairs. The more you know, the worse it'll be for you. Shi Hongxian brandished his hand and looked at Shen Zichuan. Or are you unwilling to? Shen Zichuan said, of course I'm unwilling to. He's an old minister during the reign of Yongyi. He knows Shenwei well. I have a use for keeping him alive. If Shen Zichuan had agreed readily, Shi Hongxian would not have believed him easily. So he said it with 70% truth and 30% falsehood to throw Shi Hongxian off. As expected, Shi Hongxian made no further mention of killing him. He said, are you still thinking of investigating Shenwei's case? You should have said so earlier. Lance Hao, do you have to go so far as to hide this bit of matter from me? When have I ever hidden it from you? Shen Zichuan smiled as he lifted the teapot and poured tea for Shi Hongxian. Isn't this matter obvious? As long as Shenwei remains guilty, I'll never be able to live honorably. The evidence against him is conclusive, and his infamy has already been deeply impressed on everyone's mind. Even if the charge against him is dropped, it will not be enough to convince the masses. Shi Hongxian said, a felony like selling his country to seek personal glory is something that can never be scrubbed clean, even over several lifetimes. Plus, it's pointless to just rely on the imperial court's pardon alone. There are many kinds of rumors in this world. He, Shenwei, has already been crucified to death under the spray of spittle. Poor you. I can only advise you to forget about this matter. It's not something you'll be able to clear up. Shen Zichuan silently set down the teapot. Seeing the atmosphere growing heavier, Shi Hongxian continued, you are already now an imperial bodyguard of 5th grade, and you still take those rumors and slanders to heart? Please don't. Look ahead. You've done a good job on this mission, so you should be getting a promotion, yes? Shen Zichuan said, nothing is confirmed yet. I haven't even settled down in my post of Southern Judge. Charging all the way up to the top isn't necessarily a good thing. This time, you and I have to act carefully. We are really gambling with our lives here. Shi Hongxian tucked his fox fur properly and said, we have to investigate and get to the bottom of this matter. The other party is hiding in the dark, while we are out there exposed in the open. If we can't get to the bottom of the matter, then it would be hard to guard against the enemy. I'm the one who got crushed this time. But what about the next time? You should watch out too. It's inconvenient for me to stay for long here today. Lance Hao, I'll see you at the residence in a few days. Saying so, Shi Hongxian rose to his feet and surveyed the surroundings again. This courtyard seems decent to me. If you don't have enough money, just let me know. Just don't take what happened today to heart, all right? With that, Shi Hongxian smiled. Shen Zichuan smiled too. Both of them reconciled, as if there was no ill feeling between them, as if what happened earlier was merely just them horsing around with one another. Qiao Tianya sent Shi Hongxian off. As soon as he returned to the courtyard, he saw Shin Zichuan standing with his back to him and with his face facing the main hall. He was wiping his hands with a handkerchief. The setting sun outside the courtyard crossed over, casting a scarlet-red hue over Shin Zichuan's embroidered python robe. His slightly lowered neck was as fair as jade. He wiped those slender, flawless fingers, which were clearly clean, yet he seemed to detest them to bits. "Is he gone?" Shin Zichuan turned his head aside to ask. "I saw him get on the horse carriage." Xiao Tianya stopped a short distance away from Shin Zichuan. He did not move forward, but bent over to pick up a fallen leaf on the ground that had been trampled and scrutinized it for a moment. The men he hired are all masters from the martial fraternity, yet a fight didn't break out. Most likely, Ji Gangshifu was on his guard, and the Grand Mentor did not resist. Shifu burned his face with fire to ruin his looks, all to conceal his identity and live incognito. Not starting a fight hastily is a wise move. Shin Zichuan neatly folded that blue handkerchief. "Teacher mustn't remain in Shi Hongshuan's hands for too long. We need to think of a way." Xiao Tianya crushed the leaf without disrupting Shin Zichuan's contemplation. Shin Zichuan suddenly turned around and was dazzled by the sunset glow. But he did not flinch or hide from it as he looked towards that towering and majestic palace. "Legitimate bloodline," Shin Zichuan murmured and asked Xiao Tianya, "Who's living there?" Xiao Tianya followed his gaze and looked over as well. He replied, "The Li clan." "No." Shin Zichuan's eyes were cold and indifferent as he said with a mocking smile, "It's a deer. If Zhou lost its deer, the heroes of the world may all pursue it. One today, you say it's the Li clan. Tomorrow, I can also say it's some random person on the street. Whoever can step onto that dragon throne at the peak will be the legitimate, rightful one." Xiao Tianya prided himself on being a nonconformist with an unconventional, rebellious streak. But even he did not expect Shin Zichuan to have the audacity to say such words. In his astonishment, he took a few steps back and looked out into the distance at the palace. He said, "Such rebellious words are tantamount to having no respect for the law. You know there are countless gentlemen in this world, all of them good men with unyielding steadfastness and unfailing loyalty." Shin Zichuan kept the handkerchief back into his sleeve and said, "The Earl of Baiansha, Lu Pingyan, is known as the wolf and tiger of the border town. To protect and hold on to Bianjuan commandery, he has given away all his family fortunes. Although he has received a noble title conferred by the emperor, all he eats every day are pickled vegetables and sweet potatoes. Subsequently, Lu Guangbai becomes hard-pressed for military funds whenever there is a war. And because Lu Guangbai is not on good terms with the 8 great clans, he has never been conferred a noble title despite all his outstanding and illustrious military achievements. So tell me, is it that satisfying to be such a gentleman and loyal official? Ask your conscience first before we talk about satisfaction. To be an outspoken and candid minister, you have to sacrifice the self and give up your selfish desires. 2 Suatian passes Feng Yixing's entire family of loyal heroes died martyrs in battles. This is what we call the epitome of righteousness. Shin Zichuan's insanity, which he had suppressed earlier, swept over him again. He stood up and burst out laughing, saying, "Xiao Tianya, you are not a nonconformist who has deviated from the norms at all. You are a prisoner of the norms. You are one who can be a gentleman." Xiao Tianya said, "Master." The sunset glow on the horizon faded into night, and darkness came shrouding all over. The pear tree bared its withered branches and brandished them threateningly, casting shadows over Shin Zichuan's raised face. But in this world, someone has to be the traitor and the rebel. I don't believe that fate is decided by the heavens. If there's a blade held against my neck someday in the future, I will not show mercy even if it's Li Jianheng, let alone Shi Hongxian. The bloodline legitimacy Shi Hongxian speaks of as no different from the nonsensical ravings of a fool. Anyone will die when a blade slices across their necks. There's no exception regardless of whether one is a D born of the legitimate wife or a Shu born of a concubine. In the cold, dreary night, the crow of dusk let out a few mournful caws. Shen Zichuan looked back at Xiao Tinya. My ambition is not to be a gentleman, nor is it to be a good person. Since vindictiveness has become the tenet I live by, then a kindness given is kindness given, a wrong done is a wrong done. I want Shi Hongxian to pay with his life for what happened today. The wind assailed the scattered clouds and scraped the remaining leaf off the tip of the branch. The impeachments from the Chief Surveillance Bureau came bearing down upon them in torrents. Shi Hongxian, Pan Xiangjie, Wei Huixing, and even Hai Liangyi were all censured one after another. Xin Yu took charge as the chief commentator as the few parties attacked one another on the imperial court. Having just woke up, Li Jianheng hardly said much these days, and simply let them argue among themselves as he held court in Mingli Hall. Hai Liangyi was already in ill health before the epidemic happened, and lately he looked even more emaciated. Not once had he had the moment to rest, and now, listening to the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue starting an argument again, he could not help but let out a few violent coughs. Li Jianheng hurriedly said, Secretariat Elder, there's no need to rise. If you have something to say, you may voice it out while seated. Hai Liangyi bowed his thanks and covered his mouth with a handkerchief. After his coughing eased up a little, he said, The Grand Secretariat has already submitted the clauses for rewards and punishments this time to His Majesty's table yesterday. If Your Majesty finds any part inappropriate after looking through it, you may reject it and let the Grand Secretariat discuss it again. Li Jianheng had been absent-minded, and Hai Liangyi originally thought that he would hem and haw. He did not expect him to say after a moment's pause, I've seen it, and there are indeed some parts one don't understand and would like to ask of the Secretariat Elder to clear my doubts. The entire hall of officials was dumbfounded the moment the words left his mouth. Li Jianheng opened memorial and said, The Imperial Army has done a meritorious service by dredging up the public ditches. Xiao Jie is already a second-grade viceroy of the Imperial Army. Just the reward of some gold and jades is simply too meager. Hai Liangyi answered, The military drill ground on Mount Feng is undergoing an expansion this year, and the money will be arranged for by the Ministry of Revenue. This could be said to be a waiver of his biggest expenditure this year. This humble subject feels that the reward cannot be too excessive. This is sufficient enough. Li Jianheng said, But the deployment of medicinal herbs, quarantine of the patients, and dredging of the public ditches are no small matter. He has done a great job with them all. Hai Liangyi pondered it over and said, It's true that he has rendered meritorious service, but these matters are not something the Imperial Army can achieve on its own. If he's shown too much special favor, I want to advance his noble rank. Li Jianheng closed the memorial and looked at Hai Liangyi. He's the second son of lawful birth of the Prince of Libei. If he had gone into battle and slain the enemies, then he should have a noble rank and title by now. Hai Liangyi did not answer immediately. Li Jianheng said, I've been thinking about these issues the few days I was confined to my sickbed. I wish to confer the title of Marquis of Dingdu upon Xiaoqie. What does the Secretariat Elder think? Hai Liangyi said, You mustn't, Your Majesty, unless it's military achievements. One cannot be conferred a noble title. Although Xiaoqie has made great contributions this time, it's far from the point where he can be made a marquis. The Lu clan of Qidong's Bianjuan commandery has numerous military achievements to their name. Yet, only the old General Lu Pingyan is currently conferred with the title of the Earl of Bianxia. Firstly, Xiaoqie has not stabilized the borders, and secondly, he has not driven out the enemies. I fear it will only be hard to convince the public if you make him a marquis out of the blue. To begin with, he has done a meritorious service by protecting me at the Nanlin hunting grounds, and he has yet again shown no fear in the face of danger this time. It's a good thing the epidemic did not spread. This matter concerns the peace and stability of Kuru. Is this still not considered a merit? The Earl of Byansha, Lu Pingyan, has transferred the garrison troops of Bienjuan Commandery in private numerous times. The reason his noble rank has not advanced is merely because his merits are offset by his demerits and vice versa. As Li Jianheng spoke, his eyes reddened. He covered his face and choked with sobs. Don't tell me my life is nothing worth mentioning either. The purpose of bestowing the title of Marquis upon him is to commend and honor him. There will be no increment of the numbers of soldiers in the imperial army, and no establishments of private rights. It's just a title in name only. Is this not even acceptable either? Wei Huaigu initially meant to impeach Xiao Qie for privately deploying the medicinal herbs without authorization. But seeing that the situation was not favorable for his cause, he changed his mind and said, "What your Majesty thinks is reasonable. Xiao Qie's decisiveness and fearlessness in times of danger should be commended and rewarded. But what the Secretariat Elder says is true, too. In this humble subject's opinion, why not honor Xiao Qie with the title Earl of Dingdu first? No, Hai Liangyi would not budge. There's absolutely no logic in doing so. Your Majesty, if you grant Xiao Qie a title today, then you will greatly disappoint the old general at the frontier. It's an established rule of the imperial court that a noble title cannot be conferred on one without military achievements to his name." Li Jianheng said, "How about we first promote Lu Pingyan to a marquis, then confer the title of earl upon Xiao Qie? Does the Secretariat still not agree to this?" He spoke of conferment as if it was child's play. Hai Liangyi's coughing intensified. He wanted to say something further, but Pan Xiangjie beat him to it. He said in a fluster, "This humble subject thinks it's a good thing. This would be your Majesty's first conferment since your Majesty's ascension to the throne. It's a special honor. Secretariat Elder, one mustn't be a stickler for conventions on every single matter, now that he has indeed made a contribution. What's the issue with making an exception?" Seeing the noble clans unanimously urging Li Jianheng, Kong Qiu could not help but kowtow and said, "This humble subject thinks the Secretariat Elder is right. Your Majesty, Lu Pingyan has spared no effort to defend the Bienjuan Commandery. Even if he's to be conferred a title, it shouldn't be done in such a hasty and sloppy hasty? I've been repeatedly asking the opinions of all of you here, and yet you still say I'm hasty." With a fling of his sleeves, Li Jianheng rose to his feet and pointed at Kong Qiu, saying, "I can see that you are always going along with the Secretariat Elder's words on the imperial court. The sovereign and his ministers. Exactly who is your sovereign, and whose minister are you?" The various ministers all kneeled and said in unison, "Your Majesty, please be appeased." Kong Qiu immediately said, "Your Majesty is the sovereign of this humble subject, and this humble subject does His Majesty's bidding. But it's indeed inappropriate to bypass the regulations and go ahead with the conferment. I am going to confer the title upon him." Li Jianheng wept as he said, "Each time I met with calamity one after the other, it was only with Suin's help that I could avert disaster and escape unscathed. Even when I want to bestow a title upon him, you people have to turn me down and throw obstructions in my way. The Secretariat Elder has the final say over all the matters in this imperial court, so why not let the Secretariat Elder sit on this throne instead?" These words truly struck Hai Liangyi where it hurts. Unstable on his knees, Hai Liangyi covered his lips and coughed violently. He never met with officials outside the court and the capital, and he had never held any private feasts. In order not to get involved in a faction or clique, he worked hard day and night, and he taught and guided Li Jianheng with utmost care, all because he feared getting slandered and stabbed in the back. He was the most trustworthy minister, a right-handed man of the emperor. not a tyrannical official in power. Seeing Hai Liangyi coughing until he was all hunched over, Li Jianheng did not dare to create a scene further and got someone to help Hai Liangyi up. Nevertheless, he still said, "No matter what, Xiao Qiye shall be conferred a title." With the commotion in Mingli Hall, the imperial edict was issued a few days later. Like a bolt of thunder out of the blue, it caused a startled wave of memorials flooding in from all over. Lu Guangbai brought his father to receive the imperial edict at the Bianjuan commandery. Lu Pingyan was promoted to the rank of marquis. Even he himself was at a loss how to react in the very moment he held the edict in his hands. The Lu clan had buried generation after generation of its people in this yellow sand. In his heyday, Lu Pingyan was also known as the wolf and tiger of the border town. He was renowned for his military exploits, along with Xiao Fengshu and Qi Xiu, and now injured and sick all over. And before he retired from active duty to take up an advisory post, he finally received his reward. Yet it was all to pave the way for a junior of the younger generation. Xiao Qiye was originally sleeping in his residence when he heard of the arrival of the imperial edict. Thus he put on his clothes and came out to receive it. After reading the imperial edict, Fumin beamed and moved to help him up, only to see a pale-looking Xiao Qiye who looked as if he had no intention of receiving the edict. This title mustn't be accepted. What Hai Liangyi had said was true. Although he, Xiao Qiye, had rendered meritorious service by protecting the emperor at the Nanlin hunting grounds, and had played a critical role in the latest incidents, his contributions were still poles apart from the hard-won military merits gained from battling with real weapons at the frontiers. Who was Lu Pingyan? That was the man who was on brotherly terms with his old man, Xiao Fengshu. Now that they had humiliated and trampled over Lu Pingyan to confer on him Xiao Qiye title, how would Xiao Qiye be able to take office in the various garrison troops at the frontiers? How would he be able to convince the masses? And the most crucial thing was, what would the Lu clan think? Could Xiao and Lu still be brothers? Ding-do, ding-do. This was simply to nail him dead in kudu had Li Jianheng's, but with his illness fucking short-circuited his brain. Rage bubbled up in Xiao Qiye. What's more, he had not gotten a good sleep. He tugged at the official robe he had not worn properly and suppressed his fury to say expressionlessly, "Go and report back to His Majesty that Xiao Suin is not worthy of the title and does not dare to accept this overwhelming favor from His Majesty, nor does he dare to accept this heaven-sent noble rank." Chapter 73. Conferment. Chapter 73. Conferment. Xiao Qiye did not accept the imperial edict. Fumin did not dare to persuade him further and hurried his way back to the palace to make his report. After hearing the whole story, Li Jianheng leapt to his feet and said, "Is the Son of Heaven's orders something he can reject as he pleases? When I reward him, he should kneel and accept it. Go again." Griping to himself, Fumin climbed onto the horse again and returned to Xiao Qiye's residence. Seeing Xiao Qiye still kneeling, he hurriedly held the imperial edict and bowed to persuade him. "Viceroy, Viceroy! Why do this? Didn't we roll and crawl down there in the ditches all for this?" With a hint of displeasure on his face, Xiao Qiye said, "I don't want this noble rank. Don't bother wasting your breath on me." Fumin was so anxious and desperate that he stomped his foot where he stood. But he could not accept the edict on behalf of Xiao Qiye. All he could do was to play for time, then let him kneel. Back at the palace, Li Jianheng promptly flew into a rage when he heard the reply. In order to grant him the reward, I even rebuffed the Secretariat elder, and he still dares to put on airs? Let him kneel. So the sovereign and his minister, one within the palace and the other beyond, remained stuck in a deadlock. At present, it was the 3rd lunar month in spring, and the ground was icy cold all over. Xiao Qiye kneeled with a straightened back, determined to get Li Jianheng to revoke his order. Perhaps he could have accepted the edict, then used various means to handle this matter in a better way. But he was not willing to. The Lu clan in Qidong was held in check by the Qi clan at the top and invaded by Biancha at the bottom. Li Jianheng had been gunning for the easier target when he trampled upon Lu Pingyan, because the Lu clan was not on par with the Qi and Xiao clans. The food and clothing expenditures of those 20,000 troops of the Bianchi commandery were all in the imperial court's control. They did not even have military fields. Otherwise, the Lu clan would not have to stoop so low as to demand payment every year, or be so poor that they had to sell their family properties and belongings. In the past, when Lu Guangbai entered the capital to make his report, he was never taken seriously. Which typical official in the capital would have such audacity? They were all merely taking their cues from the higher-ups. When Emperor Xinda was around, it was rare for Lu Guangbai to be able to seek an audience with the emperor. This was not simply a matter of him being liked or detested, but because it concerned the balance of Qidong's military power. The Xiao and Qi were both great generals stationed at the frontiers. Why did the Hua clan have to guard against the prince of Libei alone and go to so much trouble to trap Xiao Qia in Kudu? Because the Xiao clan was the only dominant force in Libei Great Commandery. There was no other leash in the entire territory that could reign in the Xiao clan, so they could only tie up Xiao Qia and turn him into a cage to restrain the Libei armored cavalry. Qidong had two generals, Qi Shiyu and Lu Pingyan, who were on par with one another back in those days. But why was Qi Shiyu eventually the one who was conferred with the title of the 5 commanderies commander-in-chief? This was all because Lu Pingyan and Xiao Fengshu were on close terms with one another, and they were in-laws to boot. The Lu clan was the chess piece that provided checks and balances to the power between the 3 parties. The Lu clan's position in the Bianjuan commandery was crucial. It was a heavy responsibility entrusted to them by the imperial court. But even so, the imperial court did not generously bestow titles and ranks upon them. This was meant to hold the Lu in their control, and let the Lu be held in check by both the Qi clan and the imperial court. The Lu could only be a weapon used to fight the foreign enemies. There was no way they could be high-ranking provincial officials with military authority at the borders, and consequently, there would be no way they could be the second prince of Libei. At present, Lu Guangbai had to consult Qi Juyin for the use of troops, and consult the Ministry of War and Ministry of Revenue in Kudu for the use of money. Lu Guangbai was the commanding general in charge of the Bianjuan commandery's defenses. If Qi Juyin had not been generous in delegating authority, and gave him the prerogative to self-deploy troops in times of peril, then he would be even more of a predicament than he was at present. This time, Li Jianheng advanced Lu Pingyan's noble rank, yet there was no actual promotion taking place. Thus, the Lu clan could only remain perpetually hungry cattle and continue to work to their deaths at the Bianjuan commandery. Their reputation had gone up a notch on the surface, but it was actually an insult deep down. Half of the Lu clan's current difficulties had to do with the Xiao clan. Therefore, Xiao Jia must not accept the edict without so much a gesture. The fact that the imperial edict could be issued made it clear that the Grand Secretariat had given the nod. In that case, it was certain that this order would not be revoked. There was no reason for the Son of Heaven to change his order. But Xiao Jia definitely must not accept it with great delight. Even if he had to kowtow and act unreasonably or even throw a tantrum, he had to show the Lu clan his stance. It was by virtue of power and might that Li Jianheng could trample all over the Lu clan, because the imperial court had the Lu in their grasp. In contrast, it was by virtue of friendship that the Xiao clan did not dare to do the same, because both families had always considered the other brother. If this friendship were to break up, then the Xiao clan would lose their assistive force in the southeast. Xiao Qia kneeled until it was dark. Fumin did not dare to sit down arbitrarily, and stood at the side with the imperial edict in his hands. After an unspecified amount of time, they heard the sound of hurried footsteps from the entrance. An eunuch arrived and conveyed the orders in an urgent tone. "Viceroy, you may stop kneeling. Please get up. His Majesty summons you for an audience." Without demur, Xiao Jia lifted the hem of his robe to get up and got onto his horse to leave. Fumin hurriedly got onto his horse as well. not daring to grouse when he saw Xiaoqie not showing any signs of exhaustion. Mingli Hall was brightly illuminated. Li Jianheng sat on the dragon throne and listened as someone announced Xiaoqie's arrival. But he did not summon the latter in and remained seated to trace characters. Without being summoned, Xiaoqie could not enter, so he could only kneel outside Mingli Hall. It was already late, and the leftover cold water on the freshly scrubbed floor dampened his robe. The entire courtyard of eunuchs moved quietly, not daring to make a sound. Li Jianheng stared blankly at the glazed lamp. He had been thinking a lot this silent night. By the time he returned to his senses, it was already the hour of Chou. He sat for a moment, then suddenly rose to his feet and walked out. The palace maids withdrew, and the eunuchs kneeled on the ground. The shadows on the ground were trodden upon. Xiaoqie did not lift his head. Li Jianheng looked down at Xiaoqie. In the past, he was always looking up at Xiaoqie. When they were hanging out on the streets together, Xiaoqie could be said to be his big brother. They called each other brothers, and they played the fool a lot too. Li Jianheng thought he treated Xiaoqie with his utmost sincerity. How did they get to where they were today? Li Jianheng was dressed in a bright yellow, round-necked robe with narrow sleeves. With his hands on the amber belt on his waist, he moved over to Xiaoqie's side and looked at the luminous moon above the majestic palace eaves. He mulled it over for a moment, then said, "There's no one else here at the moment. Let's talk." The cold moonlight cast a blanket over them, effusing a chill along with the wind. Li Jianheng said, "Aren't you usually a bold one? To think giving you a noble rank this time can also scare you to such an extent." Xiaoqie said, "It's incompatible with reason and intolerable under the law." Li Jianheng paced and said, "Don't give me that. You have never been one to talk about reason. Before the Nanlin hunting grounds incident, we were still good brothers who would risk our lives for the other. After the Nanlin hunting grounds incident, we truly became the monarch and his minister, separated by a huge rift. Suen, isn't it good for me to be the emperor and for you to be the viceroy? Why do you have to put on a front with me like this? Just accept the rewards you are awarded with. Cowering like this is really unlike you, Xiao Suen." Xiaoqie could tell what he meant and said, "If your majesty wants to reward me with gold and treasures, I'll promptly kowtow and say my thanks, but not for a noble rank. I've served as an official for 6 years, and I do not have any notable achievements or mentionable merits in Kudu to show for or to speak of. I feel uneasy now that I have received your majesty's kindness and become a marquis at a sudden snap of a finger. What's there to be uneasy about?" Li Jianheng scoffed. "With our relationship, you should have been conferred a title a long time ago. The Grand Secretariat interferes with my every move, picking on anything and everything I do. I never had a chance to do this, no? This time you've earned it. Earlier, when Lu Pingyan was conferred a title, it was also because he had effectively resisted and repelled the Bayantia cavalry at the border. You protected the emperor in Kudu, and in that ensured the safety of our empire and society. I see no difference between both. There's no rush since the Grand Secretariat has qualms about this." Xiaoqie said, "We can't hurt the old officials' feelings. The older ones are always thick-headed and obstinate." Li Jianheng said, "How can they be so inflexible? Even those in the flesh trade know when to be flexible and read the situation. But these major ministers are still holding on to broken pieces. How very meaningless. After this scare, I thought about a lot of things during my recuperation. Since I've become the emperor, it's not productive if I just keep crying and whining. We have to find some way to live on, right? I'm not an unreasonable man. Just voice it out if there is good reason to. It's not like I'll execute them. Like this time, I want to confer a title upon you, but the Secretariat elder didn't agree and led the others to make a scene before me, saying that I was hasty and sloppy in my decisions. I was so troubled over this matter that I spent nights tossing and turning, and they still say I'm hasty. Li Jianheng turned back as he was speaking, and the gold dragon on his crown flashed in the moonlight, giving him an imposing air of elegance and nobility. He did not tell Xiao Qie to rise. After a long pause, he continued, "I'm the emperor. I can't renege on my word. Since the edict has been made, you just have to accept it. You've already rebuffed me once today, but we are brothers, so I won't hold it against you. But if you continue to be so stubborn with me again, then it won't be something that can be settled between brothers, and neither of us will look good for it. Deal?" Xiao Qie was silent for a moment before he said, "Your Majesty, that won't do. The inspection is around the corner. It's a good thing to advance old General Lu's noble rank. He deserves it, but not for me. It's for your Majesty's reputation that I'm not accepting it. I'm someone your Majesty single-handedly promoted. If I can't convince the masses in everything I do, then how can I still attend to official duties for your Majesty in the future? Those who are in charge of military troops are all concerned about their reputation and dignity. If you give this dignity to old General Lu by showing him due respect, then I will subsequently come to benefit by association too. Are you making up all kinds of excuses to decline for my sake or for the Shao clan? Do you really think I don't understand just because you didn't say it?" Li Jianheng stared at him. "We are brothers who should treat each other with candor and sincerity. Yet you keep treating me like a fool. It's for the sake of our friendship that I'm rewarding you. But you turned it down for your own selfish desire. I told you to be honest with me, and you are still beating around the bush with me. Xiao Qie, don't you have a conscience?" This question, Li Jianheng bellowed, was so forceful that it faintly reverberated through the cold, dreary night. "You're afraid of offending Lu Pingyan. Why is that?" Li Jianheng suddenly flung his sleeves. "And you still dare to say you're loyal to me? You are doing it all for yourself. You don't dare to say it, so I'll say it for you. You're afraid of offending Lu Pingyan and ruining the friendship between both your clans, which would make it hard for you to mutually look out for each other. But let me ask you, Xiao and Lu both have their own respective military forces to defend the borders. So what is there that you need to look out for each other for?" Xiao Qie tightened his fists, with his thumb ring jammed in the area between his thumb and forefinger. "All of you are wolves and tigers." Li Jianheng pointed at Xiao Qie. "You people have your mind set on kudu. I was merely sounding you out, and you showed your true colors. Military powers gang up with one another, and the Shao clan wants to be in the same faction as the Lu clan, and then what's next? Tell me, what are you going to do?" Xiao Qie abruptly half-propped himself up. He had a well-built physique, and kneeling on one knee like this made him seem as if he was a panther ready to spring into an attack. Li Jianheng immediately took a few steps back and looked at him, badly shaken. "Of course it's to do those Biantia baldies in." Xiao Qie's expression was fierce as he looked at Li Jianheng. "6 years ago, when the Zhongbu troops were defeated, my eldest brother rode non-stop through the night to come to the emperor's rescue. How dangerous that battle at Xizhou was. Meanwhile, Lu Guangbai held his spear in hand and a dagger in his mouth and fought for 3 nights before he could break through the siege. He immediately hurried over to Kudu without even stopping to rest to help Kudu out of their predicament. Everything your Majesty had said today is an affront to the Shao and Lu clan's loyalty. That's right, the reason I'm not accepting the noble rank today is because of Lu Pingyan, but even more because of the unwavering loyalty of the various generals at the frontiers. It's all because of your Majesty's kindness that I, Xiao Suin, a good-for-nothing, could live in this kudu without having to worry about my own life and death, nor stress about heading out to war. If I could even become a high and mighty marquis with this, then what would Commander Qi and General Lu, both of whom are still enduring hardships at the frontiers, think? After saying so much, you are just doing it for your own untainted reputation." Xiao Qie's words were firm and resounding. "My life is worthless, but your Majesty is the ruler of our prosperous lands. If you were to reward me for this small bit of contribution and it ends up diminishing the general's loyalty to your majesty, who would lose out more, your majesty or I? Li Jianheng looked hesitant and doubtful. Xiao Qie refused to let this go and continued. If this is merely a show I put on to collude with the Lu clan, why did Secretariat Elder Hai try so hard to convince your majesty? Your majesty, you don't trust me, but don't you trust the Hai Liangyi whom the late emperor appointed and who has come to the emperor's rescue thrice? Your majesty has repeatedly met with danger and misfortune, and immediately right after, you are disproportionately dishing out rewards. Whoever it is that's instigating and abetting your majesty ought to be executed. It was as if Li Jianheng was suddenly jolted to his senses. He retreated under the eaves, held on to the vermilion pillar for support, and said, "But the imperial edict has already been issued. Your majesty is the sovereign of a new reign and imperial court. It was inappropriate to bestow rewards during the state mourning period earlier. But now that the two great imperial affairs of spring plowing and inspection are in full swing, why not seize the chance to proclaim a general amnesty to the world and reward the various generals at the frontiers according to the merit evaluation from the Ministry of War? It's not just permissible to advance Lu Pingyan to the rank of Marquis of Biancha on the basis of the Lu clan's most number of enemy kills at the Bianjuan commandery. They should be rewarded again with an increase of military provisions. Jueshi had a bumper harvest last year, and their granaries are filled to the brim. This would not only write off the state treasury's additional expenditure on dishing out monetary rewards, but also relieve the Bianjuan commandery of their pressing needs. The wedding of old Commander Qi is fast approaching. Your Majesty, if you also reward and confer 3rd Missy Hua with the title of Commandery Princess, then you'd be raising Qidong's prestige." Xiao Qie's words were earnest, and his gaze frank. "You are the sovereign of a great empire, the common ruler of all under the world, who would still harbor any discontent when you bestowed such grace and favor all around. When Emperor Xianda ascended to the throne, the Empress Dowager was the one making the decisions for him, and consequently, he missed his opportunity to make such a big splash during his reign. The most pressing issue to Li Jianheng now was to prove himself as an emperor. He was suspicious and reacted to another's instigation only because he was afraid of being declared unworthy of his position. Xiao Qie's words simply pushed all his right buttons. All right. With delight on his face, Li Jianheng came down again to move toward Xiao Qie. "Fine. Suen, get up quickly. It's cold on the ground." Fumin, who was kneeling at the bottom, listened with marvel. Who would have thought that in just a few hours, Xiao Qie would be able to seize the opportunity to deal a counterattack and avert the crisis? If not for having a firm grasp on Li Jianheng's temperament and mindset, he would never have been able to hit right on the target in just one blow. The more he thought, the more elated he was. There's hope for him if he throw in his lot with the second young master. Chapter 74. Toast Exchange. Chapter 74. Toast exchange the second month of the lunar year was crucial for planting mulberry and flax in spring. The various localities hurried to submit their reports and urged the Ministry of Revenue to allocate funds. With mountains of trivial affairs piling up, the various departments were so busy they were burned out from exhaustion. Li Jianheng dished out the rewards and conferments, and Xiao Qie was promoted to the rank of Marquis of Dingdu. Meanwhile, Shen Zichuan received a skip in grade and was promoted to a 3rd grade vice commander. He also concurrently took up the portfolio of the Northern Judge and began to take charge of the imperial prison. The Grand Secretariat initially did not agree to this, but Sen Yu submitted a memorial to make a strong case for a recommendation. Hai Liangyi also saw Shen Zichuan in a new light because of the epidemic, and so it was decided. Xiao Qie carried the earring case on him, but he never found the opportunity to run into Shen Zichuan. Shen Zichuan was on the go all over the imperial prison, having to go through all the cases accumulated before the new year one at a time. He was so busy he skipped sleep and meals. On the other side, he still had to get Xiao Tianya to lie in wait and keep a watch on Shi Hongxian so that he could find a way to get Qi Hualian and Ji Gang back. Young swallows made a ruckus on roof beams, while the young shoots of weeping willows spouted. The vermilion walls and green, glazed tiles of Kudu gradually showed as the weather remained clear and sunny for several days in a row. On the day when spring rain fell uninterrupted, Tsinyu hosted a feast and invited a few friends from the latest incident. Hai Liangyi was not one to attend private banquets, and it just happened that he had yet to recover from his illness, so he did not partake in the feast. By the time Shen Zichuan arrived, it was already late. He was led straight to the main hall. When he lifted the curtain, he saw that it was full of officials who were familiar faces to him. Han Qing, Kong Qiu, and Tsinyu shared a table. Xiao Jia already had his third round of wine, and he was listening with propped arms to Yu Xiaozai, whose seat was at the bottom, telling jokes to an entire hall of important ministers. The moment Shen Zichuan entered, Yu Xiaozai hurriedly paid his obeisances and greeted him. "Your Excellency is late. Please hurry and have a seat at the head of the table." Shen Zichuan removed his cloak and said with a smile, "There's much to do in the imperial prison, so I'd like to ask of your excellencies to please bear with me. I'll sit at the bottom." Tsinyu stood up and beckoned to him, saying, "Those etiquettes for public display won't work at private banquets. Once you are here, we are all friends despite our age differences. So why still stand on ceremony? Old Han, you tell him." Han Chung said, "It's as you said. Lanzhao, come on up and sit here. The few of us old and useless ones have the honor of being in the company of the Marquis today too. Your lordship, you could be said to have lowered yourself for us. Commander-in-Chief, what you're doing is putting me down." Xiao Qie seemed to be a little drunk. He did not look at Shen Zichuan and merely smiled. "Who present here is not a respected elder? I'll still have to look to all of you for advice in the future." Shen Zichuan had already taken his seat, which was a little distance away from Xiao Qie across the table, where he would be able to reach the ladder if he stretched out his legs. Both men did not look at each other, nor did they greet the other. Kong Qiu looked left and right at them and said with a smile, "I've long heard that both of you have beef with each other. Why won't you even say a word on meeting each other? You worked on this assignment together, and it seemed all good to me. So why still take those past grudges to heart? The way I see it, both of you are young and promising, and you don't deflect the responsibility to each other when you're working. So why not take the chance today to bury the hatchet with a smile?" As Tsinyu spoke, he raised his hands. The imperial bodyguards and the imperial army have to mutually look out for each other, too. There are plenty of opportunities for both to continue working together in the future. Your lordship, what do you think? Would that do? Xiao Qie lazily cast a look at Shen Zichuan. His gaze was indecipherable. He only said, "How would it not do for me? What is there that I can't do with a smile from His Excellency the Judge? I should say my proper thanks to His Excellency for this time too. When have I never greeted your lordship with a smile every time I see your lordship?" Shen Zichuan touched the wine cup. "I've long forgotten the past. It's just that there has been no opportunity before, isn't it?" Han Chung was the one who had the most drinks with Xiao Qie. On seeing this, he picked up his chopsticks again and said as he picked out the food, "Then let's have a drink. Your lordship, please do me the favor." Yu Xiaozai, who had not sat all this while, promptly filled both of their cups to the brim with wine. Xiao Qie held his cup with both hands and said without getting up, "Then let's toast." Going by their official grades, it was indeed the case that Xiao Qie should not get up. Shen Zichuan stood up, revealing his wrist bones as he lifted his cup. Xiao Qie suddenly said, "Since this is wine to settle old grudges, then it naturally can't be drunk in such a common way. Judge, how about nuptial exchange of matrimony wine?" One Han Chung promptly laughed. He pointed at Xiao Qie and shook his head as he said with a sigh, "Your lordship, that's too unethical of you. Why put Lanzhou in a spot? How is this putting him in a spot? Xiao Qie said, I can't even begin to love and honor him. Aren't we doing all this as an expression of our determination? Knowing Xiao Qie's temper, Xinyu thought that Xiao Qie was still harboring animosity over Zhongbua and that he was intentionally making things difficult for Xin Zichuan. Just as he was prepared to speak up to dissuade Xiao Qie, Xin Zichuan laughed. Sure, Xin Zichuan said. We'll do as his lordship says. Xin Zichuan held up the cup and leaned over, where Xiao Qie could see his faintly discernible collarbone. Both men's arms intertwined. As Shen Zichuan drank the wine, his Adam's apple throbbed. Xiao Qie's gaze seemed to let out a gurgle too, as it followed the wine down into that robe. Xiao Qie drank very slowly. He held the wine in his mouth, his gaze never once leaving Xin Zichuan. All the time his arm was hooked around Xin Zichuan's arm. Xin Zichuan could clearly feel his sturdiness. Xiao Qie seemed to let out a laugh when he finished drinking, but no one heard it. Only Shen Zichuan lowered his eyes to look at him. His gaze was naked and brimming over with dangerous desire. Shen Zichuan extracted his arm and sat back, his back dripping with sweat. Xiao Qie seemed unfazed as he put up his arms again and inclined his head to listen to the conversation. Xinyu said, After the spring plow, it'll be the spring examinations. The Imperial College wants to recruit new students this year. Looks like the Ministry of Revenue will be getting another headache. Kong Qiu snorted a laughter and said, What would Wei Huaigu ache over? He's the money keeper. He ought to compute them. To begin with, all these should have been suitably arranged way earlier. For him to wait until now to do so is already considered a dereliction of duty. He's the money keeper, and you're the living king of hell. Han Chung set down his chopsticks. Having had his fill of wine and meal, he said, Zhongbua is in such a mess at present, and the number of cases submitted to the Ministry of Justice is as innumerable as the number of hairs on an ox. It won't do for them to keep delaying sending someone over to take charge of the situation there, would it? I think the Secretariat Elder is mulling over whom to send over. Xinyu lamented. If Lanzhou formally joins the central administration as an official, then he might have a chance this time. Whether it was due to the heat or the wine, Shen Zichuan's face was a little red. He said, I can't. I'm not qualified and experienced enough to be assigned out of the capital. I won't be able to quell the unrest. Just gain more experience, and it'll be fine. With his interest piqued, Han Chung said, It is said that officials from the capital are wily. But how can the capital officials be as slippery and sly as the local officials? Some years ago, I went down with the Chief Surveillance Bureau to check the accounts, and all those capital lords and old masters were all very crafty and cunning. There were 2 copies of all the account books in their residences. Even if you, Sinshuani, went, you would not be able to distinguish the real accounts from the fakes. Every year, when the imperial envoy heads down, there would be a great flurry of activities. Having long heard the news, they would drive out all the disaster victims and refugees in their territories before your arrival to prevent you from seeing them. This is the so-called no hunger concern in the territory you see in the evaluations. Once you arrive, they would hold a banquet and think up reasons to dunk you with wine. You'd drink until daybreak, then sleep until nightfall. You'd be so drunk that you can't even stride out of the prefectural yamen. So what energy would you still have to check the accounts? Once the time is up and the silver is in the pockets, the evaluation would be marked as outstanding. Then it's off to the next place to drink, and that's considered the end of the check. But there are still those who do their jobs. You can't taint them all with the same brush. With that, Xinyu sighed again. When Xue Xiuzhua went down a few years ago, he was a formidable sight to behold. All the accounts of the 13 cities of Jueshi were sorted out in perfect order without a single error. I originally thought he would be assigned to the Ministry of Revenue. But who would have expected the Secretariat Elder to transfer him to the Court of Judicial Review instead? Can he get anywhere being Wei Huaigu's subordinate? Kong Chiu leaned against the chair. The current Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue exists in name only. Wei Huaigu alone calls the shot and has the final say in the overall management of financial affairs. Won't he be rendered useless if he goes over? The Secretariat Elder has the intent to polish him. He's meant to achieve great things in the future. Kong Chiu never had any social dealings with Wei Huaigu and Pan Xiangjie. That he was only friendly to them on the surface, but estranged from them deep down, was a fact everyone knew. So he was not afraid to speak out in Han Cheng's presence. Han Cheng laughed out loud and said, "Don't discuss state affairs at a private feast. How can you forget this? Old Kong, you ought to be punished." Thinking that they were almost done with their meals, Xinyu said, "When Yu Jing III returned a few days back, he told me about a game. It still seems early to me. So why don't we give it a try? Yu Jing, take those cards of yours out." Yu Xiaozai readily agreed in response. He took out a wooden box, opened it to take out small carved wooden cards, and said, "This is something this humble subordinate saw others playing when I went to Yongyi Harbor for supervision and inspection. Matching cards to pair couplets. Your Excellencies, give it a go?" Han Cheng said to Xiao Qie, "I'm not good at playing literary games like these. Your Lordship, how about giving me some advice?" Xiao Qie drank his wine and said, "Does the Commander-in-Chief think so highly of me, Xiao Suin? Do I look like a man who reads? It's just for fun. Let's just go along with it. Yu Jing, deal the cards." Yu Xiaozai dealt the three of them the cards, fiddling with his wine cup. Xiao Qie was just looking at the cards when something brushed against his calf. He paused suddenly and fixed his gaze on Han Cheng's cards. Han Cheng looked at his cards with a frown and said, "The heck are these flowers and plants putting me in a spot? Your Lordship, do you recognize this?" Xiao Qie said, "Throw them both a line based on the foxtail grass." I guarantee. That foot with a clean sock tapped Xiao Qie's knee, and its sole stepped on his kneecap as if testing the position. Guarantee they'll be stumped. Han Cheng tossed a card out and said with a smile, "The swallow teases the foxtail, spring arrives." I randomly made up the first line of a couplet. So now Shuani paired up. Han Cheng truly was not a learned man, but he did not let it hold him back. On hearing this, Kong Chiu and Xinyu laughed. While the three men were talking, Xiao Qie cast a look at Xin Zichuan. Xin Zichuan grasped his fan, a little mozo bamboo fan that Xiao Qie had sent someone to deliver to him. He tapped the fan intermittently and listened intently to the conversation. As if sensing Xiao Qie's eyes on him, the corners of his eyes lifted in a little smile. That foot had already slidden between Xiao Qie's legs. It nudged against the inside of his thigh, as if wanting for more. Xiao Qie held the wine cup with his thumb pressed against the rim as he remained motionless. "Isn't it fox?" After a while, Xiao Qie let out a laugh. He lifted his hand to pick out an ink-traced fox from Han Cheng's cards and tossed it onto the table. "Moist is the night as the rain seeps through my roof. Sultry is the fox's song in my dream. Where to seek the tide of spring? That wet, persistent drip is the hint. Sorry for the obscenity." Han Cheng exchanged toasts with Xiao Qie, then laughed and said, "We are being serious here. But why is it that you just had to turn a fox into a vixen when it's your turn?" A foot reached out from under the table. Its toe slowly slid up Xiao Qie's calf, playing back and forth a few times along the curve of his calf. "But men like me," Xiao Qie drank his wine and looked at Xin Zichuan, "simply attract foxes. How is any respectable person able to continue with that? It's too crude." Kong Chiu laughed and sighed. "You, Xiao Suin, don't even close the door tight when you sleep, and you still blame the others for looking for you. You're obviously looking forward to it yourself, right?" Xiao Qie did not say a word, but when that foot stepped down on him gently, he laughed. The upper half of Shin Zichuan's body was so steady that nothing seemed off. He rubbed his fingertips, which had been tapping on the fan. In this room full of heat, even the corners of his eyes were about to redden. It just so happened that Xin Yu threw the card onto the ground. Yu Xiaozai quickly stopped what he was doing and made to lean over to pick it up. Shin Zichuan prepared to retract his foot, but unexpectedly enough, Xiao Qie reached his hand down to grab hold of his ankle. His soul was stepping on Xiao Qie's unmentionable spot through the fabric. Xiao Qie slipped 2 fingers into the clean sock and stroked Shin Zichuan. Shin Zichuan's fan rested on the tabletop. Yu Xiaozai had already lifted the hem of his robe, and his waist was already slightly bending over as he said, "Your Excellencies, please lift your legs. Let this humble subordinate see where it has dropped to." Xiao Qie was not the slightest bit flustered as he steadily grasped onto Shin Zichuan's ankle. He exerted a little force with his thumb, caressing Shin Zichuan until Shin Zichuan felt a tingle of numbness run up his spine and tighten his grip on his fan. Chapter 75, Night Ride. Chapter 75, Night Ride. Yu Xiaozai held the hem of his robe up and was about to squat down when Xiao Qie let his wine cup drop. Han Cheng, being near, ended up having his robe dirted. Yu Xiaozai left the cards and went to get a handkerchief for Han Cheng to clean himself. Xin Yu was still squinting at his cards when the wine splashed him. He hastily tried to dodge it too, making Kong Qiu laugh loudly. Han Cheng tugged at his robe and said to Xiao Qie, "Your lordship, you've had too much to drink. Even your hands are unsteady now." Xiao Qie raised his hand in apology and said, "Apologies. I'll get someone to send you a replacement tomorrow as compensation." "There's no need. Just how much is a set of robes worth?" How could Han Cheng really let Xiao Qie compensate him? He did not even dare to pull a long face as he said with a smile, "We'll treat this cup as a toast from your lordship." Shin Zichuan had already withdrawn his foot. He leaned over and picked up the card from the floor. As he placed it on the table, he heard Xiao Qie laughing. The lingering warmth on his ankle, where Xiao Qie had squeezed, grew hotter amidst the laughter. Kong Qiu was already drunk. He looked completely opposite of how he usually did when he was in court, as he struck a porcelain cup with his chopsticks and sang out incomprehensible lyrics alone in the chaotic atmosphere. Xin Yu, seeing Kong Qiu stir up such an improper and unsightly ruckus, tugged on his sleeve and said, "Baran, stop singing. Let's go home and sleep. You still need to sit in Shi Hongshuan's trial the day after tomorrow." Kong Qiu held up his cup, struck it with increasing glee, and said, "I remember that. I'm investigating him." Xin Yu could not keep a hold of him and said, "Thankfully, I was the one who invited you to the feast today, or else you would be impeached for sure for behaving in such an audacious, unrestrained manner." "Okay, then let them impeach." Kong Qiu said, "Let them impeach. Imperial censors ought to have the courage to speak." "Right, well said." Han Cheng also laughed. Before spring we were saddled with such a massive pile of work that we could scarcely breathe. How many times could we enjoy ourselves to the greatest? Let him enjoy himself to his heart's content. It's almost time to wind down. If we make a ruckus too late into the night, the Secretariat Elder won't be happy with us. Xiao Qie got to his feet and called to Qin Yang, "Send His Excellency Kong back in my horse carriage." The attendants swarmed all around, and Qin Yang helped Kong Qiu out the door. Xin Yu wiped away his hot sweat and said to the remaining men, "You don't know this, but Baran was also once an unconventional and uninhibited person. But because Secretariat Elder is particularly set on self-restraint and observance of proprieties, he put him in order and whipped him into shape. It's not advisable to drink too much of this wine. Why doesn't everyone wait for a moment while I'll tell the cook to boil some soups to sober you up? Drink it up before you leave. I was just thinking about your residence's dough drop and assorted vegetable soup." Han Cheng forwent the formalities. "Add some vinegar to mine. I'll drink it before leaving." Shen Zichuan bowed and said, "The imperial prison still has urgent cases to be processed tomorrow morning, so I won't stay. Everyone, please enjoy your meal. If time permits in the future, I'll invite everyone for another round." Han Qing knew that he was indeed busy of late and told him, "When you previously held the post of the southern judge, the military craftsman kept a close eye on you. Now that you've transferred to the office of the northern judge, there's no need for you to rush between both ends until you are too busy to do anything else. The subordinates will remember your kind treatment of them and naturally won't make things too difficult for you." Shen Zichuan uttered a sound of acknowledgement. Xin Yu insisted on sending him off. It would not do for Shen Zichuan to decline, so they walked out of the doors together. It was raining heavily outside, and everything was covered in a thick layer of fog. The drift of fresh air on their faces dispelled the wine-induced heat from their bodies, making them feel much more refreshed. Xin Yu led Shen Zichuan down the stairs and said, "To find time to attend the feast tonight, you must have pushed back a great deal of work." "Not quite. The urgent cases that need to be dealt with have been sealed and finalized before today." Shen Zichuan replied with a smile. Xin Yu nodded and said, "That's good. Assignments cannot be delayed." Xin Yu accompanied him all the way to the gates and then ordered someone to hold up an umbrella and lantern for him. He truly valued Shen Zichuan for his talents, but it was a pity that Shen Zichuan served in the imperial bodyguards. Finally, Xin Yu said, "All the cases in the imperial prison are major cases that not even the 3 judicial offices can interfere with. You could be said to have enjoyed a meteoric rise with this position, so you must speak with caution and act with prudence. It is often said that being close to the sovereign is as perilous as lying with a tiger. Those who can handle affairs in the presence of the emperor are all born intelligent and quick-witted. That said, you needn't worry too much about qualification, for you are already considered to have reached success in your youth. You still have a long time to go and a long way ahead of you. So remember, there is no need to be anxious about anything else other than your assignments. The Marquis of Dingdu is not a narrow-minded man either. You are bound to have to work together on missions in the future. The hatchet has been buried tonight with wine. Even if you cannot become soulmates with him, it's still better to be friends who can look out for each other than to fly into a rage each time you meet each other. Lance Hao, I value your talent, and I hope that you will work hard and achieve success in your career." Xin Yu bared his heart out with such sincerity that Shen Zichuan was wholeheartedly convinced. He bowed, and Xin Yu helped him up again, saying, "The road is slippery on rainy nights. Be careful on your way. You may go." Shen Zichuan draped the pristinely white fur coat that Li Jianheng had bestowed on him and bade farewell to Xin Yu. He did not get in the sedan, but let Qiao Tianya hold up the umbrella for him as one master and one servant walked into the rain. The two had not been walking along the streets for long when they heard the sound of hoofbeats behind them. Qiao Tianya shook the rainwater off before stepping aside, and as expected, saw Xiao Qia on horseback galloping towards them at full speed. Good timing. Qiao Tianya did not even get to finish a sentence, as Xiao Qia bent to pick Shen Zichuan up and left with him. The water droplets, kicked up by the horses' hooves, splashed all over Qiao Tianya. He spread his arms open and slowly finished a sentence. "Want to drink some xiaojiu?" One Xiao Qia was well built. Even with Shen Zichuan in his arms, he did not find it inconvenient. It was in this way he hugged Shen Zichuan as he effortlessly rode his horse away. The chest backing Shen Zichuan was firm and muscular, as if it was an indestructible iron wall of silver. Lang Tao Shui Jin galloped into the rain like a bolt of lightning flashing through the pitch-black, rainy night. It trod into countless puddles of water, splattering them as it charged straight for the city gates. Who goes there riding his horse this late in the night? The guard at the top of the wall raised his lantern and demanded. Xiao Qia pulled at his cloak to wrap Shen Zichuan under it before raising his own waist token. He said, "Open the gates." Vice, Marquis. The platoon commander at the top of the wall immediately paid his obeisances, then waved his hands and ordered, "Quick, open the gates!" The gates opened with a loud rumble, and Lang Tao Shui Jin galloped straight out. With the night wind whipping against their cheek, Lang Tao Shui Jin galloped faster and faster, while a circling gerfalcon charged out from the rain and followed closely behind. Shen Zichuan held onto the back of the horse and said, "We can't go too far." Tomorrow morning, Xiao Qie grabbed Shen Zichuan's chin, pulled it toward himself, and tilted his head to kiss him. Shen Zichuan was not gifted at horsemanship, and other than Xiao Qie, he had nowhere else to hold on to as they raced forth like the wind. With one hand pressing against the jerking back of the horse and the other clutching onto Xiao Qie's body for support, there was no way for him to look at the road in front. The pitter-pattering rain wetted his eyes as they kissed. They had not seen each other for 7 or 8 days. Xiao Qie embraced Shen Zichuan tightly with one hand, pressing him to his chest as he kissed down along his cheek to the side of his neck. Shen Zichuan's clothes were in disarray. The official robe beneath his white fur coat had been tugged open slightly. When he lifted his eyes, all he could see was the jet-black, rainy night. The water droplets trickled down along the curve into his collar, drenching his clothes and even himself. His caresses wrinkled Xiao Qie's robe even as Xiao Qie made him gasp for breath. The rain poured even harder and noisier as Lang Tao Shui Jin ran blindly into the night. The path in front of them was already hidden in the long, dark night, and the horse was like the lone boat carrying a pair of lovers on a secret rendezvous. Shen Zichuan closed his eyes while taking all of it, shivering while bathed in sweat and rainwater. Xiao Qie did not say a word as the horse's hooves trod on mud. The path was so uneven and hard to navigate that a few ensuing bumps and jolts caused the sounds to escape from Shen Zichuan's throat. Xiao Qie was also sweating a little, spurred on by the potent wine. He grasped Shen Zichuan amidst this frenzy of pleasure, making every rise and fall hit just the right spot. He was in even more high spirits after drinking wine, and he used his strength skillfully, making Shen Zichuan incapable of resisting and unable to escape. "Does the friction feel good?" Seeing that Shen Zichuan wanted to lean away, Xiao Qie clasped his hands and pulled him back in an embrace. Pressed against him, Shen Zichuan said, Xiao Qie said, "Next time I'll grind the right spot." Xiao Qie stroked Shen Zichuan's earlobe and fastened an object. He pushed aside those drenched locks of hair and kissed it. As Shen Zichuan raised his head, the jasper swayed with his movement. He dazedly touched the pendant. Several times he opened his mouth to speak, but he was always disrupted by his gasps for breath. As he rode on the tidal waves of euphoria, he gazed at Xiao Qie with a contradictory blend of understanding and incomprehension. Xiao Qie killed off the only remaining tenderness he had left. It was really bad for the spring days to warm up again after a cold spell, for this was the season to have fun. Scoundrels all like having fun. As long as they were together, they could create a stir where there was none. The suggestive look in their eyes when their gazes met and the tingle of numbness that sprang up their spines was so strong that they itched to tantalize the other into ripping apart his mask of decency. No one understood the debauchery taking place underneath their official robes. As long as there was no one else, they would show their true colors. Chapter 76. Casting the Net. Chapter 76. Casting the net. The night rain had just stopped, but the sensual dampness between the beddings lingered. The hot springs had been renovated anew. Although it was small, it was completed. With his clothes draped over him, Xiao Qie fed the horse and gerfalcon. All that could be heard on Mount Feng at the third quarter of the hour of Maowan was the sound of water dripping from the eaves. He soaked in the mountain breeze for a moment with the front of his clothes opened. The chill of early spring gradually calmed the stimulation and excitement that had lasted all night. He had sobered up, but his passion had become all the more thick and viscous followed by a kind of post-indulgence, relaxation, and tenderness. This was the pleasure of indulging in desire. Xiao Qie removed the saddle on Lang Tao Shuejin's back and gestured to Meng. Meng promptly spread its wings and flew out of the eaves into the forest. Xiao Qie turned around to enter the room, where the heat and dampness had not receded. Xin Zichuan was sprawled over the pillow with the blanket over him. There was no way to tell if he was asleep or not. His half-exposed right ear was still wearing the earring. Xiao Qie lowered his hand to take it off for him, and in passing, rubbed his ear that had gone red from being clasped by the earring. Xin Zichuan let loose a sound. He had yet to fall into a sound sleep. He laid there for a moment, then slightly opened his eyes to look at Xiao Qie and said in a hoarse voice, "It's time we leave." Xiao Qie rolled over and lay down beside Xin Zichuan. He looked at him in the eye and said, "It's the day off today. It's still early." Xin Zichuan uttered a sound of acknowledgement and said, "There is still work to be done in the imperial prison." A busy man. Xiao Qie grasped his fingertips and pulled him towards himself. "In just one day, you rose to the position of northern judge, and you were also promoted to vice commander. The people you have to deal with now are all noble descendants of hereditary ranks. It's going to be hard for you to manage them. There's bound to be someone who wants to trip you up with underhand means." Shan Zichuan said, "It's not easy to be the son of heaven and the officials in his inner ministerial circle." It was in this way Shen Zichuan lay, with the word satiated written all over his expression. Both men looked at each other for a moment, like the gentleness after a rainstorm. Their kiss was both light and slow. In this humble thatched cottage, they wholeheartedly bared themselves to one another. It was as if in these few hours they left Kudu. They could cast aside all the so-called maturity and prudence to become young men of similar ages. Xiao Qie whispered, "This place is too small, with the view of the sky all blocked by vermilion walls, and the mountains and plains all surrounded by cities. Lang Tao Shuejin can't run to its heart's content. When we return to Libei someday in the future, I'll take you galloping all over Hongyan Mountains." Xin Zichuan pressed against his chest and asked, "Is the moon in Libei as round as the moon in Duanzhou?" Xiao Qie thought for a long while before he said, "I've already forgotten. Is the grass in Duanzhou as tall as the grass in Libei?" Xin Zichuan also said, "I've already forgotten." They suddenly burst out into laughter, dispelling that bit of melancholy. Shen Zichuan took in Xiao Qie's scent as Xiao Qie pressed his chin against the top of Xin Zichuan's head. Xiao Qie said, "Let's go together." Xin Zichuan said, "Home." Xiao Qie tightened his arms around Xin Zichuan and said, "Home. Let's ask Ji Gangshifu to go together with us. Libei is so big. There will be plenty of places to stay." Xin Zichuan laughed out loud and said with lowered eyes, "Shifu wants to return to Duanzhou. I'm afraid we won't be able to go together." Xiao Qie also lowered his eyes and said to him, "As long as we are out of Kudu, we will be able to go together, even to the ends of the earth." Xin Zichuan met Xiao Qie's gaze and said, "The wolf pup should be in Libei. Otherwise, it'd be a pity for it to become flabby due to a long period of inactivity." To Xiao Qie's eyes were calm and serene as he said, "Libei has my eldest brother, and the Libei armored cavalry has my father. Horse racing is the only thing that suits me." Xin Zichuan lifted Xiao Qie's chin and gazed at him. He said, "Natural talents are bound to have their own uses. It's just that the time has yet to come. Suin, Suin. All of Libei's hope lies in these two words." Xiao Qie laughed in a deep voice and suddenly rolled over to pin Xin Zichuan down. Pressing his forehead against Xin Zichuan's forehead, he said, "Do you want me or not?" Xin Zichuan's waist was sore and his back was aching. As he recovered his strength and eased up his muscles, he squeezed the back of Xiao Qie's neck and said in a husky voice, "Are you giving me or not?" Xiao Chia lowered his head to kiss him and pulled up the blanket over them. After that rainy night, Kudu's weather took a turn for the hotter. The Grand Secretariat demanded Pan Xiangjia's dismissal from his position of the Minister of Works, while the Chief Surveillance Bureau submitted more than 10 memorials in a row to impeach Pan Xiangjia. Their daily contentions in the imperial court were so heated that it made Li Jianheng's ears ache. Originally, Wei Huaigu and the major league ministers from the other noble clans would stick together for mutual benefits. Thus, they would not easily abandon anyone. For example, men like Fu Linya were eventually demoted with a reduced salary and not exiled out of the capital. After the fall of Hua Xiqian, Hai Liangyi took over the position of the Grand Secretary of the Grand Secretariat. Although he entrusted Xue Xiuzhua, who was from a noble clan, with heavy responsibilities, he had also successively promoted several low-grade officials from humble backgrounds. Of them, Kong Qiu was the most conspicuous, and both sides pit against one another, overtly and covertly. However, what happened this time was a matter of grave importance. If Pan Xiangjia was not impeached, then Wei Huaigu would have to be impeached. Someone had to take the blame for the clogged official ditches. There was no way to find a scapegoat at all. The way things were playing out, the Ministry of Revenue was obviously much more important than the Ministry of Works. To the noble clans, the one who did manual labor could be cast aside, but the one who managed money must be retained. It was not just Pan Xiangjia who had to be dismissed and prosecuted. Even his eldest son of lawful birth, who was the vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue, had to be suspended from his post to await impeachment. Li Jianheng no longer spoke up on the imperial court that easily. After adjourning the court, he called for Xiao Jie, and both men wandered around the garden for some spring appreciation. I heard that you braved the rain to head out of the capital some days back. Dressed in bright yellow regular wear, Li Jianheng picked some candied fruits from the table and shared half with Xiao Jie. For what purpose? The military drill grounds are close to Mount Foam. I get worried each time it rains. It has only been a few days since the public ditches incident, so I rushed over that night to take a look. Xiao Jie smiled and replied, as if he did not notice that Li Jianheng had sent someone to keep an eye on him. Your Majesty knows of that military drill grounds too. It cost the Imperial Army a lot of money. If it were to get damaged from the rain, those 20,000 men of mine would have to share and put up with the 8 great training divisions. If you bring the Imperial Army to the 8 great training divisions' military grounds, the Ministry of Revenue will promptly allocate the funds to you tomorrow. Li Jianheng tossed the candied fruit into his mouth and said, I've seen enough these days to understand that they are guarding against you. They are only too glad to be as far away from you as possible. Xiao Jie said self-mockingly, We are all attending to official duties. Where did they get that many ideas from? Li Jianheng recalled the last time Xiao Jie was besieged and attacked on all sides by these people on the imperial court and promptly said, They are full of evil tricks and they are crafty to boot. Each one of them is such an eloquent speaker when it comes to handling matters. But in truth, they are all for the specific purpose of setting others up. They even dare to cajole me. What's more, we have to punish this Pan Xiangjia this time. He did not do his job properly and almost caused me to die. And guess what? Last night, Commandery Princess Jiayue entered the palace to keep the Empress Dowager company. The Empress Dowager knew better and said she would not interfere in state affairs. Only then did she manage to send her away. Tell me, how would a lady who's about to get married know about the insides and outs of these matters? Isn't it all because she was forced to buy the Marquis of Hellion? After all, both of their families are in-laws. Xiao Jie followed Li Jianheng down the stairs and walked beneath those newly sprouted branches. He said, Has your Majesty made up your mind to punish Pan Xiangjia severely? Li Jianheng said, Of course. We mustn't let him off easily. There was a picture of the disaster victims from the low-lying area sandwiched inside the memorial tsin you submitted. They are really too pitiful. I'm the emperor who lives in the imperial palace. Just like what the Secretariat elder said, there are many matters I can only find out through word of mouth. Pan Xiangjia's negligence and tardiness in clearing up the clogged ditches caused so much harm to the others. I definitely have to punish him. The Secretariat elder has the same intent too. Having tasted the sweetness from dishing out rewards and having been praised by the imperial censors, he now wanted to single out Pan Xiangjie to make an example out of him. I happen to disagree with the Secretariat elder. Xiao Qie said out of the blue, Pan Xiangjie deserves to be punished, but this man mustn't be too easily removed from office. Li Jianheng turned his head back and said with a frown, if we don't deal with him after he makes such a blunder, then are you going to keep him around for him to make another one? Xiao Qie cast a glance at the clear sky overhead and remembered what Xin Zichuan had said. He suddenly laughed and said to Li Jianheng, of course your majesty has to deal with him, but if you dismiss him from his post, it'll be tantamount to cutting off his career path. Pan Xiangjie is currently advanced in age, and he has also made some contributions in his position of the Minister of the Ministry of Works. Your Majesty, the blockage of the public ditches this time caused a surge in slop, which has indeed flooded and damaged the streets. Yet the embankments of Kaling River remained solid and secured like a wall of iron. In previous years, when the localities were flooded, there were very few dams and embankments that could hold up. Clearly, Pan Xiangjie has put some thoughts into this and has not cut corners. But his negligence and oversight of the public ditches is a fact, too. There's no reason to let him off easy just because of Kaling River. Your Majesty, Xiao Qie said, the court assembly this morning discussed the allocation of funds for the spring plow. The Ministry of Revenue has been wrestling with the localities over this, and this matter has been stuck at an impasse for half a month. If we wait any further, we will miss the time. What has this got to do with not dismissing Pan Xiangjie? Li Jianheng was not too pleased. Even if we retain him, the Ministry of Revenue will not allocate the fund. Wei Huaigu's subordinates are all very articulate. Even the Secretariat elder can't be bothered to waste his breath on them. Only the imperial censors from the Chief Surveillance Bureau can tie with them when it comes to rebuking and condemning others. The Ministry of Revenue, the subordinates who are currently capable of attending official duties, are all Wei Huaigu's protégés. So naturally, they will act according to Wei Huaigu's will. But Pan Xiangjie's son, Pan Lin, also happens to hold the post of Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. If your Majesty can simply go through the motions in dealing with Pan Xiangjie this time, then their Pan clan, graced with imperial favor, will surely remember your Majesty's kindness. By then, his son would be just like your Majesty's son. If your Majesty has to deal with the Ministry of Revenue in the future, you'll have your own man in the Ministry of Revenue who can speak up on your behalf. Furthermore, once Pan Xiangjie is dismissed and prosecuted, the Ministry of Works will have to nominate someone else to take up the ministerial post. The new person may not necessarily be more loyal than Pan Xiangjie. Xiao Qie paused here and let Li Jianheng think for himself. Li Jianheng took a few steps and said hesitantly, but if he's not dismissed, there still has to be a punishment that can convince the masses. Pan and Fei are related through marriage, while Fei and Xi are close to each other. What they don't lack the most is money. Your Majesty can fine Pan Xiangjie and get him to cover all the expenses incurred during the dredging of the public ditches, then hand him the punishment of flogging. Flogging, Li Jianheng said in astonishment. He's so old. Won't he be beaten to death? How is he going to mend his ways and be grateful if you don't let him have a taste of death? Xiao Qie smiled. Let the imperial censors rebuke him to their satisfaction. By the time your Majesty summons him for an audience again, he will be deeply grateful even if your Majesty tells him to bark like a dog in public, let alone cover the expenses. Delighted, Li Jianheng circled back and said to Xiao Qie, as usual, you're the resourceful one. Wei Huaigu is also the one who ran the audit of the expenditure this time. I fear he has, out of impure intentions, doctored the accounts. So it's still better for your Majesty to go over this case again and act with prudence." As expected, Li Jianheng looked to be put in a spot as he said, "This is a job for the Ministry of Revenue. Where would I have the man? The other ministries can't interfere in this matter either." "Then find one of those in the Ministry of Revenue to do it. The official at the top can't give a clear explanation, but the petty officials at the bottom are all honest men who actually carry out tasks for your Majesty." Xiao Qia brushed aside a branch and seemed to think about it before he continued, "I met a competent official at Xiao Zui Temple this incident. He was the one who kept records of the accounts for the medicinal herbs which the imperial army had submitted earlier. Even the Secretariat Elder was full of praise for him. Your Majesty, how about letting him try?" Overjoyed, Li Jianheng said, "If even the Secretariat Elder has praised him, then we can't go wrong with him." Xiao Qia said in a steady voice, "This man's name is Liang Tsuishan." Shi Hongxian was taken into custody in the prison. He originally thought that with Li Jianheng to protect him and Xue Xiuzhua to use his power to help him, he would be quickly released. Who would have known that he would be locked up for so many days? No one delivered messages to keep him updated either. Thus, he guessed that something must have gone wrong somewhere in between. When Shen Zichuan arrived at the prison, he had his waist token with him. He was someone who had a drink with Kong Qiu before, and he was a newly appointed official who rose to prominence the fastest. So Qiao Tinya only had to use a few catty of wine to talk the warden around. When Shi Hongxian saw Shen Zichuan, he hurriedly got up and asked through the bars, "How is it? Why has there been no news? Has Pan Xiangjie been punished? If so, then it's time for me to be released." Although Shen Zichuan had his waist token hung, he was not wearing his official robe. He was dressed in a dark blue everyday wear with his collars tightly secured. His facial features were enveloped by the dim light when he entered, and the contrast of his clothes against the color of his skin made him look extremely white, with a hint of frostiness. "You're still waiting for Pan Xiangjie to be prosecuted?" Shin Zichuan said, "There's been nothing about Pan Xiangjie these days. He's in charge of the Ministry of Works. How will they justify it if they don't punish him after there's such a big problem with the public ditches? Even His Majesty won't be able to justify it." Shi Hongxian clenched and tightened his fists. What went wrong in between? To shirk responsibility and shift the blame, Wei Huaigu relentlessly latched on to Pan Xiangjie. But as you know too, things can backfire when it reaches its limits. Even a jade rabbit can bite humans when it's forced into a corner, let alone Pan Xiangjie. To mitigate their crime, the Pan clan wants to cover the expenses this time. The porridge shack over at Zhao Zui Temple has yet to be dismantled, and the womenfolk of the Pan clan has already gone over to give out porridge to the disaster victims. They put on a meticulous show and did a careful job of keeping up appearance while assuming the stance of eating humble pie, as if they were submitting themselves to physical and verbal abuses from the others. Like they say, not for the sake of the monk, but for that of the Buddha. 3. So even the Secretariat Elder would have to take this into consideration and reconsider his punishment. Without a smile on his face, Shin Zichuan said, "There's no way the Ministry of Revenue's delays of the accounts can be covered up. For everyone's good, Wei Huaigu should also admit his mistakes and endure a scolding. Yet he is simply too oblivious and doesn't know when to advance and retreat. Second young master, since Pan Xiangjie isn't dismissed and Wei Huaigu isn't punished, then they can only single you out this time and put you on the chopping board." After a moment of silence, Shi Hongxian said, "Wei Huaigu is too money-minded. The reason he's suppressing this matter and refusing to relent is because he's afraid that the Ministry of Revenue's disparity cannot be covered up after he admits his mistakes, and Hailiangyi would then have him in his grasp. Going by his temperament, if he can't kick out Pan Xiangjie to take the blame for him, then he will force me to fish out the money. No matter what, he won't let himself suffer. Fuck it, that wily old fox. When they were all bashing Xiao Qia together, they all wanted to ride on the 8 great training divisions' coattails and have a share in the benefits reaped from the 8 great training divisions. But now, Xiao Qia had not even been knocked out, and they were fighting among themselves. Shi Hongxian felt indignant. He had previously spent quite a sum of money on the matter concerning Shi Guan. The good thing was that their family salt mines were not confiscated and sealed off, so they were still raking in money. In any case, the imperial court had no idea about the Shi clan's private accounts. But it was different when Wei Huaigu wanted money. The 8 great clans knew best what the 8 great clans were like. The Shi clan sold salt and headed out to sea, and they even kept and maintained a large batch of ships at Yongquan Harbor. These were stuff the 8 great clans knew all too well, spending money to ward off calamities. Shen Zichuan said gravely and earnestly, "With yourself behind bars now, you have to choose a man you can trust to handle this matter for you on the outside. You are transferring money within private accounts. If the Wei clan wants some 10,000 taels, then just the transportation alone would be a big problem. There has to be someone who can organize it all for you. Furthermore, this matter is of utmost urgency, so have it done as quickly as possible." "Look for Yanqing," Shi Hongxian blurted out. Having done so, he hesitated again. Xue Xiuzhua knew the ins and outs of the Shi clan, and it was hard to say if he might get some other ideas during the process. The Shi clan's accumulated mountain of gold and silver was something the previous few generations risked their lives to hoard, and they had countless successions of connected shops and businesses in Jueshi and Hezhou. Shi Hongxian could afford the money, but there was no one he could really entrust it with. With Shi Guan dead, the few Shi clan concubines were really going at it with their abacuses. Perhaps even before he, Shi Hongxian, died in prison, he would end up dying by his own family members' hands. Shi Hongxian suddenly said, "Lance Hao, you've been promoted to vice commander, and you also manage the imperial prison. You have the special rights to enter and exit Kudu to handle cases. It's too inconvenient for Yanqing, with him currently being in the Court of Judicial Review and all. I'm afraid he will be too conspicuous and end up being investigated by the others. How about you handle this matter instead?" Shen Zichuan was rather surprised and said, "I've neither managed accounts nor dealt with Wei Huaigu before, and I'm not familiar with your businesses on the outside too. So how would I be able to handle this well?" Unfamiliarity was exactly what he wanted. Shi Hongxian said, "There are managers appointed by me over at the Salterns. They are quick and efficient, so you don't need to worry about the money. It's just that transportation would prove to be particularly troublesome if the sum is too large. Tens of thousands of money worth would pile up into mountains when loaded onto the carts. You can't go the water route. All my family's routes are sea-based. Head inward to the north, and the Hua clan of Diqing has the final say, while the Yan clan of Hezhou calls the shots in the south. So you can only take the overland route, which would require you to traverse the 13 cities of Jueshi. Motherfucker! I don't believe this much money can't bury that Wei Huaigu to death alive. In any case, you don't need to fear anything else while passing through Jueshi. But you must be on guard against Jiang Qingshan. This man is a tough one. If he catches us red-handed, I'll be skinned." Shen Zichuan was in no hurry to agree. He said, "This is an important issue. You should have a word with Xue Xiuzhua and let him know." "No." Shi Hongxian considered it carefully. "Yanqing is not a person who can handle this kind of matter. It'd work to the contrary if he were to intervene again. You only need to tell him to continue to think of a way to plead for mercy on my behalf on the imperial court. His Majesty's momentary hesitation is no big deal. But when I get out this time, Wei Huaigu will be the first one I'll kill." After he said that, he smiled at Shen Zichuan. "There's no need for you to panic. I know you have never conducted a business transaction before. I left a bookkeeper in my Kudu residence. His name is Shi Dan, an old hand in my employ. Let him accompany you. I'll naturally have my own plans once I see him." Shi Hongxian was quick-thinking. He did not dare to trust Shin Zichuan just yet. He remembered how Ji Lei had been played to death, so he held back and insisted on seeing his own man before he would take out his money. The Shi clan's keys were in a place only he knew of. Without the key, all the Shi clan's money vaults could not be opened. Give it a few days. Shin Zichuan said softly, I'll bring him to see you. Chapter 77. Dispute. Chapter 77. Dispute Pan Xiangjie was suspended from his post as he awaited impeachment. Having also received a flogging, he sighed and moaned as he lay on his stomach back at home to nurse his injuries. His son, Pan Lin, was also implicated and had to endure the rebukes of the imperial censors every day during court sessions. A few days later, he was also suspended from his post to be detained and confined at home. Xiao Qia, having received a raise in rank, organized a banquet and specifically invited the Marquis of Helion. The Marquis of Helion was too embarrassed to appear before Xiao Qia because of the matchmaking attempt for Commandery Princess Zhao Yue the last time. He was also worried that this tyrant would be so proud of his success that he would humiliate him and make things hard for him before the others. So, after thinking it through, he got his son to attend the banquet on his behalf. Marquis Jr. was called Fei Shi. He was also a well-known figure on Donglong Street. He had once gone drinking with Xiao Qia in the past, but none of them lesser tyrants were as domineering as mega-tyrant Xiao Qia. What's more, he feared the Xiao clan, so he no longer went out for entertainment with Xiao Qia and would make a big detour whenever he saw Xiao Qia and Li Jinheng. Now that he had to attend Xiao Qia's banquet, he first wilted by half, then changed direction and headed to the Pan's residence to ask Pan Lin to go together with him. Go with me. We'll treat it as relieving our boredom. Fei Shi held up his robe and urged him on. The banquet this time is on Kaling River. There'll be many people there. Pan Lin's son was just a month old. He teased the baby for a moment before saying, Not going. I've been feeling vexed these few days. What fun is there in playing with a baby? Fei Shi squeezed in to intercept the nanny and said, I can't skip it this time. My father has specifically made his instructions clear. Go have some fun and make friends with him. I heard that he is friends with the left censor-in-chief of the Chief Surveillance Bureau, Sinew. If he steps forth and intercedes for you, then you wouldn't have to endure as many rebukes. Seriously. Pan Lin tossed aside the handkerchief. Sin Xuani's the one who's the most brutal in reprimanding me. Xiao II only advanced in rank, this time owing to his friendship with His Majesty. Just how much can he convince Sinew? I'm not going. I don't want to embarrass myself. Look at you. How are you this inflexible? Fei Shi was truly racking his brains to coax him out of the door. He has a prior friendship with His Majesty. If he can put in a few good words for the Pan clan before His Majesty, would you still need to be aggrieved to such an extent? Come on, let's go. I had a drink with him before. I'll introduce you. Unable to dissuade Fei Shi, Pan Lin was dragged out of the house and onto the horse carriage, which headed right for Kaling River. With Xiao Qia hosting a banquet this night, all the gaily painted pleasure boats on Kaling River were full. He was now famous, and all the brothels and taverns along the riverbanks benefited from association, having gotten a piece of the action. Money was being splashed around on the outside like water. He did not even have to open his mouth. Flocking all around him were people, trying every means to give him money. But there's no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Too, if he accepted their money, he would have to do them favors. If he did not do it today, then there would be plenty of pretexts for them to get him to do it in the future. Xiao Qia knew this all too well, so he did not accept a single coin. This was such a grand occasion, and he paid for it all out of his own pocket. Chunyang flicked away noisily at the abacus in the back behind the scene. The more he computed, the slower he became. Eventually, he simply tossed away the abacus and said to Ding Tao and Gu Jin, the palace has rewarded us with so many fields and mansions. Let's sort them out and find an auspicious day to sell them all. Xiao Qia just happened to come out after changing his robe. He cut an imposing sight, all decked in a gold crown, brocade robe, and black clouds boots. On hearing Chinyang, his countenance changed. He felt his way to his belt and said, "I'm that poor? We have too many expenses at the start of spring. The villages on the outside are self-sufficient enough to bring in some money. But many residences in Kudu are bestowed upon us by the palace. We can't rent them out, and we still have to arrange for someone to clean them daily. Our Prince residence and Plum Blossom residence are permanent residences, and there are at least 300 people or so who serve in both. The monthly salaries, monetary rewards, and," Xiao Chia said, "and Ding Tao's candy allowance. You have to eat an entire frontier reconnaissance squad's worth of rations each year, right? We've spoiled you too much." Grabbing his little notebook, Ding Tao did not dare to make noise and merely mumbled, "The princess consort gave special permission for this when I was back at home. You've grown up." Xiao Chia said callously, "You don't need to eat candies anymore. They are bad for your teeth. I'll temporarily hold off on the calculation of the expenses tonight." Chunyang held on to the table, feeling a little dizzy. He said, "I'll do it tomorrow morning." When it comes to dealing with matters, Gu Jin said succinctly, "A man's got to be liberal with his money. Do a proper audit of the accounts for those residences on the outside. I hardly go there even in a few hundred years, and Dage is too busy to manage them on his end too. When those subordinates go free and unchecked for too long, they would even dare to hoodwink others." Xiao Chia strode a long step out, then retreated back and said, "Calculate it now. It won't be more than a few thousand taels. There's someone managing this account." Gu Jin watched him step out of the door and asked, "Who?" "Who in our residence can manage how our second young master spends his money?" Chunyang carried the abacus back and flicked through it for a moment before giving an equivocally worded reply. Ding Tao rubbed his boots against each other and stretched out his head to whisper, "I know who it is." Not many officials were invited to this banquet. Court officials of 4th grade and above were all subjected to censure from the Chief Surveillance Bureau had they gathered for private feasts. Xiao Chia was also the viceroy of the imperial army, so he could not invite any of the few important military officials who worked with him on the patrols. The feast Sin, who held the last time, was also a private feast. He first presented a memo to the Grand Secretariat, and it was only when Hai Liangyi gave his nod that he invited the guests. This was how it ought to be. Kong Chiu, having gotten inebriated that feast, ended up getting censured and had to sit through a lecture from Hai Liangyi. The censors of the Chief Surveillance Bureau were the imperial censors, just as described. They could rebuke the emperor at the top and denounce the various officials at the bottom. Even Hai Liangyi himself would receive a censure if he were slightly negligent. For example, during the public ditches incident this time, Hai Liangyi just so happened to hold the posts of the Grand Secretariat's deputy, Grand Secretary, and Grand Secretary in successive order, so he would have to bear the blame had a problem cropped up. In the beginning, when Li Jianheng had just ascended to the throne, he found the dragon throne in Mingli Hall so hard that his buttocks ached if he sat on it for too long. Thus, he griped about it to those in close attendance. Not a few days later, he received a roundabout rebuke from the imperial censors. To this date, he never dared to bring up the matter of padding it with a thick cushion. Xiao Chia could not invite the authorities in power, but he could invite the nobles, or more specifically, the distinguished nobles. As long as it was a person of a hereditary noble rank, he invited them all. Most of these rich young masters with noble titles but no real power had someone in their family to back them, so they could have fun all they want with a peace of mind. One example was Fei Shi. His father was still alive and in good health, and his elder sister was about to marry a man from the Han clan, so he did not have to worry about his daily essentials like meals and clothing. He was not a good student either, barely learning anything. All he did the whole day was to loaf around. The moment Fei Shi stepped off the sedan, he dragged Pan Lin over to meet Xiao Chia. "Your lordship, congratulations!" Xiao Chia laughed and said, I'm glad your little lordship is willing to honor me with your presence today. Please drink all the wine you want tonight." Seeing how approachable he was, Faysher could not help but relax. He said, "Your lordship is generous. I shall not leave sober tonight." Xiao Jie looked at Pan Lin and said, "Vice Minister Pan, please drink to your heart's content too. Is His Excellency Pan getting better these days?" Hearing his usual tone, Pan Lin, whose heart had been in his mouth, relaxed a little. He returned the greeting and said, "Thank you for your lordship's consideration. My father's health is fine. It's just that he feels ashamed in the face of His Majesty's graciousness and has been facing the wall to self-reflect on the errors of his ways these days." Xiao Jie seemed to sigh with emotion as he said, "His Excellency Pan is a veteran minister of 3 reigns. He acts with prudence and is conscientious in his handling of state affairs. It's truly a pity for him to meet with such an unexpected misfortune." Pan Lin had been suffering setbacks day after day. He had pleaded with a great number of people to intercede on their behalf and have their sentences reduced, other than the Fei clan, who still had the heart to help them out of their difficulty. The others all came up with every kind of excuse to turn him away. He was born a D, a legitimate descendant of a noble clan, and his career had been pretty much smooth sailing. It was only now he had a taste of the world and found out just how fickle and hypocritical Society 3 was. Thus, he was greatly surprised and touched by Xiao Jie's words. "My father!" Pan Lin felt emotional, but knowing the etiquette, he forced a smile and said, "Forget it. I'm here tonight to congratulate and celebrate your lordship's great happiness. So let's not mention anything else. Your lordship, congratulations. I'm just blessed to have His Majesty shower kindness and favor upon me. All I did was to carry out the task of rolling and crawling around in the mud. I can't be compared to the Vice Minister and His Excellency Pan, who worry about the state all day long. Qinyang." Xiao Jie turned aside. "Invite his little lordship and Vice Minister Pan onto the boat and serve them well." Qinyang bowed and respectfully led them both inside. One side of the ship's interior was draped with hanging sheer fabric, and the sound of pipa flowed into the night. The seats were arranged according to levels of superiority. Qinyang led them both to the seats of honor. Seated at this table were all descendants from the noble clans. Pan Lin saw a few acquaintances, but he did not greet them. Seeing the unfriendly atmosphere, Faysher hurriedly got up to mediate. He said, "Isn't this eldest young Master Xue? What a truly rare sight." Xue Xiui was Xue Xiujua's elder brother of lawful birth. But this person had neither talents nor brains and relied solely on his birth to trample over Xue Xiujua for many years. For he was an ambitious man, and now, after seeing the Pan clan on the decline, he was starting to give Pan Lin the cold shoulder. Xue Xiujua drank his wine and merely said, "Humph. And how is the little lordship doing?" Faysher jabbed his fan and said, "Me? Not too bad. What has the eldest young master been doing lately? Come out for some fun." Looking haughty, Xue Xiui said, "I'm busy. Been studying some books that are the only copy extant from the previous reign." Faysher smiled and said, The eldest young master is a man of great talent. So why do you have time today?" All this while Xue Xiui had his side to them, as unwilling as he was to look Pan Lin in the eye. He said, "I heard Yao Wenyu has returned to the capital. I thought I should be able to see him here tonight, so I came. There are some issues I need to talk to him about." Pan Lin had been tolerating him for a long time. Seeing this attitude of his, he promptly sneered and said, "Not necessarily so. The queue of people who want to pick Yuanjua's brain stretches all the way to Hongyan Mountain in accordance with their learning and accomplishments. It's pointless even if the eldest young master hangs around here waiting. It's still far from your turn." What Xiui hated the most was the others making a dig at him for his lack of talents and shallow knowledge. He promptly set down the wine cup and said in a frosty voice, "Fine. I'm not worthy, but I still have a little self-awareness of my own limitations. I know my own worth. I know whether or not I'm deserving of sitting in this position." At his double-edged remark, Pan Lin abruptly rose to his feet. Shue Shui had a mean mouth, and he sneered when he saw Pan Lin go red in the face. Instead of being enraged, he chose some scathing remarks to throw out. "Come on, Qingji, take a seat." "Why? Are there nails on this chair? Everyone on this boat is looking at you. You are basking in glory tonight. Your Pan clan has indeed been impressive lately, even more so than the time you had a son." Pan Lin's first wife had previously died of illness, and there were a few times his concubines got pregnant only to suffer miscarriages. Seeing that he was already over 30 years of age and was still without a son, old Madame Pan went vegetarian and prayed to Buddha while also seeking all over for prescriptions. In order for him to beget a son, 5 she stuffed batch after batch of women into his room, causing such a hoo-ha that everyone knew about it and mocked Pan Lin behind his back for having an unmentionable affliction. Rage overwhelmed Pan Lin. He trembled and pointed at Shue Shui. So furious was he that he gasped for breath and sputtered. You! And what the hell do you think you are?" "You let the common son beneath you take charge and manage the household affairs. You're simply as dumb as a boorish boar." Shue Shui slapped the table and rose to retort. "You shut up! You are a disgrace to the educated class. You know dogs hit." Pan Lin countered. "You're even worse than a beast." Sandwiched in the middle, Fei Shi held onto his teacup as he was splattered with a face full of spittle. He closed his eyes and yelled, "What the heck?" "Eldest young master, Qingji, stop quarreling." "Why ruin a good banquet?" Shue Shui said. "Don't put me in the same category as him. He's not worthy. He doesn't even deserve to carry my shoes." Pan Lin looked to his left and right, then picked up the teacup and smashed it. This entire table was thrown into chaos. Fei Shi could not stop them. Both of them showed utterly no regard for their dignity as they tangled and fought with one another. Shue Shui stayed at home all year round. He was small-sized and thin, and he was not skilled at fistfights and kickboxing. Subsequently, he was shoved to the ground by Pan Lin and ended up banging his waist hard. He repeatedly wailed, "Ow, wow! To think you dare to hit me." Pan Lin had nothing left to smash, so he took off his shoe and swung it to swat it right at his face, saying, "I'm teaching you a lesson on behalf of old Master Shue. The hell you think you are? Your foul mouth ought to be slapped." There was an uproar all around. Fei Shi dodged that shoe and said urgently, "Stop fighting! Quick, stop it! Men!" Xiao Jia lifted the curtain and entered, his expression growing grave. Chunyang led the guards forth to stop them and pulled both men apart. Shue Shui had been smacked until there were red marks on his face. He covered his face and stretched out his leg, wanting to kick Pan Lin. With his neck craned, he spat out hatefully, "We aren't done yet. This is not over." Pan Lin was truly a sorry sight to behold. He had come to his senses now. He never expected to make a clown of himself in public. Avoiding all the eyes on him and enduring his misery, he said resolutely, "Even if I, Pan Qingji, were to starve to death in the future, I'll never sit at the same table as you, Shue Shui. And even if our Pan clan of Danqing were to die out, I'll never beg your Shue clan for help." With that, Pan Lin tossed the shoe to the floor. He raised his head, but did not look at anyone, and merely cupped his hands before his chest to Xiaojie. "I, Pan Qingji, will compensate your lordship for spoiling your lordship's fun. And I, Pan Qingji, will also pay you back double for all the things I've smashed tonight. Not only that, I, Pan Qingji, will even book this entire Kaling River for your lordship to have fun. Your lordship, I shall take my leave. I'll come calling on you another day to offer my apologies." He kicked off his other shoe too. And just like that, he stepped over the mess on the ground in his clean socks and pushed Fei Shi aside to make his way out. "Your Excellency, please wait." Xiao Jie said in an unhurried tone. Chen Yang, take the vice minister to have a change of clothes first. Fei Shi hurriedly said, Right, Qingji. Let's get your clothes changed first. When all was said and done, Pan Lin was, after all, a noble clan young master. What's more, he was an authorized official of the imperial court. He had to speak tough, but if he really had to walk on the streets in this state, it would have been better to kill him. So, with Chen Yang and Fei Shi urging him on, he relented and went with them. Eldest young master. Xiao Jie lifted a finger to beckon Gu Jin over. He motioned, after you two. Chapter 78. Individual Servings. Chapter 78. Individual Servings. Pan Lin was in a depressed state of mind as he sat on the couch near the window after he had a change of clothes. Feeling guilty, Fei Shi sat before him and made to speak, only to have the words die on his lips. You don't have to say a word. Pan Lin looked out of the window at the old but brilliantly lit brothel courtyard. It's just my bad luck to come across a lowlife like him. Fei Shi said, You know he's a lowlife who has an extremely narrow mind. Then why get angry with someone like him? Qingji, it's not worth it. Pan Lin let out a self-mocking laugh and said, Has our Pan clan fallen into such a sorry state? I can give up my moral integrity, had it been for the sake of a meal. But I'd rather die than to let him mock me like this. Seeing how sorrowful he looked, Fei Shi knew that the social snubbing these days had really hurt him. Although Fei Shi was a loafer, he was pretty much a person who took it easy. He comforted, As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood to burn. Where there's life, there's hope. His Majesty has not even issued the edict yet. Qingji, didn't his lordship say so? His Excellency Pan is a veteran minister of 3 reigns. He'd still carry some weight in his Majesty's heart. On the other side, Gu Jin lifted the curtain, and Xiao Jie bent over to enter. Fei Shi and Pan Lin stood up together to pay their obeisances to him. Xiao Jie raised his hand and said, Gentlemen, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Your Excellency Pan, please take a seat. Pan Lin took his seat and said to Xiao Jie, Not only have I ruined your lordship's fun tonight, but I've also held your lordship up from enjoying the wine. I deserve a beating. Xiao Jie did not really mind. As he sat, Gu Jin served him tea. He took a few sips and said, I've long heard of your Excellency's talents, but I have never had the chance to strike up a conversation. It could be said to be fate and luck that brought us here tonight. On hearing this, Fei Shi smiled and threw Pan Lin a signal with his eyes. Pan Lin hurriedly bowed. Xiao Jie motioned for him to take a seat again and said, I was the one who carried out the task of dredging up the public ditches, so I know very well how it feels. The public ditches on Donglong Street were old to begin with, having been haphazardly dug before His Excellency Pan took up the post of Minister of Works. There are too many points in this matter that don't make sense. If you ask me, the blame for the rise in water level this time shouldn't be pinned on His Excellency Pan. A surge of warmth welled up in Pan Lin's heart. He said, A few years ago, my father specifically asked someone to draw up a blueprint. But the Zhongbo troops just happened to suffer a defeat back then, and the state treasury lacked money. The Ministry of Revenue refused to allocate the funds, so this matter was passed over. Who would have known, Sai? To think there's still such a thing. Xiao Jie covered the teacup with the tea lid, but Wei Huaigu didn't mention a word about this before the emperor. Aren't both your families on good terms with one another? Pan Lin said nothing, and Fei Shi hastened to say, Your lordship, why is that Wei Huaigu is going all out to curry favors? It's all for the sake of being a top-league official. He endured for all these years, finally becoming qualified enough and just in time for the inspection this year. He's waiting for the evaluation to be submitted so that he can be promoted to deputy secretary. This is so he can stand up to Secretariat Elder High as equals on the imperial court in the future. No one expected the public ditches to end up clogged at this juncture. Of course, He has to think of ways to disassociate himself from it. He's not the slightest bit willing to shoulder the responsibility for this at all. I didn't expect him to be such a person. Xiao Jie looked slightly surprised. Having seen how the Ministry of Revenue's accounts these years have been clear without any glaring errors, I initially thought that it should be Wei Huaigu's turn for a promotion this year. But who would have known that he would turn out to be such a vile person who seeks personal gains this shamelessly? What happened to His Excellency Pan is truly unfortunate. Hearing the hint of appreciation in his words, Fei Shi could not resist plucking up the courage to say, "Everyone has been pretty much close-mouthed about the information lately. Your lordship, Qingji and I had asked quite a number of people, and we still don't know what punishment His Majesty has conveyed to the Ministry of Justice. If His Excellency were to be sentenced, would be he assigned out of Kuru?" With his heart in his mouth, Pan Lin looked at Xiao Jie sat tight in the chair and twiddled with his thumb ring. Only when he had them on the edges of their seats that he said, "It's hard to say. His Majesty seems to me to be hesitating too." Fei Shi promptly said, "As long as the imperial edict has not been issued, there's still a chance to turn things around. Your lordship is truly an official in the Son of Heaven's inner ministerial circle now. I hope your lordship can put in a few good words to His Majesty regarding this issue." "I won't put in a good word for His Excellency Pan." Seeing both men's expressions change, Xiao Jie continued unhurriedly, "I'll only speak the truth. His Excellency is talented and has made contributions to the state. Even if he has made some minor mistakes, it does not merit execution or banishment. I'll speak to His Majesty again when I enter the palace tomorrow. If all goes well, the pardon should arrive at your residences within 4 days." Pan Lin was so delighted that his eyes reddened when he stood up. He did not dare to overstep his boundary and touch Xiao Jie, so he could only grasp his own sleeves and fall to his knees hard as though he was transplanting rice seedlings, and said, many thanks to your lordship for saving our lives. "Gu Jin, quick! Help the vice minister up." Xiao Jie said with a smile, "This is what I should do. There's no need for your Excellency to take it to heart. When you return today, tell His Excellency Pan to rest well. There are plenty of state and governmental affairs where His Excellency is still needed in the future." Fei Shi, who was frank and outspoken, said, "If there is anything we can do for your lordship in the future, please just say the word. Qingji, let's go. We have to head back and tell His Excellency the good news." Pan Lin thanked him again and said to Xiao Jie with sincerity, "Please let me know if I can be of help to your lordship in the future. Libei is too far. I'm afraid I can't help you there. But as long as it's in Kuru, I, Pan Qingji, will definitely do my utmost as long as your lordship gives the word." Xiao Jie said, "There's no need to act like a stranger. However, you mentioned earlier that His Excellency Pan had found someone to draw up a blueprint for the public ditches of Kuru. I also happen to be worrying about the repairs for the public ditches. So could I trouble you to ask His Excellency Pan if he could lend me the blueprint for a look?" Pan Lin said, "There's no need to ask. I'll send someone to deliver it right to your lordship's residence once I return home." Xiao Jie comforted him some more, then watched as Gu Jin sent them off the boat. He listened to the reed pipes music from the pleasure boat for a moment before turning back to say to Ding Tao, "Eat what you like. Tell the cook to go ahead and dish it up. Once you're done eating, prepare some sweet and spicy dishes, then get the cook to grill some fishes carefully and have it delivered to your young master Shin. Don't alert anyone else." With his notebook in his bag, Ding Tao ran off. Chunyang came up from behind and said to Xiao Jie in a hushed tone, "Master, Shui isn't going to stay for long inside. He's still waiting to see Yao Wenyu. Are we going over?" "Yes, of course we are going over." Xiao Jie looked back with icy cold eyes. "Shui Xiuzhua planted a time bomb for me in the Quanqing silk matter. I have to give him a big gift in return. Tell the attendants to serve a few more pots of excellent wine." This shui is of great use to us. The prison, which fell under the charge of Kong Chiu, was strictly monitored, so Shi Hongxian could not send out any information. It was as if he was cut off from the world. The more he waited, the more anxious he became. After waking up one night, he found himself detained in isolation, having been swapped over to a windowless room. Why is there a sudden change in place? Because Shi Hongxian was obese, he could not squat down as freely as he would like. All he could do was to bend over slightly and call out through the gap to the warden, who was delivering his food. "Bro! Sir, at least tell me something." That warden paid no attention to his words and opened the flap to push the rancid rice and leftover soup in. Then he picked up the tray and left. "Aye, buddy, please hold it." Shi Hongxian raised his voice. "I still have some silver in my pocket. Looking at how hard you've been working these few days, why not take it to buy some wine? Consider it my show of respect, one to you." The warden turned back and spat a mouthful of saliva at him. Snubbed, Shi Hongxian sat on the straw mat in a daze without even taking his meal. He could not even sleep well these few days he had been waiting. He thought it over from different angles, but he did not where it had all gone wrong. The more time lapsed, the more uncertain he felt. This taste of being subjected to the whims of another was simply too hard to take. This room was damp, with no ducts for ventilation and no windows to let in light. Shi Hongxian would usually find it tough to sleep even on bamboo mats, and now it was even more of a torture for him. Eczema had broken out on his back again, and he could not reach it even if he wanted to scratch. Later, Shi Hongxian heard a movement at the entrance. The door creaked open, and Shen Zichuan strode in. Behind him, Qiao Tinya, who was disguised as a stoic-faced youth, lit the lamp. Shi Hongxian struggled to move his legs and said, "What's going on? Why am I locked up here? Is this Kong Chiu's idea? I've never heard of there being such a room in prison. You are not a long-staying convict of the prison, so it's only right that you don't know about this place." Shen Zichuan pulled off his cloak and handed it to Qiao Tinya, then said to Shi Hongxian, "The food here is not fit for human consumption. I've specially prepared some dishes. Eat some and we'll talk." With the cloak hanging over one of his hands, Qiao Tinya opened up the food box with his other hand and served up the delicacies they had bought earlier on the way here. Shi Hongxian sat on the straw mat and watched Qiao Tinya's movements in silence when he suddenly let out a laugh. His expression quickly cooled off, and he said, "This looks like a farewell dinner. This case doesn't merit a death sentence, so why scare yourself?" Shen Zichuan sat down on the bench that Qiao Tinya had dusted clean. When he noticed that Shi Hongxian had not moved his chopsticks, he got Qiao Tinya to take out another pair of chopsticks. Then he picked a few dishes to eat before sampling a mouthful of wine. It was only then Shi Hongxian moved his chopsticks. Shen Zichuan set down the chopsticks and looked at him. He said with a smile, "We are brothers. Do you have to be so tightly guarded against me?" Shi Hongxian picked out the steamed, twisted roll and gobbled them down. It was only after his hunger subsided that he said, "Times are special. If you were in my shoe, won't you act the same way? How did that matter go? Have you seen Shidan?" Shen Zichuan finished up the wine in his cup and nodded to Qiao Tinya. Qiao Tinya opened the door and led the man in. "Second young master." Shidan pounced in. When he saw Shi Hongxian, he lowered his head and wept. "You have suffered." Steadying his hand, Shi Hongxian drank up the last drop of wine and said, "Get up. Don't make a fool of yourself. It's not the time for me to meet my maker yet." Wiping his face, Shidan said, "During these few days when the second young master was not at home, I've already informed the shopkeepers of the various areas to manage their accounts carefully. I wouldn't dare to let them mess up, but you're the pillar of the clan. We still need you to take charge of the affairs personally." Shi Hongxian ate his dishes in silence. After a long while, he said, "Tell me the situation out there." Shidan replied, "His Majesty wants to pursue responsibility for the matter, and both the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works do not want to shoulder the blame. At present, Pan Xiangjie has already been suspended, and he has already received a flogging. Seeing as the situation did not bode well, I went to plead with His Excellency Xue, but he was too busy with his official duties that I did not manage to get to see him at all. Yanqing did not see you. Shi Hongxian suddenly threw his chopsticks away and looked at Shidan with slightly narrowed eyes. Are you telling the truth? On seeing his disbelief, Shidan hurriedly said, Second young master, how can this be falsified? All you have to do is to ask when you are released to find out the truth, isn't it? How do I dare to hoodwink you when it comes to such matters? Doesn't this coincide with His Majesty's issuance of general amnesty? The Court of Judicial Review is going to coordinate with the Ministry of Justice to leaf through all the past old cases. His Excellency Xue has to go through the files with Kong Qiu and the others. I don't dare to block his sedan chair either, and that's why I never got a chance to meet him. It was only when Shidan explained it in this way that Shi Hongxian more or less believed him. He said, What rotten luck to be framed at this kind of timing. Lance Hao, exactly who instigated His Majesty to leave the palace? Is there still no update from the palace regarding this matter? There are only so many people around His Majesty, so just throw out a guess. Xin Zichuan said, But it's obvious His Majesty is reluctant to investigate. He's clearly of the mind to protect the other party. Mu Ru is the only one who can make His Majesty protect her to such an extent. Shi Hongxian clenched his fists. Bitch is ruthless. There must be a reason for her to do so. You have to be careful. She'd better not be pregnant with an imperial heir and eyeing the throne to rule behind the screen. 2. Since she is in Xue Xiujue's camp, I doubt she will conceive that easily. Once again, Shen Zichuan brought up the past. It was also Xue Xiujue's idea for you to transfer to the Bureau of Evaluations. If it's indeed the case that Mu Ru wanted to harm you, I can no longer get what Xue Xiujue is thinking. On the day Shi Hongxian abducted Qi Hualian, Shen Zichuan had also mentioned that it was Xue Xiujue's idea for him to enter the Bureau of Evaluations. Now that he had brought it up again, half a month later, the implication of his words had taken on a different undertone. Shi Hongxian pondered it over for a while, then said, Let's leave these matters aside for the time being. Lance Hao, the priority is to get me out of here. What did Wei Huaigu say? How much does he want? I'll give him. Shen Zichuan extended 4 fingers. Shi Hongxian said, For 100,000? Shen Zichuan did not move. Shi Hongxian propped himself up on the table and stood up. He exclaimed, For million? The dishes and bowls on the table collided. Shi Hongxuan's expression under the lamp gradually grew savage. He flung the wine cup without warning and seethed. Good one there, Wei Huaigu. Well played, the Wei clan. So, for million, he began to laugh grimly. This is the total military expenditure of Dazhou. It's almost as much as the cost of rebuilding Zhongbua. So much money. Fuck. How's he going to get it? That's truly a real mountain of silver. It would take half a year just to transport it separately from the West. And it'll also cost money to bribe the various passes and checkpoints during this period of time when the money is being escorted across territories. Even if the money makes its way to Kudu, where is he going to store it? There's simply no way to hide this much money. What he is doing now is ripping you off by making such an exorbitant demand, so why would he care that much? The imperial bodyguards have just gotten the news that the Wei clan indeed has their eyes on Zhongbua. Think about it. Wei Huaigu currently has the Ministry of Revenue in his grasp. If he manages to take down the 6 prefectures of Zhongbua, then this sum of money would be really used on military expenses. By the time the Wei clan has their own troops, and with the Empress Dowager, then the Shi clan would be at their mercy. Shi Hongxian suddenly turned his head to look at Shen Zichuan. When you advised me to join forces with them back then, have you ever thought that this would happen today? Lance Hao, These people are all wolves and tigers. They are all insatiably greedy. The moment they have us in their hands, then you and I will never be able to get back on our feet again in this lifetime. Back then, when I advised you to join forces with them and kick out the Yao clan, you hesitated. The Yao clan was initially a good target for you to punish as a warning to others. You missed the chance, so the situation today is only to be expected. Shi Hongxian, if you don't kick them, then they will think of ways to boot you out. As if lamenting, Shen Zichuan said, "This situation is ever so fast-changing. It's no longer the same as it was decades ago when everyone could still talk reason to one another. The 8 great clans is such that one clan rises when another falls. It's wearing down from within. You should have long swallowed up the others and declare yourself king." Shi Hongxuan's breathing quickened slightly. At this very moment he regretted his inaction. His palms were drenched in sweat as he faced the flickering candlelight and said, "Lance Hao, when I get out this time, I'll heed your advice in all future plans. Since it has already come to this now, we have to think of a way first to get those 4 million. 4 million is still too much." Shin Zichuan said, "There's simply no way for that much money passing through Jueshi to escape Jiang Qingshan's eyes. Wait a little longer. I'm going to negotiate with Wei Huaigu." At this point, there was no other choice but to wait. Holding himself back, Shi Hongxian said, "It'd be best to hurry. The situation in the imperial court changes too fast. What's more, His Majesty is indecisive and doesn't have a mind on his own. If Xiao II or Mu Ru were to coax and win him over, then it'll really be too late." It was inadvisable for Shen Zichuan to stay too long. As he put on his cloak, he asked, as if offhandedly, "Oh, right, you are in prison. Then what about Qi Hualian? He's important too, so don't let anyone see him." Shi Hongxian was about to say something, but he changed his mind in a split second. He softened his voice as he said to Shen Zichuan, "Don't you worry. Qi Hualian will not starve to death. I've found someone to watch over him. It's just that the place is well concealed. I'll return him to you when I get out of here." It was under this dim light that Shen Zichuan partially turned his head back with a hint of a smile in the uplifted corners of his eyes. As he secured his cloak, he softly said, "Sure." A cold draft of wind slipped in through the crack between the door, causing the hairs on Shi Hongxian to stand on ends. He rubbed his arms, wanting to say a few words more to reassure him, but Shen Zichuan had already stridden out of the door.